Okay. Let's get to it. I'm not even gonna look at the tips because I know it was just hanging out with the teacher and then he was a fucking freak. You're a freak! Like, he seems like he's a nice guy, but as soon as he lets the freak on. Anyway, let's just get to it. If I effed it up, it's too late to fix it now. Let's go. Let's continue the nightmare. Hopefully it turns into a real nightmare. Alright then, I'm off. Look out for cars! I'm in a horror game, Nyan. Look out for cars! You don't want what happened in near the end of Chapter 1 happening again! I'm alone in a building, hopefully. Keyword hopefully. Be back before dinner time? Today was the day of the barbecue party. That was the Hinamizawa Fighters' victory celebration. Well, the dead TV noise joins off. Oh, God. Of course, I, having prepared myself, skipped breakfast in order to stay hungry. And yet you're still supposed to be back by dinner time, so you might be... Usually, when I was picturing a barbecue, I was picturing a dinner, and yet it's gonna be like a lunch? Anyway. Though with all the club members coming, it was pretty possible that there would be a contest based on how fast or how much you could eat. You know what? Fair point, fair point. Yeah, ideally if you run mid-rolls at all, you want to run them manually at 3 minutes once an hour anyways. The ad scheduler doesn't work sometimes. Yeah! At least we aren't at the scary part yet. I want to be at the scary part, but not scary like last time. Okay. Higurashi Chapter 3, listen to me, okay? I need my friend to wig out. You better start getting spooky literally right now. I kid. It wouldn't make sense for the pacing. Rena was at our usual meeting place, and Mion arrived a few minutes later. Great. Let's get going. This old man skipped breakfast and is starving to death. Murder. I expected nothing less. I, too, went without breakfast and am now in top physical condition. Meaning I'm also starving to death. Wow, you two. Skipping breakfast is bad for your health. Rena made sure to eat something. Yeah, you're great, Rena. Breakfast is an important part of the day. Some say, the most important meal of the day. I'm sure you'll surpass that underdeveloped Mion. Get yourself a nice body meal over the dirt. Let's not bring this energy in. Listen, I know normally he likes to mess with her like this, but I'm still not over last chapter, okay? Oh, the dirty girl, please. If I get a nice body, then maybe a prince on a white horse will come for minutes. What, like the Old Spice guy? Definitely not happening. If you won't take responsibility for them, Kei-chan, then don't give Rena any silly ideas. When you think about it, October isn't that far away. Hold on, where's the, I think it was a werewolf in Nightmare Before Christmas who just knew the exact days until the next Halloween. Get him in here. How many days exactly? We'll get through it fast. She might start eating breakfast 3 times a day starting tomorrow. Yeah, I could see Rena doing that. Wait, who did this gluttonous princess think was going to come for? Well, anyway, we're all nice and hungry. Let's go and treat ourselves at the big barbecue party. Yeah. Doaju 63. Noted. The venue for said barbecue was to be the Furude Shrine grounds where Rika-chan lived. They held events and festivals. Festival mentioned. Let it let festivals continue to be mentioned, please. Please. I beg. Sorry, adjusting the mic a wee bit. There we go. They held events and festivals there. Barbecues, too. It was the place that held all sorts of ceremonies at Hinamizawa. Come to think of it, there was supposed to be a big village festival coming up, wasn't there? Festival more like murder time, right? Watsunagashi or something? The scenery you could see— yeah, please. How soon we talking? How soon we talking? Like maybe a few days from now? Like 2 days? Maybe. I don't know. Just give me a time frame, buddy. You said soon. Give me a time frame. I need to know. The scenery you could see from that high up was fairly superb, and the calm atmosphere, particular to shrines, was something fairly difficult to find in the city. Nah, I don't think it'd be tonight. They would say something. We left our bicycles at the bottom of the shrine steps and broke into a mad dash up the stairs. When we arrived on the shrine grounds, the Hinamizawa fighters and their fathers had already gathered and begun setting up for the barbecue early. Why only the fathers? Are you saying only men know a thing or two about barbecue? What the fuck why only fathers? Why only fathers? Judging. Finally managed to get my shoulder fully back in place. Let's go! Of course, Satoko and Rika-chan were there as well. When they noticed our arrival, they waved to us. Oh, so you managed to not forget about this. Curses, if you all hadn't come, there would have been that much more meat for me. How truly disappointing it is. You underestimate us, Satoko. Now that we've arrived, you don't think you'll be able to have even one bite of that fabulously marbled beef, do you? Remember when we ate our bento here? You and I have a fatal difference in reach. I'll be overwhelming you once again. What? I cannot allow that to happen by any means! Cry and shout all you want, you'll just be watching us fill our mouths with beef. Don't worry, though. We'll give the peppers and onions to you. Oh my god. You're asking for death, sir. I'll give Satoko lots and lots of the grilled squash, too. Ooh, grilled squash sounds so good right now. When Satoko heard the word squash, her complexion changed color. When she took my overwhelming reach into account, she knew it wasn't just a threat. It could actually happen. I'll go tell the coach. I'll tell him you really love squash. If it's for you, I bet he'll get a whole mountain of specialty squash from all over Japan. What does that mean? What does that mean? What do you mean if it's for you? Like Satoko specific? Why? I am back. I am concerned? Hopefully it means nothing. Ocean says Ocean says hi, or more accurately, meow, because she's not allowed to chew wires. Hi, Ocean. No wires. No forbidden string. Wow, good for you, Satoko. You'll have your pick of the squash. You can have squash from dawn till dusk, 3 meals a day. And there it goes. Rena, everyone's bullying me. And I'm predicting a punch sound effect in any moment. Satoko tried to leap into Rena's chest. Oh no. Clearly, given another second, Rena's mock punches would have us piled on the ground. Yep. So just before Satoko hit Rena, I grabbed her by the nape of the neck and pulled her back. A superb reaction with only seconds of foresight. At least, it was supposed to be. But for Rena, when I caught the leaping, crying Satoko, it looked I was keeping her to my— I hereby request everybody to let me be a proofreader of their things, because I am pretty good at catching these sorts of errors. Anyway. More good news! From Yatsu. Anyway, but for Rena, when I caught the leaping, crying Satoko, it looked like I was keeping her to myself. backfired. The sergeant can't get a hold of S2. S2? There's a lot of things S2 could stand for. Anyway.
No, Keiichi-kun. This is Rena's, okay?
Screams persistent, so do I. That is such a mood. It's one of the S shops. Okay.
This is Rena's, okay? I'm taking her home. Rena-san. Beat up Mion and Rika like that, too.
Whoa, hold on there.
Yeah. Okay. Now, where could Rika be?
Preparing to win over Rena because it's stupid easy.
There she is. Rena-san, over there. Just wait, Satoko-chan. I'll take care of her right away. Then I'm bringing you straight home.
Allegedly, people work there. Citation. Sounds like one of our, not owned by the same person who owns my store, but there's a store near ours where I sort of got, it's like, they don't answer their phones. Ever. Ever. They only answer it if, like, one of the managers is calling the other store. Do I need to capitalize the N in needed? Technically, I believe no. Because the period in citation is just being used for, shortening the word. Since it doesn't mark the end of the sentence, I don't believe the capitalization is needed. Anyway. See, guys, I know a thing or two about writing. Hire me.
Satoko, you're mean. Rika-chan's so cute, too. I'm gonna take her home.
Just take home everybody.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. Rika, it serves you right.
I did not realize there was a word for that. Coolio. Satoko laughed in a shrill voice at Rika-chan and Rena's unproductive game of tag while we watched them sprawled out on the ground. Oh god, he's here! Are you alright, my Bara-san? Sonozaki-san? At least he's being normal right now. Please let him stay that way. The coach came over and lent us a hand.
Yeah, this is just how we communicate, that's all. Don't mind us.
Don't worry, it's just it's an inside joke, it's a friend's bit, we're good. If the way we communicate ends up leaving bruises on my face, then I don't want any more to do with it. You never learn, do you? Laughed the coach loudly. It made us start to laugh too. Satoko's laughter, Rika-chan's yelling, and Rena's strange voice were kind of comfortable to hear. The adults here knew what they were doing, so the barbecue was ready in short order. As the salad oil dripped down onto the plate with a hiss, there was a loud cheer. Ah, yes, that satisfying sizzle. I want to devour, like, a nice medium rare steak right now. Jesus Christ. I know it's not that kind of barbecue, but still. I want. When the coach brought over a big plate with all the meat on it, we all cheered again.
Wow, this meat looks amazing! Coach, you really did splurge on it! With a teacher's salary? Are you serious?
Sorry. I did make a promise. Can you tell how much all of this weighs? It really did cost me a lot.
Of course it did. Third-rate meat wouldn't be good enough of a reward for everything I did yesterday. Yeah, Satoko-chan's definitely the guest of honor today.
Yeah, Satoko was the one who hit that last home run after all. She might have caught the guy off guard. Oh yeah, she did pretend to be super bad just so she could, like, fucking win it all at the end. Yeah. good on you. She might have caught the guy off guard, but the arc it flew was long and true.
Satoko is pretty athletic.
Not bad at all. She could be one of the best of our generation. She doesn't fall behind in physical ability, even compared to me.
Maybe Satoko-chan has a big future in the world of sports. Stop singing my praises. You're making me blush. Munch, munch.
Satoko, for whom the excessive praise made her not notice the moderately grilled meat being stolen one after the other, was just far too cute. Yes, keep praising her. She'll be so distracted we'll get all the meat.
Maibara-san, this is heavy.
Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun were carrying something over to us. It was a huge barbecue plate. Whoa! The barbecue's protagonist has arrived! The plate was chock full of skewers with vegetables and meat on them. The grilled, burning hot meat juices made a noise as they drizzled off. Ah, the sizzle. Gulp. I am so glad I actually stalled for time and ate before officially starting. Even so, this is making me want like an actual steak. I haven't had like an actual steak in so long. I need a nice chunk of meat, not just like a thin slice of meat that you find on a pizza. After I get paid, I'm gonna make dinner plans, I swear to God. Anyway. You need a lot of heat for cooking something on a metal skewer, so they had grilled the whole plate at once. Yep, can't have a barbecue without some of these. Sorry, thinking of like metal skewers, like metal skewer made me think iron skewer, which made me think Danganronpa 2, because I played that not too long ago. Man. Anyway. Yep, can't have a barbecue without some of these. You could say that again. I'll help you out, so let's get it over there. Up we go.
Wow! Look! Look! It's amazing!
Everyone greeted us with a cheer. Each person received a skewer with vegetables and big pieces of meat on it. They also received paper cups filled to the brim with juice. In my right hand were pounds of piping hot barbecue. In left was a cup of juice. I would include... I feel like maybe that might be passable, but I'm like in my left. Anyway, more good news! This is the good news section brought to you by Yatsu. Let's see. In my left was a cup of juice that I could chug down. If this didn't make you want to dance, you weren't a man. Me sitting there in non-binary. I can't hold back any longer. I should be able to claim tinnitus for a disability. Really? Tinnitus for a disability percent? Really? Bro, that's rad, actually. Like, 5% maybe. Still! I feel like that's something not everybody takes seriously. It's service-related. Yeah, I figured, but still! I can't hold back any longer. I'm gobbling it down. Gobble gobble. Gobble gobble. Call me a turkey. Money is money. Exactly. Not just yet, Kei-chan. We've got a little ceremony first. Ah, what you mean? We got grace! Can I have your attention, everyone? The coach, with a cup of beer in his hand, mounted the nearby beer cooler. I would rather say stood atop the nearby beer cooler. What? I bet, writers, I'm begging you to watch your language right now around this man. Anyway. This was supposed to be a victory. Well, I mean, he didn't do anything that creepy. Like, that level of creepy, I guess, but whatever. Anyway. Don't play with my mind. Anyway, this was supposed to be a victory celebration after all. We needed an opening statement. Damn, I hope it ends soon. For every second this goes on for, a little more of the food's freshness goes away. Oh. Satoko stomped down on the back of my foot.
My word. Men your age are so greedy.
Good news, I have tinnitus. Talking about tinnitus is making my own tinnitus act up, so I'm gonna shut up about it now.
Can you not wait a little more elegantly?
Is everything I'm thinking really showing on my face? Yes, we have established this many a time. You have the worst poker face in humanity's history. You have the opposite of a poker face. Okay, is everyone listening? We won a huge game yesterday. It had become a hard battle after that amazing pitcher came in, but thanks to equally reliable saviors on our side, we scored a beautiful turnaround victory. Both my hands were full, so the adults and older brothers gave us a round of applause. Good news, everyone. I've also been made aware of my tinnitus again. Tinnitus party, let's go. This is to celebrate that victory. As promised, I got a ton of delicious meat for everyone. Eat as much as you want and use that energy on our next game. Yes, more good news. I have take joy.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, I spaced out. Then, after a few words of thanks to the fathers and brothers who helped with the barbecue, because this is man's work, apparently. Side-eyes at gender norms. He led us in a toast. Cheers. They say that when toasting... Yes, that was unenthusiastic, but whatever. I wasn't feeling it. I was too upset about the fact that I spaced out. Anyway, they say that when toasting, you would normally down the contents of your cup. But we were young. At the toast, all of us immediately began to dig into our skewers. After that, it got really lively, as if it wasn't lively before, with everyone congratulating one another for things they did during the game. I'm just picturing, like, the congratulations scene from Evangelion. Like how someone made a great catch, or how awesome someone looked when stealing a base. Okay, now the vision is gone. Of course, they congratulated me too, the savior who appeared to fight against the Koshien pitcher. Well, even when what I did was all thanks to Satoko. Satoko did have a plan. But you're the only one who could have won over Kameda like you did, Kei-chan. Thanks for reminding me of what that guy's name was. You did more than enough to deserve praise. Yeah, I've actually never seen Evangelion either, but I've absorbed the congratulations scene through cultural osmosis, I suppose.
By the way, Keiji-kun, you went to eat cake with Kameda-kun after that, didn't you?
Right. Watching through Mushoku Tensei at the moment. Ooh, nice. I hope you're enjoying it.
It looks like you were best friends.
Don't remind me. The seeds of friendship sprouting between male rivals. Something like that?
That's sort of... well, it's...
I violently brushed through Rena's hair as she turned red in the face for some reason at the mention of friendship between males, dispersing her pleasant-seeming ideas. She just like me for real. Though not in this case, no. That is a no TP. Anyway, now then, where's the hero, or rather, the heroine, Satoko? Oh, there she is. Satoko was with Rika-chan, in the middle of bragging her heart out about the home run yesterday. I was joking about horror game, but now I'm in a puzzle segment. Ah. Best of luck. And her teammate spared no compliment for her, since even though he was going easy on her, the fact that she hit a throw from a Koshien pitcher was something else. It's the worst, but in a fun way. Yeah, big fan of the worst, but in a fun way sort of characters. Satoko was more loquacious than usual. That is a big word for you, Keiichi. Good job. It seems she was in a great mood. She was flying so high that I thought for a moment about getting a word in to tease her. But she was the leading actress today, so I decided not to bully her at all. As I watched Satoko going at things as lively as usual under the sun, it struck me that it didn't quite line up with the pleasant time I'd spent with her. But both of those were the real Satoko. I didn't care which it was, her smiling happily or making a big, lively fuss like this. Just as long as she would keep smiling like this forever. I have bad news, Keiichi. You don't know what genre you're in. She looks like she's having fun. Quite a lot of it. The coach had approached me from behind before I realized it. As he gazed at Satoko from afar, like I had been doing, he addressed me. So I could tell he was talking about her. Doesn't it just cleanse your soul to see Satoko-chan smiling? He smiled, refreshed, searching for confirmation. I felt a little embarrassed to admit it. So against my better judgment, I played it off. Congratulations, Keiichi Maibara, the two smartest things you've ever done in the span of 5 seconds. Really? I don't think her smile could cleanse so much as a plate. I'm sure Satoko-chan would be mad if she heard that. But that part of her is very cute too. Leaving her cuteness aside, I could understand him thinking Satoko getting angry for being teased would be funny. Mr. Iria, was it? It's Irie. Everyone else calls me Coach, though. I'd be very happy if you called me Coach as well, Maibara-san. As he said that, Coach Irie smiled, blushing a little. Don't. Coach, you seem to like Satoko a lot. Listen, maybe I've just been reading too many creepypastas, but the cheerful music is the only thing keeping me from freaking out right now. Also, why in creepypasta do we have to torture children? Jesus. In a lot of them. Anyway, not all of them, but still. Moving on. I didn't have any real basis for saying that. It was just what I felt to be true. No! Okay. The Keiichi we knew is back. You have a slight basis in the context clue of someone saying, well, if it's you, referring to Satoko, well, if it's you, then of course he would go all out, which was my first warning flag for him. So I don't know. I feel like you would have the context that he really does seem to care about her, shall we say, and I hope that's all it is. I hope I'm overthinking. I hope all the horror stories I've been listening to lately are throwing off my sense of judgment. I genuinely hope. Anyway. Yes, I do like her. I love her and... Okay, nope. I'm scared that this is gonna go a place I don't want it to go. I'm scared this is going a place I don't want it to. I hate that I read Pen Pal recently. God damn it! Not granted, Pen Pal is way creepier, but still. When she get. Yatsu, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to pretend that he's a bangbu. And do your thing. I just heard that story for the first time the other day as well. Yeah, it's... I will say, as a horror story, I thought it was so well written. It gave me so many chills. Like, as a story, I loved it. But it... Because it's a horror story, yeah, it made me feel so horrified. It did its job well. It's one of those where it's like, it's it's one of those where I'm like, if you want a good horror story, there you go. Pen Pal is a pretty good one, I would say. So yeah, I would say it's a good story in that it's good at being horrifying and very well written, and I actually kind of want to get, like, the actual physical novel for it to support the author, because it was so good. YouTube randomly recommended me a lot of analog horror stuff recently, and that also happened to pop up. Yeah, I just clicked it out of curiosity for a channel I recently started watching content for, Cromudgeon. And I was like, okay, I need something to listen to for the shift at work. Let me listen to you, talk about Pen Pal, I guess. I still wonder if it was a mistake to listen to it at work, but I do not regret listening to it because it was such a impactful story. I believe that was the channel I listened to as well. Huh, good for him, honestly. I noticed he's actually still relatively new. I think his first upload was only like a year or so ago, so. Yeah, he seems to be an interesting channel. I definitely need to check out more of his stuff. But yeah, like, his reading of Pen Pal was, like, so good. And the way I actually froze at the end of the Boxes chapter, the way I froze, just from, like, the sound effects used and the way he read it, not spoiling it for anybody, but, A+ video. A+. I loved it. Anyway, moving on. I refuse to read this line because it's, nope, you're a creep. You're officially on the creep list. Yatsu, thank you for the charging emoji. Like, yes, attack him. What? This guy really says some insane stuff, doesn't he? The fact he's saying it with a straight face is what's really, like, I'm getting a vibe that he's being serious. I really hope he's not, but I just, listen, knowing how Higurashi goes, I wouldn't even trust him even if he said, I'm just joking. I'd be like, I need more evidence to know that you're just joking, because right now, everything I know about you makes me doubt you so much. Yatsu kicking him again. After being astonished by this, I hurried to put my mind back in order. I'm actually gonna feel even more concerned if he doesn't say, just kidding. I feel like you need to defend yourself with that. It's by saying, just kidding. I swear to God, the music is literally the only thing not making me panic more. I swear to God. Oh my God. This character is literally why I have this stream ironically titled, Please Don't Be Creepy. Nope, he is being creepy. But also, I thought it was funny to have a Higurashi stream titled, Please Don't Be Creepy, all things considered. So that's why I left it like that. But also, you. After being astonished by this, I hurried to put my mind back in order. I heard that this coach guy was the kind of person who said crazy things out of nowhere. Uh-huh. I feel like I'm reading a creepypasta again. I feel like I'm reading a creepypasta again. I don't think we need to wait for the Watanagashi for things to turn creepy. According to Mion, if I took everything he said seriously, I physically wouldn't be able to take it. I already can't. If I was able to ignore that part of him, he seemed to be a really funny guy. Isn't that always how it goes? If you ignore this very concerning quirk this character has, they seem like a nice guy. Fast forward to, nobody saw it coming, he was such a nice guy. No trust in this man. Stay away from children, sir. Maibara-san? Did that surprise you? Uh-huh! Because what sane adult would say it? Don't even joke about that. Oh my God, could it be you're going after Satoko-chan yourself? No. That would bother me then. I don't like the vibes. I don't like the... Fuck the music. I hate the vibes. I hate the vibes this man is giving off. The music is no longer protecting me. I've been going after her for decades now, you know. Okay, sure. That alone says, okay, maybe he's joking a bit. But still, right, I'm squinting, just like Ganvet just said. Squints hard. Coach, Satoko hasn't even been alive for much more than a decade. Hmm? Coach gave a dry grin and laughed. Squints harder. Right? Was this how I should be doing it? I must somehow master the art of responding to this coach guy. Yeah, I'll tell you how to master responding to this coach guy. Yatsu, he's a bang-boo. Get him. Just send your friend with a kick frenzy after him, and there you go. After that, I received many words of praise for my actions. Almost too many. FNAF noises. As that conversation was happening, leaving aside the controversial statements this coach person would spout suddenly. Report him. Report him. I do not want him anywhere near the children. Report him. You don't joke about that shit when you work in this profession. I must stab him. Anyway. I learned he was very composed and not a bad guy by any stretch. If you look past the creepy, controversial statements that he likes making. I feel like I don't even need to call it. He's gonna be a bad guy. Because they're trying to brush concerning statements off so much. Like... Sounds like the army. Right. Oh, God. I think Satoko deserves more praise for that crazy home run she got. I honestly didn't think she had it in her. Oh, you're still with him. Okay. Satoko-chan's older brother was more the quiet bookworm type. She probably inherited the exact opposite skill set. Her brother? Right, he met Satoshi. The one who left Satoko and ran away from home. Satoko's Nini. Satoshi Hojo. Yes, that. Insert Kronk voice here. Right, Satoshi, the one who left Satoko, ran away from home. Satoko's Nini, Satoshi Hojo. That brother? Do you not know about him? Satoko-chan's older brother, I mean. His name is Satoshi Hojo-kun. And he played with the Hinamizawa Fighters too. I wanted him to play a lot more. Too many ellipses for that. But then he transferred. Huh. I see. I don't trust him. I don't trust him. I don't like him. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. I don't care how calm and collected he can be. I hate him. So he transferred. Yeah, maybe that was a little more considerate than saying he ran away. Bicon? No, no, I refuse to call this man a Bicon. Not when he's talking about waiting for a child to get that, even if he's joking about it, saying, when she gets older, I want to marry her. It's like, no, you don't say that about one of your students, let alone any child, really. So no, he does not get to wear the title of Bicon. If anything, that would make him worse. Anyway. Now that he mentioned it, I think it was Rena. I think she said Satoshi transferred too. I didn't know the details of him having run away from home at the time, so I didn't pay much attention to it, but... Only her brother transferred? That's sort of unusual. The music has ceased. We are entering serious territory. We're learning more about Satoshi from... I mean, I guess he would know, but I still don't like him. Anyway. Everyone was having fun far away, and their cheerful voices distant. The chorus of the cicadas separated us from them, giving me a sense of distance. At first, I thought my own voice was too soft for even me to hear. But for a really long time, Coach didn't respond to my words. So at this point, I began to wonder if I had said something I shouldn't have. Just when I began to feel impatient, Coach finally spoke. Something unfortunate happened. A few things, actually. After informing me that what he was about to say was a secret, Coach began to talk, a little at a time. It's been 3 years already. Right around this time of year, I think. Satoko-chan's parents were in an accident. An accident? Yes. At a public park they visited, well, on vacation, they fell from a viewing platform. It was supposed to just be a little time away from the house with the family. They went for a walk on a path through a nature park after it had rained. There was a little viewing platform that looked like it had a good view. That was the stage on which the tragedy was set. The metal fixtures in the viewing platform fence had deteriorated from time. And with all the rain they had just gotten, they might have loosened somewhat. Right before Satoko's eyes, both the fence and her parents fell. There was a river some tens of meters below. The water level was high due to the rain, and apparently very muddy. And her parents? Coach gave a thin but melancholic smile and touched his paper cup to his lips. Without saying anything, I knew how unfortunate that accident was, and how Satoko's parents had left on an eternal vacation. Then Satoko is... well... I was so focused on being careful with my words that I lost what I was going to say. A single word. Orphaned. I knew how little consideration it showed and how much it would hurt Satoko without having to say it aloud. Come to think of it, Satoko lived with Rika-chan. At least, that's what I thought I heard from others. Wait, Rika-chan. Her father died from illness too, and her mother soon after. I felt like I heard she was living by herself. Yes. She's living with Furude-san right now. They've probably lived many discouraging days without any parents, but they've gotten along by helping each other. Going on living without the protection of parents is very difficult for kids that age, I think. Maibara-san, you can probably understand that as well. I've only survived because I rely on my parents, so the only reply I could give was to nod. Furude-san is particularly beloved by the older people in the village. As long as she's here, she won't want for much. Come to think of it, you're right. Rika-chan kind of seems like the village mascot sometimes. I don't think she'd have a hard time living here. Rika-chan could go meep just once and get 2 or 3 croquettes from a vendor after all. I felt like if she asked for help, everyone in the village would. But that only applies to Furude-san in particular. Satoko-chan doesn't have it the same way. Rika being so spoiled was just an exception. Upon thinking about it normally, living on your own as a child should be fraught with difficulty. It wasn't, then, very difficult to imagine how much suffering Satoko had to go through just to live. It wasn't very difficult to imagine. Was I really thinking that? No, I was only thinking the words. I couldn't imagine it in the slightest. How was I supposed to imagine it when I saw that annoying smile of hers? There was no way I could. I found out she was living apart from her brother, and I just kind of vaguely thought that it was rather unfortunate. I mean, Satoko was smiling so energetically every single day. Was I thinking that her smiling meant she wasn't hurt? That she didn't feel lonely? When she found out my parents were coming home the other night, Satoko said, "A family sitting around the dinner table is the most fun way to enjoy a meal of all." Those words held a lot more weight right now. I've seriously considered adopting her. I'm just having a flashback to him, quote-unquote, joking about taking her in, or, like, marrying her when she's older, and like, nope, 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 nope. Stop the jokes, and then maybe. But nope. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. Huh? Adoption? It's a secret. After warning me, Coach put his index finger to his lips. I've lived a really steady life all these years. I have money and a good reputation. Yes, sure! But marriage is the one thing I never got around to. By law, obviously a single individual can't adopt a child, so I can't make Satoko-chan my adopted daughter. What a shame. Didn't take long for my plan to get her to call me Papa to hit her setback. This guy spelled some crazy stuff. Uh-huh. At first, I was only half listening. But midway through, I realized how rude that was. This coach person seriously only wished for this one girl, Satoko, to be happy. That was neither crazy nor was it nonsense. He just wanted her to be happy. I don't trust him. Those were his true feelings. Pen pal flashbacks. Satoko-chan's current lifestyle is probably not a very happy one. But, you know, I want to make it easier for her. Even if it's only a little. Of course, I can't do much for her, but share my leftover food and do errands that she's not strong enough to do. You're wrong. Satoko's happy. Huh? Coach showed surprise at my having declared that. There were so many people all around her that really want her to be happy. She can't possibly feel otherwise. I spoke with a serious expression. I mean, you're right, but also she could be wearing a mask, a front in front of others. She could be masking. At the same time, I do think you're right. But we'll see how Coach reacts. I spoke with a serious expression, quietly, but firmly, all the same. It was my approval of his feelings, and my gratitude as Satoko's Nini. Thank you. Still, keep this a secret from Satoko-chan, okay? If she knew I wanted to adopt her, she'd probably get mad and call me a pervert for wanting me to call her. You might want to rearrange that, sir. I think you mean she'd probably call me a pervert for wanting her to call me Papa. Somebody hire me. I don't have a degree in this, but I can do it. I wonder. Satoko may have been somewhat childish, but she was still able to empathize with people. She'd call him that. I don't want her to. I knew it. I don't want you to know it. As if my feelings had gotten across, Coach grinned, satisfied, and returned his gaze to the hustle and bustle before us. I don't trust her. I don't like it. I don't trust her parents and her older brother. She lost her family and had no relatives and was huddled up with Rika-chan, who was in the same situation. Satoko Hojo. It wouldn't be odd for her to look at her life with despair, but she didn't seem to feel that way. She lived energetically with a smile. I want her to keep smiling forever. It was a naive wish, and yet it was one that he couldn't help hoping for. So, the words that I spoke were the same. What a coincidence. I think the same way. Oh? You too, my Barakun. Then that makes us friends. Let's make a promise. A promise? It's a very simple one. The coach said this, giving me a grin. That we will never, ever make her cry. I have bad news for you guys. Do you realize... I know it's referring to the cicadas, but the title of this visual novel is Higurashi When They Cry. So crying is likely bound to happen. Anyway, it was short and to the point. Yeah, but also since this is a horror story, I'm willing to bet this promise is gonna come bite him in the ass somehow. I promise too. Coach nodded happily. We exchanged no more words after that. We just sat there comfortably, gazing at Satoko like a bunch of creeps, and everyone else having a good time. She'd certainly lost family, but there were people watching over her. How reassuring that must have been. Just hypothetically, if you did adopt Satoko, what would you do? That's a tough one. Coach gave a wry, happy smile, then exaggeratedly tilted his head in contemplation. Well, first I would get her to call me master and make her into a lovely, kind-hearted maid. Fuck off, bro. I don't care if this is like his joke. Don't talk about a minor like this! What? How does this guy always pick the craziest time to say the craziest things? Probably because he's a freak! See, he also has a serious face. He put on a serious face. We're gonna see that again. My Barakun? Well, I haven't said anything yet. What are you talking about? I heard it loud and clear. Oh shit, she's here!
Oh, that's right. I clearly said I would make Satoko into my own personal pretty maid.
A fucking gaslight queen over here! Ah, that sounds nice. Satoko, shut up!
Oh, pretty and purity are really hard to differentiate, right? Be careful with mixing refined Japanese words and English together.
I get it. Honestly, the intricacies of the language know no bounds.
That's right. Kei-chan, you do understand. Then, with that, it's time for...
My hand shot out and grabbed Shion, smiling, waving, and about to leave by the nape of her neck. Like, bitch, no. Hey, wait right there. Don't just show up out of nowhere and start saying crazy stuff.
Speaking of saying crazy stuff, I thought the Satoko love talk you were having with the coach was pretty crazy, too. I can perform a reenactment of the adoption bit. Wanna see?
God, no. Ah, you've been hiding ever since then?
Kei-chan, you can't even beat my sister. You're 100 years too early to challenge me.
This was Shion Sonozaki, the younger of the Sonozaki twins. This is her first time appearing in the chapter, so I must explain this. Though she hadn't a scrap of the reserved quality you'd expect from a little sister, she was a villain, no better than her older sister Mion. You can say that again. We met the other day in town, and I dug myself into a hole when I mistook her for Mion. Unlike Mion, Shion said she was living in Okinomiya, so I thought we'd never see each other again. But to think we actually would. My frankly displeased expression didn't change a bit either. This must be what people mean when they say something is like water off a duck's back. Shion-san, you came. I was disappointed because I thought you wouldn't make it.
Well, I couldn't think of anything else to do, really. I figured I'd come and tease you all a little.
Coach, why did you need to call Shion to our victory celebration? How did she contribute to our team's win?
Well, you see, I'm actually the manager for the Hinamizawa Fighters.
The manager? No way, then why weren't you at the game yesterday?
That's because I'm like a ghost manager. Tee, star.
She seemed to think I'd forgive her if she stuck her tongue out and smiled. She wasn't sorry at all. The match wasn't nearly as pretty without you Stop talking to minors, sir! I won't tell you to come to practices, but you could at least come to games to root for us like you used to.
No, I know you're a fucking freak. I'll think about it. Maybe I will if Kei-chan joins the Hinamizawa Fighters. I can't get into a cheering mood when there's no good-looking guy on the team.
You fucking... Huh? Did she just smoothly say something absurd? Bitch, the fuck you mean I'm good-looking? Shion? Little... Where did you come from? Suddenly, Mion came running over, latched onto my shoulders, and pulled me towards her. No touchy!
Ah, it's Mi-chan's little sister! Hello, Shi-chan! Hello, Rena-san. I'm honored you remembered my name. We only met once. Oh, not at all. Thanks for remembering Rena's name, too.
Cut the stupid greetings! You're not allowed to solicit Kei-chan! He's the hope of our club! Don't pull him out and put him in baseball like he's some kind of plant! Mion gave a low growl as she grappled my arm. She looked like a little girl desperately clinging to her toy.
Yep, Kei-chan is the star rookie of our club. We could never trade him away.
Rena's smile hit a nonchalant bloodthirst. Like, bitch, I dare you to try! She was blocking Shion's way, ready to unleash an ultimate attack if she got within 2 meters of me. Fuck, what's the D&D term? Get into attack of opportunity range or whatever. Melee range? I don't remember. Anyway. It's because I didn't play D&D today. I'm losing it. I felt like this was gonna turn into a bloody battle.
That's too bad. We'll leave the negotiations for another time.
You don't have the right to negotiate! Coach, why did you call Shion here too? She's a ghost member. She's been slacking off for the last year. I just thought it would be even more fun if Shion-chan was here. Yep, it definitely works. I wanted her to ensue chaos. That was what he planned for all along. Mission accomplished. Hey, Kei-chan, come over here. We're all playing a game. With strings attached, of course. Club time, let's go!
Shi-chan, how about you? The rules are simple and it'll be fun. Should I? I'll just win if I join in, after all.
I don't want to ruin my sister's presidential image. Mion, now irritated, turned around with a glare. I can tell she wants to say, bitch! Yatsu has more good news.
What is it, my sister? Should I join in to make this a battle of the siblings? For your sake, I don't think we should. But if you want to...
Update from Yatsu.
Meep.
Bleh! I won't let you play, Shion. We're leaving you out. No little sisters allowed. Bleh. Whoa. Mion just avoided direct confrontation. They're so kiddish, though. It seems like the twins were completely incompatible with each other.
You won't let her play? I was looking forward to seeing you two face off. I hate Shion! I'm bad against her!
An angry Mion dragged me away. Slide. Literally what I was thinking, just slide.
Do your best. I'll be rooting for you. Go for it, Kei-chan. Yay!
Shion waved her hand at us, reveling in the bliss of teasing Mion. Alright. Club activities had begun, which meant I needed to clear my mind. What was today's battle? Today's punishment game. I'd take anything on.
Okay, Keiichi-san. You should prepare yourself. We're going all out today.
Great, bring it on. Satoko or not, I'll crush you all mercilessly.
Rena will profit from your battle and fish yourself up a win. Then I'll get all the manta rays first and ride them to victory.
That's a cute mental image, actually.
Oh, Rika-chan is flat like.
But why? That is unnecessary. She's young.
I want to take you home.
Everybody here a freak. Okay, everyone. We have a lot of people today, so let's play something easy and simple and stop being a bunch of freaks. Today's game is... to be continued. Alright, I will take this opportunity to take a quick BRB, but so I don't get, like, content ID'd, I will temporarily mute the game. And, yeah, I'll take a quick stretch break and run an ad real quick, so just, memento. But yeah, I did get, like, a little muted section on a stream not too long ago, because I did a BRB with the game's music still playing, and apparently this game's music is protected, which is... it's always awkward when it's like, it's audio you literally can't avoid. Like, what the fuck, bro? Reopen close tab. Here we go. Nope. Wrong tab. Reopen. There we go. Okay, so I'll just play this music real quick while I run a quick little ad and BRB. Everybody take this chance to hydrate and get up and stretch. We will be right back. Okay, I am back from stretching and super quick bathroom break. Gonna go ahead and... oop. And switch back over. And also, because I realized I forgot to say, save your work. Reminder to save your work. Please save your work. And also, posture check. And... of course, I know I said it, but I'll say it again. Hydration. Alright, let's get to the game. Oh, did they? Okay, I just read the first line. No game? We just gonna speed through it this time? Alright, everyone who lost the game dropped out and had to help clean up after the barbecue. Shion laughed more uproariously than anyone I'd ever heard when she saw my loser face. Okay, was my getting bombed out of the game really that funny? Man, oh man, Kei-chan's face! He was like, how can you still call yourselves human? See, I want to eat more cornbread, but I've already eaten half of a relatively large cake pan of it in the span of a few hours, so I should really save for tomorrow. Fair enough, I understand the temptation, but also nice to save, have more, let it last longer, savor it longer. I completely understand. Also, Yahtzee, your sergeant is totally evil if he wants you to call people. That's... I also have phone anxiety, I get it. How dare he ask you to do this? I need to get a new zip tie for my headphones. Anyway. The cable's just super long. Anyway. Damn it. I had it all worked out when I bought up the scissors. If only If only Satoko Rika-chan hadn't betrayed me. It was going great while we had maintained a united front, but Satoko had been quicker to betray me than I her. She was just a tiny bit better than me. I warned you about trusting Hojo. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun were unanimously wearing I told you so faces. I mean, that's on you for trusting them, Cage. Incidentally, those two were victims of Satoko's traps pretty early on as well. Damn. I was trying to do well enough to make up for you two. And once again, for the showdown, it didn't matter. Maybe this meant I still couldn't match up to the other members yet. You were going to have the lowest ranked member of the club play a punishment game, weren't you? Shion remarked, as though forcing me to recall something I tried to forget even for a moment. Is that right? Come to think of it, my Baro-san, when you came up with the punishment game with the president, you looked really heated up. What on earth did you decide on? Earlier, Mion told me to get an Angel Mort uniform ready. Oh no. Does that have anything to do with it? She told me to get the biggest size I could find. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun were giving me these complex, indescribable looks, mixing empathy, pity, and the desire to see something scary all at once. All I could do now was laugh. Strangely enough, the more I laughed, the more I felt like it was actually funny. Oh god, I just gotta... So the Angel Mort uniforms are kind of like maid outfits, yeah? A certain someone clearly has a fetish for maids. I'm scared of where this is gonna go now, and I'm actually thankful that Satoko wasn't on the losing side. Because, oh my god, I'm scared for her. Anyway. Strangely enough, the more I laughed, the more I felt like it was actually funny. I lost. Oh my. My Baro-san, what's the matter? You're smiling, crying, and howling. It's okay, he's just pretending not to like it. He can't hide his excitement at the opportunity to gain valuable experience during the punishment game as an excuse. Right? What do you mean valuable experience? I held my head in my hands in agony. My state of mind could be summed up with a 3-letter word. It was... sub. I mean, that was 3 letters plus 2 extra characters, but anyway. Coach gently put his hands on my shoulders. Was he comforting me? No. My Baro-san. In times where you must accept hardship, just imagine that you're a maid on the receiving end of some strict disciplining. Bad touch, right, bad touch, stranger danger, and also more good news. See, doesn't the hopeless situation seem kind of fun now? Wood chipper now? Right? Sir, you have no idea. Yeah, it's nice, is it? Shut the fuck- Get your hands off this child. Red in the face and indulging in his imagination. Still holding my shoulders, Coach said, "Oh, master," and started twirling around like a ballerina. Oh, so his kink goes both ways? The stream has been paused for a while. I come back to man-touching child. Yeah. Sorry about that. Anyway, I guess his, kink / fetish, whichever it is, I know there's a distinction, goes both ways, if he can be excited picturing himself as the maid. Anyway. Still doesn't make me like him anymore. I had to wonder what kind of word associations he had going on in his head. At the very least, it was much different than what was in mine. The first thing that comes to mind when I think of disciplining certainly isn't maids. Tomita-kun? Okamura-kun? Your coach is pretty funny. I'm surprised he can even be a coach. I'm surprised about that too, but for an entirely different reason, son. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun exchanged glances and answered with dry smiles. Then they added that he was a really nice person most of the time, which is something you'd normally say about a person like that. It's also what a lot of people say about, you know, certain notorious criminal acts where everybody's like, oh man, like, nobody saw it coming, but I already said that, so I'll leave it at that. The coach's questionable revolution slowed to a stop, and then his expression returned to a clear, calm one, almost making what just happened seem like an illusion. He can switch gears way too fast. Then let us start cleaning up. Maibara-san, you seem quite strong. Could you bring the plates over to the wash basins and clean them? Right on it. I hoisted the dirty barbecue plates, each with slimy oil clinging to it, and looked for the wash basins. These are heavy. Where are the wash basins? Over there? Figuring I should make it there before my arms gave out, I headed towards it at a trot. A lot of the adults who had been helping out were using the wash basin, so I gave up and looked for a different set. I asked them, and they told me there were more right by the assembly halls, too, so I decided to head that way. Drugs. I hope they kick in for you too, man. Rather than multiple basins, there was just one faucet there. I initially thought it would be too small to wash plates as big as these, but it would probably still be faster than waiting for a faucet to open up back there. I turned the faucet and water much nicer looking than it gushed forth. I put a plate under the faucet and scrubbed it with my hands to try and rub it clean. It didn't go very well. Yeah, that's normally not how working grease off works, buddy. Here you go. A sponge and dish soap. You can't wash them with just water. It was Shion. She threw a brand new sponge and a container filled with cleaner to me. No, thanks. Yeah, you gotta get that Dawn on that stuff. You should have just put them by the basins and left it to the grown-ups. You're always doing the right thing. Don't you just want to go apeshit and leave it to someone else for once? I got the feeling that wasn't quite a compliment. I answered her with a forced smile. I was surprised to learn you're the manager for the Hinamizawa Fighters. I thought you didn't do stuff like that because it's too much of a bother. Yes, it is quite a bother. That's why I've stopped showing up entirely. Didn't Coach say he wanted you to come back? You should pay a visit once in a while. If I feel like it, I guess. Shion made it sound like the end of the world could happen before she felt like it. Whoops. I couldn't keep washing the dishes while preoccupied with conversation, so I decided to take my task seriously. Shion neither offered to help nor got in my way. She just quietly watched the water flowing from the faucet. Oh, right. I heard something. You were the star player in yesterday's game, weren't you? Satoko hit the home run, so I think she was the real star player. I didn't know she had those kinds of reflexes. It surprised me. She's totally different from Satoshi-kun. There's not much doubt that all the athletic ability in the family went to her. Shion smiled as she spoke, her eyes looking at something far away, betraying her reminiscence. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I put the right number of syllables in there. Satoshi-kun? Satoko Hojo's older brother. You know, Satoshi Hojo-kun? Oh, right. You just moved here this year, didn't you, Kei-chan? You wouldn't have ever met him. I was a little surprised that Shion knew about Satoshi. Never met him, but I do know a little. After their parents passed away, he transferred to a different school, right? I avoided saying that he ran away from home and used the slightly more vague words that everyone else did. Transferred? Who said anything like that? I hadn't yet realized that Shion's tone had changed slightly, and her face also kind of, you know, if you saw the facial expression change, she got a very sly look about her. Almost devious. CG? Well, I mean... wait, who's saying it? Who was it then? Or, okay, yeah, it's him. Well, I mean, who was it then? Yeah, I heard it from someone. That he transferred. Who? You said that because you asked someone, right? Who did I ask? I don't really remember. Even so, he transferred, so that's it, right? Not like there's a problem with it. There is one. Does that mean there's a record of his transfer? To another school? And that someone saw it? Or heard about it? Around that time, I not only noticed how awfully caught up on this Shion was, but also how startlingly dangerous her eyes had begun to look. Shion? What's up? You look really serious. With that, Shion seemed to realize the expression she was making. She took a deep breath, pretended to fix her hair, and went back to her composed expression from before. Yeah, even the atmosphere changed. I'm sorry, but Kei-chan, you don't know much about Satoshi-kun, so please don't say he transferred or anything like that. I'm serious. Please. I realized I must have said something I shouldn't have. But I wasn't immediately sure of what I should apologize for, so I just said one safe word for now. Sorry. I just sort of heard he transferred and believed it. Was it actually something else? It was, of course. Preceded by his parents, he had left his sister and run away. But I'd wanted to try and avoid using the words run away, so I pretended not to know. Upon seeing my flustered reply, Shion realized she was intimidating me, and lowered her voice. I'm sorry. I'm not blaming you for anything, Kei-chan. I was being a little harsh. I apologize. I didn't really mind. That was a fib. I was actually a little scared, even. Was there something wrong with saying he ran away? Was there some sort of misunderstanding in saying that he transferred? But before I could ask her, she turned on her heel to leave. Hey, Shion? Right. Good luck with those. Looks like your plate is last. That's the last one you need to wash. Her final remark reminded me of the dishes I had so easily forgotten about. So immersed in conversation were we that it got pretty late. I turned the faucet again to get the water flowing faster. I violently scrubbed the plate. When I turned back around, Shion was no longer there. By the time I'd finished washing the plates, most of the other things had been cleaned up. The air had cooled off before I'd realized it, and as the heat that had stuck with us all day dispersed, a nice breeze started to blow. Okay, I feel like we just very recently came back from a chapter break, so I'm not gonna cue another ad already. Yeah, we'll keep going. We'll keep going. It feels too soon. It feels too soon. All right. Okay, everyone, can I have your attention? Coach got everyone together to make his closing remarks. And with that, another fun day drew to its close. In the end, Mion ended the game with a magnificent victory. Sotoko and Rika-chan, who had labored so hard to betray me, had fallen into a huge trap afterwards, leaving them frustrated about more than a few things. People who betray others will one day be betrayed themselves. Never been more true, huh?
You're not the one I want to hear that from, Keiichi-san. Rena didn't fall for anyone's tricks. That's how I got second. Second! Rena doesn't buy into lies very easily. She has a sharp wit.
Flashbacks to Chapter 1 of her screaming liar. I'm surprised. She seems like she would fall for the first lie to come her way. Again, flashes back to Chapter 1. Funny you should say that, Kei-chan. You desired to prey upon others, and right away you became the prey instead. Make sure you don't fall for those dumb schemes that promise higher returns the more friends you rope in, okay? Yeah, no pyramid schemes, I got it. I'll try harder. Sob. Even good friends will lay traps mercilessly and betray everyone in sight once they get into a serious enough game. But despite that, once it's all over, they can feel refreshed and laugh together. It reminded me of how we were all such great friends.
Anyways, I'm looking forward to Keiichi-san's punishment game. However, can you really implement such a thing? I would think the store manager would have a thing or two to say about it, no? I wonder. Maybe Keiichi-kun will be really cute? Cute! I kind of want to see how... I am on the edge of my seat. I will trip him up and make him wipe the floor.
Oh my god. That would be great. Why couldn't I win now of all times? Whenever I think I'll definitely win today, I'll make someone else play the well, let me try that again. Whenever I think I'll definitely win today, and that I'll make someone else play the punishment game, I lose. Is it not enough? Do I not believe hard enough in victory?
The wailing of the loser tastes like sweet honey. How sad, how sad.
Pat, pat.
This is how you get stronger, Keiichi-kun. It's like I'm looking at Mii-chan from last year.
Mii-chan last year? What, did she always lose and moan about it in the past? Oh, very interesting. I didn't know our undefeated President Mion was once like that. No need to talk about that. Mion hastily covered Rena's mouth. Everyone watching burst out laughing. Finally, Rika-chan pulled on Satoko's sleeve. Excuse me.
Okay, we should be going soon. Oh, yes, we must go shopping for dinner, mustn't we?
I wanted to keep talking like this forever, but it was getting late. We split up with Satoko and Rika-chan and decided to get on our way home. Alright, bye! See you tomorrow at school! Everyone waved to each other and split up for the short time between now and tomorrow.
Okay, let's go!
We began walking down the tall staircase leading from the shrine grounds. As the sun started to set, the afternoon's heat began to disappear as though it were never there. Just listening to the chorus of the Higurashi was enough to make me forget about how hot it had been today. Come to think of it, it's still June, huh? We didn't have a rainy season at all this year. Like, all of a sudden, it's just summer, you know? Now that I thought about it, she was right. It was June, the season of long rain, of hydrangeas and snails. I love hydrangeas, they're so pretty. I haven't seen a real rainy season since transferring here. According to the weather forecast, it's supposed to get more rainy during the first part of the week. Interestingly enough, good news from me. It is actually currently raining outside. I noticed that during break, and it's very pleasant. Also, should hope if it lasts long enough, maybe it'll help me sleep so I can actually get some proper rest for once, because I still can't. Which is all the more reason I'm sad I actually have to be at work tomorrow. And it's a closing shift, so I can't back out on it. And just call in sick. Nope, I gotta deal with it. But it's okay, I need money. Think of the money. Money is the motivator.
They were warning people about heavy showers. I hope it doesn't run into Watanagashi.
Well, you said early part of the week. Watanagashi would be, like, the end of the week, right? Technically? Anyway, Watanagashi mentioned. That means we're getting so much closer.
That's right. The rainy season's supposed to be rainy. Rena likes all the rain in the rainy season.
What? So much rain just makes me depressed. Well, it's relaxing. Okay. Anybody? Okay. Apparently, I swear, whenever I talk to people about the weather and someone says, yeah, it's so gloomy outside, and I'm like, it's just like, there's a nice gentle breeze, and it's like a gray overcast sky, maybe a chance of rain, like a light drizzle rain, like, that is the ideal weather for me. I love, especially in autumn, overcast autumn weather. For whatever reason, just makes me the most relaxed. So whenever people call it gloomy, I'm just like, what? But, I mean, everybody has their own opinions, but it's just so weird that something I find relaxing is gloomy. And, like, does anybody else, like, get that same feeling about overcast days just being relaxing? Or am I just a weirdo? Anyway. So much rain makes me depressed. It just makes me tired, though, so I will say that. Hey, Kei-chan. Huh? I was a little spaced out, so I was late in answering Mion. I was thinking back to my conversation with her sister. When I said that Satoshi transferred, Shion clearly got angry. She was mad at me for saying something so careless. I mean, it may have been a vague way of skirting around the fact that he ran away from home, but I don't think it was so bad that Shion would need to feel mad about it. Okay, so what he's doing right now, he's like trying to get his brain cells to, he's overthinking it repeatedly, so his brain cells will hopefully maybe just rub together enough to cause a little friction for there to be a spark of an epiphany or something. He's trying, people. Because again, the answer feels obvious. It do. Like, running away and transferring are two very different things. Anyway. I wasn't really satisfied with it. I felt like a child, completely ignorant of what he was being scolded for. So my thoughts spilled... I mean, he doesn't fully know about everything, but still, it's like, okay, I don't know. He's trying, but I'll give him a little bit of pity because he doesn't have the realization yet, but still. So my thoughts spilled out of my mouth in a very direct fashion. Satoko had a brother, right? Named Satoshi, I think? What? As soon as I said the name Satoshi, Rena and Mion both lost their relaxed, comfortable mood and made strange expressions. Should I have avoided talking about this? That's what they made me think. But I've already said it, so that's that. You know, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested. What happened to Satoshi again? Did he move away? That was such a transparent way of putting it, but in my desire to know everything, I feigned ignorance. Mion turned around and looked to Rena for assistance. Rena looked between us, then quietly and softly spoke. Wait, did we not tell you? He transferred out.
quote unquote. When I said those words to Shion, she got upset. Granted, I mean, he can't see the quotation marks, they're implied, but still. So I answered her with the same words Shion had given me. Transferred. Who told you something like that? Huh? I had only intended to borrow Shion's words, but I said it exactly the same way she had. Right down to the thorns in my voice. When I realized what I had done, I immediately tried to soften my remark. If he really had transferred, there would be records of it at school and stuff, right? But is there actually anything like that? Mion and Rena, their eyes grew wide. They were at a loss for words. I started to feel like I was doing something really bad. I thought they were only hiding the fact that Satoka's older brother ran away out of consideration for her. I'm not trying to blame you for anything, okay? I just wanted to ask what happened to Satoshi. That's all. I wasn't trying to blame them. The fact that I had to remind them even looked like I was tormenting them with an impossible question. No, maybe I was actually bullying them. Maybe I had lashed out of them in retaliation for Shion getting mad at me. This whole day had been so much fun, but now... Why did I go and say something that made all of that meaningless? Oh my god. I know this feeling all too well. Anybody else ever feel like, it's like you say one thing and then it's like, you think it's like innocent, or you just have like an innocent question or something. Because I think it's okay. Like, he wants to know what happened to Satoshi. He wants it to be cleared up. So he's like, so what happened? And, like, where did you hear that he transferred from? Because I want to double check. That's all, essentially. But anybody else have that situation where you say something in a conversation and then it feels like everything just shifts and dies, and it's like, I shouldn't have said anything. I should have just continued to stay quiet, and this is why I have social anxiety. I've had too many conversations die around me where I'm like, okay. That or I just struggle to even get involved in them. So, social anxiety, let's go. I couldn't help but regret my own careless curiosity. That's enough, let's drop it now. As I was about to say that, Mion spoke up. Well, it's not like we were hiding it or lying. I hope you understand, that's not what we were trying to do. Mion's tone conveyed her genuine awkwardness. They sounded like the excuses of a child who'd been presented with evidence of her own mischief. Satoshi, well, he didn't transfer schools, Mion said, resigning herself. But I felt bad for pushing her to say that. So, it's okay, Mion. Let's stop talking about Satoshi. Sorry for teasing you. I wanted to apologize, but right before that... Why are you saying that with a smile? Why is Rena saying that? Why did her face switch to a smile? For that sort of line? Guys, I think we found the spooky. Watanagashi was just, it was getting us excited for the scares when it's like, no, here it is. Let's find out. Okay. He won't come back. What? Unlike Mion's stammered reply, Rena was extremely clear and resolute. Good news. Is this a bad time? No, I could use some good news. He won't come back? What? He won't come back home ever since that day. Fix the system. Congratulations, friend. Good job. That is good news. He won't come back. That was a
very strange way of putting it. Normally, you would say that he hadn't come back yet. At least, I thought you'd only say it like Rena did if he wasn't capable of coming back. You wouldn't say it like that when talking about someone who ran away from home. What do you mean, he won't come back? Where did Satoshi go?
Don't know.
Rena's word choice felt very cold to me, especially because of her happy face. It was so cold that I couldn't muster a response right away. Well, she's right. After that day, Satoshi hasn't returned home. Mion noticed the deadlock between us and hurriedly followed up on what Rena had said. Well, that is... Everyone in the village searched for him, and we even got the police to help us look. And, well, they started thinking that maybe he ran away. They started thinking he maybe ran away? When running away from home, I thought you were supposed to leave a note or something. So, when Satoshi ran away, he would probably have left some kind of a letter apologizing to Satoko. That was just kind of what I figured. But from the way Mion was talking, it seemed a little different than just running away from home. The police did an investigation. Satoshi had been earning money at a part-time job and had put some aside. And they learned that on the day he vanished, he withdrew it all. And then at Nagoya Station or something, they spotted someone who looked a lot like Satoshi. He withdrew all his savings to fund his escape from home. Was that it? It seemed consistent enough to me. But before I could say anything...
I think that's a lie. Satoshi-kun didn't run away,
declared Rena shortly. Hey, wait. So, if he didn't transfer schools, or move away, and he didn't run away from home, then what on earth? Stop it, Rena. Mion whispered to her. Rena, however, continued without interruption. And then she said this.
Because it was Oyashiro-sama's curse.
And now we know about the curse. Already. It's not even Watanagashi yet, and yet we know about the curse. Oh my god. I don't think they've done that before. Isn't this the first time we actually heard about the curse before the Watanagashi? If so, that... Ooh, they mixing up the formula. They're mixing up the pattern of events. Huh? A curse? It took some time before I understood what Rena meant by that. Mion clicked her tongue and shook her head a little. Oh god, no, the face!
Satoshi talked to me before he disappeared. He said someone was watching him, stalking him. They even followed him home. He told me that when he went to bed, they were standing there at his bedside looking down at him.
Stop it, Rena.
It's a portent of Oyashiro-sama's curse, there's no doubt. I think, somewhere deep down, Satoshi-kun was probably thinking about abandoning Hinamizawa and running away. And Oyashiro-sama wouldn't allow that.
I said, stop it.
Oyashiro-sama is the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. He would never allow anyone to abandon Hinamizawa and run away. I apologized for it, but Satoshi-kun probably didn't.
It must have been Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's a new Angie face, oh god. Oyashiro-sama's curse?
I hadn't intended to repeat it, but the words came out of my mouth anyway. Oyashiro-sama's curse. The police may have said he ran away, but I don't believe it. I won't believe it, not ever. It's just a lie told by the self-important people in the village who don't want to admit it was the curse. And whether or not you believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse, it's... Mion struck Rena in the head. And not in a joking way, either. I told you to give it a rest, didn't I? I try to be nice, but you're pushing me to my limits. Pushing her to her limits. Actually, there was plenty of displeasure and anger in Mion's face at that moment. For a few moments after being hit, Rena looked astonished. Perhaps the voices of the Higurashi calmed her frantic mind, because after a little while, she regained her original calm expression. We arrived at the place we always split up with Mion. No one said a word until we got there. The voices of the Higurashi just tortured our ears with their buzzing. We'd always split up with Mion here, leaving just Rena and me. Hey, Kei-chan? Didn't I promise to lend you some manga? Wanna come over real quick? Huh? She promised that? However, I realized it was a convenient way of saying she wanted to talk to me alone. Oh, I see. Okay then, Rena will go home. Maybe she realized it, maybe she didn't. Thankfully, Rena quickly said she'd go home before us. Bye, Rena. See you tomorrow. Yep. See you tomorrow. Keiichi-kun, don't be too much of a bother now. It's already evening. I'm just going to borrow a few books. See ya. Considering the fun day we had, it was a very insipid, lonely parting. Hey, don't worry too much about before. Also, I just real quick want to address the comments. Yeah, her eyes. Like that super angry one. I don't think I've seen that one. I don't think that was in chapter 1. That was like straight up new, I'm pretty sure. I'd have to double check, like when she said lies. Maybe that was like her lies face. I would have to double check. Alright, anyway, sorry. Using the scroll wheel to double check comments also affected the thing. Anyway. Hey, don't worry too much about before. After a little while, Mion finally spoke. Quite some time had passed since splitting up with Rena. No, I'm not really... I think it was my fault, anyway. We weren't trying to hide anything about Satoshi. It's just one of those things that we shouldn't mention, you know? At this point, I understood exactly what she meant by that. Closed my eyes for like 30 seconds and accidentally fell asleep. Wish I could do that. Right? I also wish I could do that. But also, unfortunate. It seems you missed a very spoopy moment. Rena got her evil eyes going on. Anyway. At this point, I understood what she... Also, welcome back. I hope it at least was a nice rest. At this point, I understood exactly what she meant by that. Judging by her odd interactions with Rena, I understood it so well it hurts. That I shouldn't ever talk about it again. Actually, if that's the case, then with Shion too. No, this is a bigger problem. Talking about it in the first place had been indiscreet. I shouldn't have been interested in it at all. But that's why I really had to think about it. About why everyone got so irritated. Stop this, Keiichi Maibara. By the time I tried to warn myself, I had accidentally spoken already. I won't ask ever again. So, could you tell me honestly, what on earth happened to Satoshi? He ran away, right? For the most part, I think it was only like 20 minutes. Sometimes a 20-minute power nap can do wonders. If not less. Still. For a long time, Mion remained silent, but finally, unable to endure it any longer, she began to speak, timidly. Have you ever heard about Oyashiro-sama's curse? You know, before Rena said it earlier, that is. Anyway. Just a little bit. From what Rena literally just said, like, maybe like 30 minutes ago. I got the gist of it. I only overheard someone in class talking about it, though. Never mind. Oyashiro-sama was the name of the deity protecting Hinamizawa that they worship at the shrine we had the barbecue at today. And a few years ago, when they started talking about flooding Hinamizawa as part of the dam project, one of the I feel like they're missing a word. One of the people who worked on site died or something, and people blamed it on Oyashiro-sama's curse. Yeah, they died. That's putting it, like, I mean, true, but also putting it incredibly lightly. That's how it was. Satoshi's dead parents. They were proponents of the dam project. Huh? Wasn't everyone in the village against it? Why would they support the project if they lived here? The dam project that would flood the entirety of Hinamizawa. I'd heard the village all got together to fight the terrible project, but it was a little hard to believe there were villagers who were supporting it. Well, there was a lot of stuff going on. But not everyone agreed to stand up to the dam proposal. Satoshi's parents were basically the leaders of those who were all for it. Leaders of the ones for it. Satoko and Satoshi's parents? Yeah. The government had gathered a lot of compensation money to exchange for the construction of the dam. There were plenty of people who agreed with the proposal because they wanted the money. Aside from a few households, Hinamizawa was, in general, not very affluent. And not because they were proud to inherit the land of their ancestors. It wouldn't be strange if some people wanted enough money to start a new life. But even in that case, they would have had to hesitate to say so given the situation. It just happened to be Satoko and Satoshi's parents who understood that and stood up to be their representative. By that standard, you might say Satoko and Satoshi's parents were very heroic. They volunteered to be hated, all to help those without much money who didn't have a voice. And then their parents had bad luck. They died in an accident on the day of the festival honoring Oyashiro-sama. So people started to think that maybe it had been Oyashiro-sama's curse. I thought back to what Coach told me today. They went to a nature park on a family outing and fell from a cliff. So people thought even Satoshi running away from home was because of Oyashiro-sama's curse? Well, yeah. Basically.
It was a bit of an evasive reply, but I felt it was wrong to ask any further, so I didn't press her for details. I don't think I need to explain this, but for Satoko, her parents' accident and Satoshi running away, and all the business about Oyashiro-sama's curse, none of it's a very happy story, you know? Yeah, of course I knew. I could only nod silently. That's why we're not mentioning anything about Satoko's family. Even if someone talks about Satoshi, we just lie and say he transferred schools. Oh, excuse me, sorry, don't know where that came from. You can understand why, right? They wanted to protect Satoko's happiness, her smile. As someone who thought that way once, even for a short time, I really did regret having been imprudent enough to broach the topic to begin with. Yeah, I get it. I'm sorry I asked something so careless. When she heard that, Mion smiled, seeming a little relieved. With that understanding, thinking that I should get going, I began to make my way home. I could really have stopped by Mion's house, but it was already late. I'd stop by again the next time I had the chance. Bye then, Mion. Sorry about today. See you tomorrow. Yeah. Goodbye. We waved to each other. Then, suddenly remembering something, Mion called out to me. Kei-chan? One more thing. Not only around Satoko. Could you keep quiet about Satoshi with Rena too? Huh? I think you realized earlier, but for some reason, when it comes to Oyashiro-sama's curse, she gets extremely serious. Ever since she transferred here. Yeah, judging by how Rena was acting earlier, it was clearly no laughing matter to her. Mion had interrupted the conversation for us, but if Mion hadn't been here, what might have happened? Why would Rena be so serious about it? Not only Rena either, but Shion too. I don't know. Rena is... Oh, this is a secret, okay? If you tell anyone, we're not friends anymore. Mion emphasized this as her expression clouded even further. I won't tell. What's this about Rena? She says she's been a victim of Oyashiro-sama's curse before. Huh? Well, it may sound mean, but I think it might be a bad case of a persecution complex or some kind of wrong assumption. But she says so herself, so I believe her. If I poke fun at it, she gets pretty upset. Rena jokes around all the time, but she's really scary when she's mad. Flashback to chapter 1. I get it. Don't talk about it in front of Rena, right? About Satoshi. Yeah. If possible, I think we shouldn't talk about this ever again. For her sake. And for Satoko's. For everyone else's, too. And if I must say, for your own sake, too, Kei-chan. With her silence, Mion made sure I knew that. Wow. I was like, her mouth didn't move and there's no quotes. It's like, that is like conveyed through expression. Yeah. Okay. I got it. Thanks. Saying only that, she waved her hand and began walking away. I watched her go, a little dazed, and then started walking myself. Satoko's older brother, Satoshi. Had he run away from home?
Or had he been a victim of the curse and disappeared forever? Whichever the case, none of this was anything I should have asked about. The cooling air forced me into self-reflection. I wanted Satoko to smile. Yet, my curiosity easily defeated me, and I frivolously tried to step into the dark side of things in a joking way. I'm shameful. I wanted today to be exactly like yesterday. I wanted tomorrow to be just as fun as today, too. So why did I go and do something like that? We were having a blast at the baseball game yesterday. And today we had a blast at the big barbecue party, too. It was a lot of fun. But then I went and almost nullified all of those fun times. I would have to be more careful starting tomorrow. I would put all this unpleasant stuff behind me forever. Like hell, I'm gonna let my enjoyable life end because of how careless I was today. But the more I thought that I'd be more careful starting tomorrow, the more I couldn't get rid of the ominous thought that I had already put an end to those enjoyable days with what I'd just done. Hey, wait. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. The gears of destiny are freaking gigantic, aren't they? What happened just now was trivial. It doesn't make any sense to think my life will be totally different starting tomorrow. Like, what am I, in a horror game with some weird time loop? But even though I understood it logically, the mist in my heart wasn't going to fade. Until tomorrow turned out to be as fun as today. I'm acting weird. I'm thinking a little too much about that conversation. I wish tomorrow would come already. I wanted it to make me understand how absurd my insignificant doubts really were. The night was long. I think that's the end of chapter 4 right there. So we'll take another quick little breaky break after this to get up and stretch. Actually, no, 3 tips this time. Okay. What? One of those said autopsy. Hold the fuck up. We'll look at the tips and then we'll do a break. Okay, hold on. You have my attention at autopsy. Up. She slide a little. Okay. Slacker manager. Shion-san, why don't you help out a little? Are you asking a girl to carry something heavy? This is why you still haven't found a nice lady at your age, coach. Well, you see, at times like these, here's what people say. It's none of your business. Wow. But also, wow, Shion, this menu music is more disturbing than no music. Because of like the almost distorted sounding cicada sounds, yeah. But also, wow, Shion, really gonna enforce gender stereotypes, saying you ain't strong? Wow. That's lame, girl. Anyway, he was loading the station wagon with heaps of equipment we'd used for today's barbecue meeting. All the fathers and sons who had helped were starting to get in their way. Oh, the do. Okay, hold on. All the fathers and sons who helped were starting to get on their way. Alright, so Shion-san, why did you come all the way here? If you rode here on your bike, I can give you a lift. Don't. I did, but I'll be fine riding back. I appreciate your consideration. I will.
As in, I will take a listen. Anyway. Things don't... I was glad you came today. Things don't quite fit together without the manager here.
Am I still the manager? I've been shirking my duty for an entire year, so maybe you should just fire such an incompetent manager already.
Alright, if you say you want to quit, then I'll fire you whenever you want.
That's not fair. Let me go soon, please? Every time I don't show up at a game, I get an annoying phone call, and I can't stand those.
If you were more honest with yourself, Xian-chan, you'd be far cuter. Stop! Your father is so sad. Where did he go so wrong as to deserve such a rebellious daughter? Oh, perhaps if your father catches you in a big love... Stop! You'll open your eyes? Well then, don't mind if I cease! Stay away from him, madam! The coach was fooling around with all his might, but Xion just smiled into the distance without responding, knowing that Yatsu was about to come and kick him like a bamboo. Nothing's changed. You're still a weirdo, coach, and everyone's still lively as ever. Even though Satoshi-kun isn't here. Is that what you wanted to say? Also, I didn't respond to your comment earlier, Yatsu, but no, I do not believe you can stab Oyashiro-sama. I don't think we can kill him. I think it'd be kind of hard to kill a god. Anyway. He'll come home, I'm sure of it. He has someone waiting for him. Say whatever you want. He sure is cruel, isn't he? Going off to who knows where, leaving such a cute girlfriend behind. Huh? Girlfriends? Who? Who? Huh? Somebody's jelly. Man has already killed God. What's stopping us from doing it again? Fair enough. I think it's a bit different when it's a spiritual Japanese god. It might be a little bit harder. Especially a god of this lore and caliber, but we'll see. Jeez. Quit laughing already. Coach! He's still laughing. Coach bent over and laughed heartily for a little while. Why are they not using the sunset background on this? It's bothering me to have different lighting. Anyway, we'll see each other again. Please, come and root for us once in a while, okay? If I feel like it. I have no desire to be the manager anymore, after all. That's fine. If you don't like it, I'll fire you. I'm not the kind of person who likes forcing people to do things against their will. Okay, fine, fine. I'm sorry. You win this round. If I feel like it, I'll come root for you. So for today, just be patient. Whoops, that time already? Listen, consent may be sexy, but this man is not. That's like one of the few redeeming things I've seen about this man. It's best time to return all this. I'm already making them wait for me. I'll be leaving for today then. Let's meet again at the next game. Yes, if I feel like it. Goodbye, coach. So I take it that was to tell us. We gotta confirm that. First off, is this the music or the one on the last menu? But yeah, I guess that's confirming that, or letting us know that Shion, if she is not the girlfriend, she definitely has has, whatever tense works. Doesn't feel as creepy to me. Like, it had, I think it had creepier music in other chapters, but anyway. Uh... Yeah, okay, so yeah, I guess, you know, now we know Shion has a thing for Satoshi, has had whatever tense works. Interessante. That explains why she took it seriously. Anyway, copy of the preliminary autopsy. Autopsy of what? The autopsy suggests the victim was killed in the following manner. Just jumping right into it, I see. 1. Entire body bound in restraints. Traces left behind from when the body seemed to have been bound indicated usage of a specific restraining table rather than rope or another common method. A restraining table, much like a table we might find in the warehouse with all the torture implements, maybe? I am concerned. Finger joints on either hand appear to have been bound especially tightly. Yep. Flashback to last chapter. Yep. Highly likely that the table was either specially made or homemade given this information. 2. Both ears and nose severed with a sharp blade? What? The traces of the restraints and other things seem to suggest there was at least one more other than the one who severed these body parts holding down the victim's head? What? Traces of the restraint and other things seem to suggest there was at least one more other than the one who severed these body parts holding down the victim's head. So it's like there was more than one person behind whatever this was. Oh my god. Possible that multiple blades were used, with one of them most likely being scissors or shears. 3. 5 nails penetrated fingers on each hand. 1 long nail stuck in each joint of each finger on each hand for a total of 30. Again, the math. The deceased fingers were nailed to wooden planks 20 square centimeters large. Extremely likely these planks were part of the restraining table. In addition, it is likely that the table was originally designed for just such a purpose. 4. Abdomen incised, intestines removed. Oh my god, oh my god. We are so in the spoopy territory, people. The incision in the abdomen is likely to have been a technique grounded in medical methodology using a sharp blade. Estimated that there was still no threat to the victim's life at this stage. Yeah, because, I mean, I guess technically, like, doctors do it in operations all the time. You can take intestines out and it not be a problem. They'll do that in certain surgeries, so. After this, the organs inside the incision were dismantled and removed. Fully removed is a big problem, though. I mean more like, you know, just have them hanging out and, like, supported on some sort of structure, but fully removed now, that's a problem. Anyway, the victim likely died as a result of this process. Only likely, though. Just slightly likely. 5. Body disposed. After fastening a dumbbell to the victim's neck using a commercial pet collar. What? A pet collar? The victim was likely abandoned in the... I just remembered the first scene of this chapter. The very first fucking scene was finding a body in the, in a drain. Oh my god, I did not... Oh my god, we actually gotta follow it to... Oh my god. So much has happened. It's like, we just finished chapter 4 and already so much has happened that I forgot about the literal first scene in this whole chapter. I guess that's that answers the question of whose autopsy. Well, I mean, the question of who still remains, but also, the victim was likely abandoned in the Oji River's third drain. Judging by the dumbbell's weight, it's highly possible they would have needed at least 3 grown men to dispose of the body. Huh. Someone is drunk. And there's the man's name. To Oishi-san. Here's a copy of the preliminary autopsy of the slaughtered corpse in the Oiji River. Oji, probably. Anyway, Chief Shigeharu sees this as having a possible relation to the S group. S group? What are your thoughts, Oishi-san? A certain man is making his appearance. East round 3. I bet it's gonna have Oishi. Yep, there's a laugh. There it is. Ron. 3 Chun, 3 Dora, Mangan with 1,500 extra. What? What's up with that? How do you have 3 Dora? You idiot. You're the one who flipped over another Kandora when you knew Oishi was in Tenpai. That's what you get. Getting more Dora was the only thing I could do after revealing the Chun. You can't discard a Dora tile after a Yakuhai is out. This is all a foreign language to me, but I think they talk in Mahjong. Oishi grinned meaningfully as his buddies, swearing, began breaking down the walls and reforming them. By the way, Oishi-san. Identified her yet? Her? What? Oh, the mutilated body in the drainage channel. That her. My god, bro. Any new leads come up? Yes, well, you'll have to find proof yourself, though. Dental records? Hello? You're really something. Who is the deceased? Rina Mamiya. Actual name, Ritsuko. This name does not ring a bell to me. Apparently, she worked for the Blue Mermaid, a hostess bar on Shishibone Flower Road. Phew, that's a nasty place. A young leader of the Sonozakis owns it, yeah? Ah, S group. Yep, okay. Sonozaki. Whoops, so it's related to the S group. That mountain will be tough to scale. Rumors say the deceased had been dipping into the Sonozaki's protection money. And on a pretty significant scale, too, from what I've heard. A woman getting her hands on the protection money. Sounds like a man's behind it. Not a lot of women do that sort of thing themselves. Well, he's dead anyway. What? The body just hasn't been found yet. About that. Oishi-san? Cohabitant's apparently alive. Alive? Then maybe he'll die soon. Jesus, bro. Oh, I know this because Yu-Gi-Oh! Has an archetype of dragons based around Mahjong. Bro, that's actually sick. I love that. Vermin usually exterminate other vermin. I think we have a very nice self-cleansing system going on. Bro. Anyway, her man. It's, well... There's another Hojo? What? It's Teppei Hojo. Hojo? Who's that? Teppei Hojo, the husband of the housewife who was beaten to death last year in Hinamizawa. I heard he disappeared after the incident, though. I get it. He was staying at his lover's place, huh? And so the Sonozakis grow ever more suspicious. Where is he now? He was living in a woman's apartment. He must have thought she abandoned him, so he's been searching around shops and other gathering places. The implications. Okay. Real quick, gonna send another BRB while we take a quick stretch break and hydration break and save your work and, you know, if you can't stretch, at least release the tension in your body, relax the jaw, all that stuff. All right. Real quick, BRB. Alright, quick break over. No, it's good. Oh, I am so excited. We're actually getting some of the scares more than I sooner than I thought we would. Anyway, gonna save progress real quick, just in case. End of chapter 4. Let us continue. We still got time? Let's continue. One more chapter, probably.
Morning, Keiichi. Hi. What time did you go to sleep?
Ah, yes, the question I hate being asked. I did not sleep well last night at all. Join the club, my guy. Right there with you. My mother could tell from a single glance. I had the worst dreams. Nightmares. Very ominous dreams, one after the other, again and again. I woke up after each one, but could never even remember a fraction of what they had been about. Yeah, I will say, it kind of sucks when you wake up from a nightmare and you notice that you were crying from it, and then you can't remember what it's about, and it's like, what had me so emotionally distressed I was actually crying in my sleep? What did I dream about? Maybe it's best I don't remember, though. But it was like those dreams were predicting something unpleasant. And I woke up in a terrible mood. Hey now, every day has been calm and fun before today, right? Technically before yesterday evening, but anyway. Those days should continue on, unchanging. And yet, anxiety was the only emotion growing within me. Why was that? Nightmares reflect your own anxiety. They show an uneasy mind which you wouldn't normally admit to. Sorry, what the fuck what happened to my reading? Hold on. They show an uneasy mind which you wouldn't admit to normally. My brain's trying to insert normally after wouldn't. Sheesh. Yesterday, I remembered the ominous conversations about Satoshi I had with Shion, Mion, and Rena. Right. My mind felt like it was in a black fog, because we had talked about that. If I'd lived every day without causing a fuss, my reward would be ever more peaceful days. I understood that. So why did I cause such discord? Well, let's be real. You were asking yourself this in chapter 1 as well. I think you're prone to morbid curiosity. Not that that's a bad thing. It's human nature to be curious, but you felt the same way after looking into, like, the dismemberment case. And then you were like, why did I ever look into it? And I get it. It's just curiosity can have consequences. It's like the whole curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back. Anyway. But also, this is like me. It's like, why did I say that one stupid thing in a conversation? Now my friends are gonna forever judge me. When in actuality, they're like, oh no, dude, we're totally fine. Why are you still hanging on that? I completely forgot about it. But now that I thought about it calmly, a simple verbal slip on my part couldn't possibly change the world. Yeah, as long as I'm sorry for doing it and never talking about it again, there's nothing that anyone can blame me for, right? Besides, how would my fate possibly change just because I talked about that? You basically just asked, what could possibly go wrong? Oh, my sweet summer child Keiichi Maibara. My poor, sweet, dumb fucking Keiichi Maibara. Nothing was going to change. Yeah, nothing would change. Nothing would change. Nothing would change. Ha 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 ha. That's a creepy smile. If you're still half asleep, then go wash your face. I'd finally cheered up enough to smile, and Mom slapped me right back down. Now I was irritated again. Well, my smile ain't good enough for you, Ma?
There wasn't much time left before I had to meet up with Rena. I frantically started to get ready to go to school. Have a good day. Watch out for cars.
There's barely any cars to watch out for.
It's just a vibe I got. I don't know.
Does chapter 1 mean anything to you? In Hinamizawa, anyway.
I dashed out the front door.
Sorry, I thought I felt something crawl on my arm. I appear to be fine now. Maybe it was just a loose hair. Anyway.
I dashed out the front door. The morning air was far more refreshing than the water on my face. That's right, Keiichi Maibara. If you're sorry enough about it and reflect upon your mistakes, that's enough.
Now, let's pull yourself together and get to school. And return to fun, enjoyable days. Where everyone laughs, plays, and just has a good time.
I'll be nice to Satoko as an apology, too.
Yeah.
Wasn't I supposed to be her Nini until Satoshi got back?
Fuck, I thought about Satoshi again!
Good morning, Keiichi-kun. Rena, too, looked nothing like she had yesterday when she said that weird stuff. If I could only forget, then I could still act like nothing had happened. So I called out to her with all the energy I could muster.
Hey, morning, Rena. Early as usual today.
Morning.
Good morning.
There was little time before the same old morning homeroom began. But Satoko and Rika-chan were unusually absent.
Oh, God. Maybe they went to play somewhere? Oh, God.
However, looking over and seeing none of their things... So it looks like they really hadn't come to school. Both of them? They're almost never late. Rena seemed to be enjoying herself, thinking about what their excuse for being late would be. Mion said something nonsensical as well, imagining how funny the reason they were late must have been. I'll be honest, when they said they had to go pick up food for dinner, my mind may have, like, for a fraction of a moment told myself, what if something goes wrong? But I was like, it's so benign, maybe not. Now I'm scared that that one little inkling may have been right, and I hate it. And of course, we're going to be at school, so it'll be hours before we even know it. I don't know. I had only come to school to see their energetic faces, since I figured it would get rid of these feelings I have. But the load on my chest remained where it was. It wasn't very pleasant at all. Hey, Chie, listen, I will any day of the week, of the year, of my life choose you over Irie. I'm being honest. I don't care about your crazy curry obsession. I would encourage it. Just, you are way better than that freak. Anyway, good morning, everyone. President, if you would. Everybody stand up. Our teacher finally arrived. Then, finally, I heard the pitter-patter of footsteps running down the hall. Is Satoko with you? Clatter. Rika-chan was the first to run through the open door. And then Satoko didn't come. Oh no. You're late, Furude-san. Where's Hojo-san? It was unusual for Rika-chan to be late, but equally unusual for Satoko, a ball of energy, to be absent at all. Everyone's eyes were wide at the series of strange events. Satoko might be a little bit late. Has she come down with something? The teacher walked over to Rika-chan and they started talking in hushed tones. Rika-chan is late and Satoko is absent. I guess crazy things can happen. You're right. But I wonder what happened to Satoko-chan. Is she sick? Why now, when I most wanted to see Satoko's energetic phase? The unease that had been building since last night tightens within my chest. Kei-chan, you worry too much. Sometimes girls of her age can't help but stay homesick. I don't know, honey. Mi-chan, you're not supposed to say that around boys. What? Are you talking about periods? Mion laughed indecently. Normally, I would laugh along with her, but right now, I just didn't feel like it. Personally, I think it's better when boys know about periods, because then they know to be more respectful to girls when they're going through that shit. Or uterus havers, I should say. People who go through menstruation. Listen, menstruation sucks. Which is why I think it needs to be talked about, because there's too many... flashback to that one video of someone being like, of a boy being like, well, how do you pee if you have a tampon in? Like, how does that work? Talk about reproductive organ health more, please. Homeroom ended and we went to talk to Rika-chan in the short time we had before first period started. Hey, Rika-chan? You looked so sad. So very sad when getting yelled at for being late. I'll make sure to pet you today. Who's saying that? I was very aware of my gloom this morning, so I strove to keep my tone cheerful. That's a little on the creepy side, honey. I petted Rika-chan's head the same way she always did, but she didn't cheer up at all. What happened to Satoko? Did she get sick? For instance, she got a fever from playing around too much yesterday. If that had been her response, I would have accepted it in a flash. But the atmosphere around Rika-chan felt somehow heavy. It was a little weird, and it actually made my unease worse. Hey, come on, come on. There's certain things she can't talk to boys about. Kei-chan, back to your seat, back to your seat. Mion, acting just like a club president, pulled me back to my chair. Rika-chan's gaze immediately fell back to her desk, and she hung her head gloomily. Oh my god, I can't... I struggle to picture Rika like this, which just... It makes me more sad. Rika-chan had said something odd. That Satoko might be a little bit late. They were living together, weren't they? Then she would have known for sure. She wouldn't have said might. I didn't understand why she was absent, and that made me all the more anxious. Damn it, what's going on today? It's like we started off on the wrong foot, and it wasn't going to get any better. What's the matter, Keiichi-kun? You seem pretty down this morning. Rena noticed how I looked and whispered to me while the teacher wasn't looking. Do I really seem that way? Is my opposite of a poker face acting up again? Yeah. Even Rena is starting to feel down just looking at you. You're not feeling down looking at Rika? I thought of jokingly saying, then don't look at me, but I didn't even feel like doing that. Is it something you can tell Rena? I don't know what you're worried about, but if I can help, then you can tell me, okay? I won't tease you. Rena said this, looking me straight in the eye. Until yesterday, nothing strange had happened, and it was a lot of fun. Huh? Rena's eyes widened for a moment, not understanding what I meant, but she remained silent and listened. It was peaceful and fun. Every day was lively. I never had any doubt things would stay that way forever. Yeah, you're right. Every day is fun. I'm sure today will be too.
You sure? How do you know?
Well...
Rena, feeling perplexed, couldn't think of something to say. I didn't blame her. What was I trying to say, or what I was trying to say, seemed a little confusing, even to me. When I think about it, I've been anxious lately. Like, maybe since every day is fun, one day, all of a sudden, it would get really dark, like a light bulb turned off.
Yeah, Rena kind of understands how you feel.
Rena nodded gently. We've always been taught that it wouldn't only be good things happening to us. Sometimes I'm scared of what's going on behind the fun. It's a little bit sad, but because of that, we learned how to do our best to make sure that the fun never stops. I see. Okay, yep, that's what I was concerned about. That was Rena saying it. Okay.
So it's not a bad thing that you think our fun lives might not go on forever, Keiichi-kun. Kind of like... like, if suddenly there was a volcanic eruption tomorrow and everyone died.
Hey, wait, that's... terrible.
If you were the only one who survived the catastrophe, Keiichi-kun, how would you feel?
How would I... I imagine myself being that sole survivor in the ruins of Hinamizawa. Rubble and the bodies of friends lying in heaps at my feet. Okay. Your imagination is very vivid in this case. I would not have thought about that. It was such an abhorrent sight. Was it sadder that all my friends had died? Or was it sadder that I couldn't have died with them? I didn't know which, but I'd probably cry a lot. It'd probably break my heart. First, I think I'd cry.
And then maybe you would think this. If this was my destiny, then I should have made sure every day before this was as fun as possible so I had no regrets.
I didn't want to consider such a horrible event to be my destiny. I really hope this isn't foreshadowing shit. But... I probably would think that.
The fun times will end one day, and nobody knows when they will. It makes sense to live each day to the fullest so that if it does happen tomorrow, you don't regret anything.
Yeah.
It's really hard to think like that. A lot of people take their everyday happiness for granted. They think tomorrow will be the same as today, so they leave things they could do today for tomorrow. They leave the kindness they could have shown today until tomorrow.
Rena was usually cheerful and silly, but right now she wasn't like that at all. She was taking my troubles seriously. It was a little reassuring.
But, Keiichi-kun, you realized it. I think that's a wonderful thing. So that unease you have, I think you should keep it close to your heart.
Keep my unease close?
Yes. Everyone might die tomorrow in a big catastrophe. So you should be really nice to everyone today. So when the end really does come, you don't regret it.
Do you do that, Rena? Live like you would have no regrets if everyone died tomorrow?
Yep.
It was such a hyperbolic conversation, but Rena just gave me a nonchalant nod of her head.
Rena knows what it's like for the fun times to end overnight. She knows there's no proof tomorrow will be fun, even if today is. I'm living life to the fullest.
It seemed like Rena perfectly understood all the anxiety I couldn't put into words. And on top of that, like a reliable teacher, she showed me what to do. Oh, Oh. Hey, Keiichi Maibara, there's no need to cry now. Last night, I feel like I had a dream about Satoko. I don't remember what kind of dream it was, but ever since this morning, I felt anxious. Because you thought seeing Satoko-chan's energetic face would cheer you up, right? She was right on the money. If everyone had been here with smiles on their faces this morning, then the murk in my heart would have definitely been blown to smithereens. Then, if Satoko-chan arrives, you'll have to be nice to her. Actually, it's totally fine if you play your usual pranks on each other, as long as you're having fun. Yeah, you're right. So that even if these fun days come to an end, I'd have no regrets. I couldn't tell if what Rena told me had been comforting or just made me more anxious. But it was enough to make me think that if I saw Satoko again, I'd be honest with her. I don't like the use of if I saw it. That was an if, right? If I saw Satoko again. I don't like if. I don't like if. One word, filling me with dread. Lunchtime arrived, with everyone pushing their desks together, like always. Satoko wasn't here. Despite that, we had bento boxes for 5 lined up on our desks. Rika-chan had made a bento for Satoko, too. Was Satoko supposed to be here before lunch? Rika-chan was clearly acting strangely. We were talking to her, but it felt like she was too far away to hear us. I'd never seen Rika-chan so downcast. So, the rest of us started feeling down too. Hey, Rena, I understood what she had said before pretty well. When we were together, we were supposed to have lots of fun, so we wouldn't have any regrets if the world ended tomorrow. And yet, while I just resolved myself to do it, now we can't be all now we can't all be together. What the hell? Because it was just so sudden, wasn't it? I mean, yesterday was so fun, so who could believe it would all end today? No volcanoes had erupted, and no earthquakes or fires had happened either. The cicadas were making the same noises they did yesterday, and the sun remained bright in the sky. It was the same normal day as always. So then, why? As I pondered, Rena's chopsticks reached in front of my face and stole the fried chicken out of my bento.
If no one else wants it, Rena will take it.
Listen. I understand what you are trying to do. I just think now's not the time to be silly. Now's the time to try to figure out what happened to Satoko, because she might be in trouble. Ah. I'm scared.
Hee, delicious!
Rena tossed the entire piece into her mouth and began munching on it, her expression one of bliss. I'm such an old man. Rena got a leg up on me. Alright. This old man's taking this bit of steak here.
All my food is gone except my rice.
Rika-chan, also behind the curve, smiled again and went for someone else's bento. As I sat there, dazed at how quickly everyone had changed, Rena sent a wink over to me.
Come on, Keiichi-kun. Live life to the fullest.
If I were gonna live life to the fullest, I'd be figuring out what the fuck happened to Satoko. That way, if a volcano erupts tomorrow, the volcano's erupting right now. It'll be okay. It's not. This is serious. I'll be damned if dried plums and rice are the only things I have left for lunch. I'm taking that meatball. I stuffed the meat into my mouth and constructed a clumsy smile. I played along as if trying to fool myself. But as I did, it rapidly became less and less of an act. Now, oh my god. And I kind of understand, they're just school students. It'll be a problem if they just up and leave in the middle of the day, but still, like... Satoko still wasn't here. But at some point, we had regained our lively lunchtime. We had fun, we smiled, and we fooled around. Thanks, everyone. This was definitely the best thing to do. As Satoko is mysteriously not here. This way, when Satoko suddenly dropped by, we could welcome her with our best smiles. The more I smiled, the more I felt the anxiety from this morning clearing away. Oh, I bet it's gonna rush back when we get to the end of the school day and Satoko still ain't here. Wasn't there a proverb that went something like, fortune comes in by a merry gate? I think so. If it's true, then this old man will roll around the floor laughing 24/7.
Rena thinks it's true. If you laugh every day, it'll be fun every day. Rena has a way with words.
Then, should we try it out? Everyone took a deep breath, then brought their faces together, locking shoulders. And then... busted out laughing. Everyone laughed uproariously from their stomachs. Meanwhile, I'm panicking on the inside thinking about Satoko, trying to laugh out all of the bad stuff accumulating in them. By the time our bento boxes were empty, everyone was right as rain. But Satoko is still missing! Why is everyone brushing off concerning things? Why is everyone brushing off fucking Coach? And now everyone's like, well, Satoko's probably just gonna be late. Anyway, let's laugh. There's a time and place. There's a time and place for niceties. This is not it. This is not something we should be brushing off and laughing about. Having heard our friendly banter, Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun walked up timidly and timidly spoke to us. Excuse me, my Bara-san. Sorry to interrupt your fun, but we need your help with something. They grinned dryly and scratched their heads. What could it be? Want to know how to remove the censor bars in porn magazines? By the way, don't believe what you hear about butter doing the trick. Total superstition. You can't use an eraser either. What the fuck, bro? Oh, are we talking about the censor bars? I was like, what sort of... Wait, what? Seriously? That's not what we're here for, said Tomita-kun, elbowing Okamura-kun. Actually, our ball got caught in the gutter on the second floor. We were thinking you might be able to reach it since you're tall. I see. Asking an upperclassman for help comes with its own price, you know. I'm not cheap. You can't buy me out so easily. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun conversed for a short time, then gave their reply. I just want to go fast to see where's Satoko. I need people to be concerned about Satoko again. We'll give you the right to take a nap during class, my Barasan. How does that sound? What do you mean? I can sleep during class whenever I want. Why do I need your permission for it? Oh, no you can't. The next time you take a nap, we'll tell Sensei about it. So doing the opposite of pay, they're blackmailing, essentially. Well, I see. How sly. You little... Where did you learn to bargain like that? Grrr. Sorry. It was just a little joke. Come on, Kate-chan. Why not just cave into your underclassmen's threats? Kukuku. And now Mion was getting on my nerves. Suddenly it came to me, and I took Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun's hands. Alright, I surrender. I'll get your ball for you, so give me all the rights to nap time. Huh? Oh, okay. Look, Mion. I now have the privilege. But you don't, do you? Tomita-kun, Okamura-kun. Tell on Mion as soon as she falls asleep. Got it? Yeah. Rena and Rika-chan began to cackle at Keiji-kun's victory. I wasn't sure how the ball managed to get stuck up there, but it was planted firmly in the school building's second-floor gutter. Hand me that stick. I should be able to reach it. Here we go. Erg. I took a bamboo pole and poked the ball with it. Damn, it's hard. Come on. Oh, he got it. You got it, my Barasan. Thank you so much. The ball rolled down the gutter and fell down behind the school building. My underclassmen ran over in that direction, leaving me by myself. Mission complete, I guess. Sheesh. There was still a lot of time left until lunch break was over. We're still in lunch break! Guess I should go back to the classroom. I'd absorb myself in a silly conversation with everyone and wait for afternoon classes and Satoko. Just when I thought that and turned towards the entrance, someone suddenly called out to me. Oh. Hello there. Good day. Sorry for bothering you during your lunch break. It was a middle-aged man I didn't know. Yet. In this timeline. Or maybe I'd passed by him a few times and I'd seen his face, but I didn't know him. When his half-smile deepened, something within me shuddered with fear. You know what made me shudder with fear? The tense music. There was no basis for that. Okay, time to lock back in. Time to lock back in. No reason. But I shuddered. I was somewhat confused about those emotions, not quite understanding them myself. There was one thing I could say, though. Nobody but teachers and students should be at school. This person shouldn't have been here. I felt less of a tremble and more of a sense of dread. Like a caterpillar, brilliantly colored and garish, bilious greens. Bilious? I've actually never seen that word. Anyway, were crawling across my forehead. You mean was? Because you said, like, a caterpillar. So was crawling across my forehead. People, hire me. A feeling of disgust that neither itchy nor gross could describe as the frizzly, dreadful hair rubbed against my brow. I didn't even want to see his face. I wanted to jump backwards and run away. It's almost like your inner self, like your soul, that bad instances of the other timelines have burned into your soul, so right now you're like, bad shit only happens when he's around. I need to go. But anyway. An unpleasant feeling, for which I didn't even know the cause. The other side of myself has nothing but questions. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Bilious, because Bilious... Or maybe I don't know. I'll look it up later. The other side of myself has nothing but questions. Hey, what are you doing? What are you disgusted by? This is the first time you've met him. It's rude to hate someone for no reason. Okay, other side. There's a thing called vibes.
And sometimes someone can just give you a bad vibe with one look. Anyway. No answers were coming. I held my silence, waiting, a damp sweat running down my forehead. When he saw that... Did he give you his name yet? He did not. How do you know his name is Oishi? When he saw that, Oishi thought maybe he was being intimidating and gave me a relaxed smile. How do you know his name? Oh, please, excuse me. That was either a translation issue, but I've never seen them slip like that. I've never seen them slip like that. So I don't think it was a writing error. If it is, then fuck me. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. I was also thinking, it makes me think of bile, so I guess it works. Yeah. But yeah, bilious. Good to know. Oh, please, excuse me. I'm no one suspicious, I assure you. I'm Oishi, from the Okinomiya Police Department. See, he just now introduced himself and gave his name. Why did that inner dialogue call him Oishi? They've never... that's not a slip they would make. Right? Maybe I'm overthinking it, but that's normally when a character knows someone's name before they've introduced themselves. It is sus as hell for some reason. So... Keiichi, I have concerns. Was my comment about past events being seared deep into your soul actually, like, is there some validity to thinking that? Anyway. Wait, where did I put my card? Huh? What? This is... What? He fished through various pockets, then finally found his police ID and showed it to me, grinning dryly. He may have been trying to use those clumsy seeming actions to ease my anxiety, but I could definitely say it didn't work. Why was I this nervous? There was a reason, of course. If I wanted today to be the same as before, then today didn't need someone who hadn't been here back then. The fact that a man who wasn't here yesterday showed up today meant that today would be a different day than those before it. It's already different because Rika came in late and sad, and Satoko's nowhere to be seen. Y'all need to stop being in denial about it and go do something. That would mark the end of the fun and happy days. I gulped and erased that that ominous conclusion from my mind. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. It's just an old guy who looks kind of perverted and came from the police department. Don't go deciding that the fun times are over. He just came here because of his job. Yeah. Just for his job. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And what is that job? If he's working, then he would normally go to the teacher's lounge, right? The fact that he spoke to me... Yes, it must have been to ask where it was. Are you looking for the teacher's lounge? You just have to go through the entrance, and I didn't want to look at this man for another second, so I started pushing things along. Oishi, however, didn't seem to have any interest in the teacher's lounge. Oh, no. I don't have anything to do there. Could I get you to call a friend of yours, if I may be so bold? A friend? Who? A girl. Could you call Satoko Hojo-san for me? I was expecting him to say Rika. Because maybe this was tied to Satoko, but no. My consciousness grew faint. Like I was about to pass out. Yes.
my anxiety was realized. The dreadful, disgusting caterpillar was looking at me, about to crawl into my ear. Its frizzly, dreadful hair was I don't need these visuals, please. Touching my ear cavity. That's how bad it felt. What do the police need with Satoko? No. It's nothing important. I just had 2 or 3 things to ask. I'd like it if you could cooperate with me. Why? Why, of all people, was it Satoko? Why would a police officer come here in the middle of the day for something that wasn't important? This man was strange. I could smell it. And it smelled bad. Just a whiff of it made me want to grimace. I knew that this man couldn't possibly be here to deliver her lost wallet or anything. I couldn't imagine what he needed from Satoko, but it had to be something unpleasant. My throat stung with a burning pain. Burned like a parched, creviced wasteland. The wasteland broke apart deep in my throat and brought out the words from deep in my mind. You may need something from her, but I don't think Satoko needs anything from you. Could you please leave? Oishi probably hadn't expected that reply. Yeah, it's pretty bold of you to say to a cop. Just saying. He stood there, surprised for a few moments. I did as well. I hadn't thought words like that could ever come out of my mouth. Things might still work out. This guy may have shown up out of the blue, but if I drove him off, maybe I could make it so that it never happened. If I could do that, then I could get back the peace we had until yesterday. I could get it back. Bro, you are so in denial right now. Well. You sure are strict. Are you Satoko-san's manager, perhaps? Can I not see her without an appointment? If you just want to talk to her, shouldn't you just call her? Barging into school in the middle of the day isn't normal. Breaking through a dam would have been the perfect analogy to use. Why didn't I like this man? This man shouldn't have been here. I needed to make it so that this man wasn't here. Childish, selfish emotions bubbled up from the depths of my mind, and they each came out of my mouth just as it had been formed. Not liking the guy was my own problem. But to say things so bluntly to him? Even I thought I was crazy. Oh. You're the logical sort, aren't you? I'm not too good with people who talk like that. Oishi grinned and scratched at his sweaty throat. Even as he feigned stupidity, I could tell he was irritated. Hey, Keiichi Maibara? Why am I looking for a fight with this old policeman here? Yeah, I was like, why are you picking a fight with a cop right now, bro? It's not like he brought the gift of misfortune with him, all wrapped up in paper, right? Right. It wasn't like he had brought a package of misfortune with him and was asking me to sign here, please. Rationally speaking, I understood all that. So then, why was I so... Finally, I outlasted Oishi in our game of silence, and he gave a big sigh. Then he addressed a few of my female underclassmen running around nearby. Oh, excuse me, all of you. Do you have a moment? I'd like you to call Satoko Hojo-san if you could. My underclassmen tried to smile in reply, but they noticed the oddly stiff atmosphere around me, and seemed hesitant to give a quick answer. Is she not here? Satoko Hojo-san.
Hojo-san, she stayed home today.
Stayed home? His face remained smiling. Friend, that is not a smile right there. That ain't a smile. But his tone was clearly one of ill humor.
Such conspicuous spite caused my underclassmen, who had answered honestly, to cringe in fear. I see. Dear me. I'm quite unlucky. He was smiling broadly, but the way he laughed didn't make me feel better at all. When he noticed that his laughter wasn't getting anyone else to laugh with him, he immediately stopped. So, you girls, could you tell me the name of this boy here? He grabbed the girls by the shoulders so they wouldn't run away, and crouched down to address them at eye level. The girls flinched away from the sharp, piercing light in his eyes. And in exchange for their release, they didn't resist and told him my name. I see. Keiichi Maibara-san, is that it? He said my full name. That was all he said, and yet I couldn't help but shudder. It was like he had grabbed me by the collar with just those words. Oh, could you be the son of the Maibara family I've heard so much about? I hear your father is a renowned artist. His works go on display twice a year in the Great Exhibition in Tokyo, don't they? I don't know what sort of fantastic pictures he creates, though. Then there's your mother. She seems intelligent, too. Oh my god, it's like him being like, I know about your life. Now, come the fuck on. He's doing a power move right now. Then there's your mother. She seems intelligent, too. I heard she was a high academic achiever. She went to some girls' university, didn't she? It's amazing for someone that age to have graduated from a girls' university. Could your mother actually be the daughter of a respectable family? At least, those are the rumors, and they say she's a cold person because of it. Did you know that? She only went to the very first neighborhood association meeting, right? Bro, we getting lore drops on the family, especially the mom? That's certainly no good. You can't disrespect your neighbors in a place like this. Oh, good God. A sense of eeriness slithered up my spine. That was my first experience of true terror. I couldn't believe it felt this terrible for someone you've just met to know everything about you already. Well, maybe not you, but definitely your family. Oishi clamped onto my shoulders and brought his eyes close to peer into mine. In a place like this, it would be far better to not make enemies, wouldn't it? If not... Ow? Oishi dug into my shoulders with inhuman strength. He really did not like you sassing the fuck out of him, bruh. Then if something unexpected were to happen, you might see some drawbacks. What sucks is we know he's being honest. But, wow, he really is in his intimidation right now. He did not like Keiichi's sass. Have you ever heard of karma? It's like how a butterfly flapping its wings can cause a tornado. That's a little different. That's domino effect, or butterfly effect. Specifically butterfly effect, but I don't think it's karma. Karma's a little different. Karma's what goes around comes around. Anyway, grudges born in strange places could come back to you in ways you wouldn't believe. You wouldn't like that, would you? This is, like, the most nefarious we've seen him. Yeah, maybe if you're referencing karma, you shouldn't be hurting a child. Nobody wants to have a grudge held against them. There's nothing positive about making enemies. What's the matter? Your shoulders are very stiff. Should I give you a massage? See? Feels good, right? Ow, 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 ow. This man wasn't just strong. It was like, he knew exactly where to press to make me feel pain, like an experienced cop. Only 4 or 5 fingers were on my shoulders, and yet the pain...
Once again, wood chipper now. Yeah, I do agree. Please get your hands off the child. But also, I think it's because this is just reader bias speaking. We've seen Oishi play basically an ally of sorts before. But he is absolutely, like, ruthless in this particular iteration of himself. And yet, the pain made me want to bend over backwards. This Oishi is not an ally. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about now. A few of the girls from my class were pretty shaken up, but didn't seem to want to help me. They weren't sure if they should go call the teacher. Yes, one of you go call the teacher, at least, please. As for me, I couldn't take the time to wait until the teacher got here. It hurts. Would you mind leaving things at that? You're hurting him. I was gonna say, oh my god, if it's Irie, then we're gonna be trading one creep for another creep. God damn it. Behind Oishi-san, someone, to my disbelief, it was Coach. Oh my. If it isn't Dr. Irie. Doctor? It certainly has been a while since we were last in touch. Discomforted by Coach's sudden appearance, Oishi laughed scornfully. The vice on my shoulders, however, remained as strong as ever. Never mind the greetings. Please, just let go of my Barakun. Oishi smiled daringly and glared straight at Coach. He didn't release me in the meantime, of course. I was just thinking of stopping by your place later, Doctor. You always seem so busy, and we can never have a good chat. Yes, if you want, I'll chat with you all you like. But please be sure to have a warrant first. After all, otherwise, I can refuse to go voluntarily into questioning. Coach didn't display a shred of the weird behavior he'd shown at the baseball game and barbecue. Probably because he knows time and place. Okay, he's winning some points with me, but I'm still suspicious of him. I'm still suspicious of the borderline child predator jokes he was making, okay? But kudos to helping right now, I guess. I'm still not letting my guard down. Still. He stared steadily at Oishi and fought so that he would release me. His chances were terribly bad, of course. Compared to the relaxed Oishi, Coach seemed like he was being defeated mentally. It made sense. Coach had a somewhat narrow stature, but Oishi's body was packed with muscles. It wasn't even a contest. But Coach was fighting for me, without taking a step back. Beads of sweat formed on his face, and though he paled, he was fighting for my sake. Now's not the time to be laughing, bro. Suddenly, Oishi left and let go of my shoulders. My body exhausted, I fell right onto my backside. My Barakun, are you alright? Damn it. Ow. I rubbed my shoulders where Oishi had latched onto them. The pain from falling over went away quickly, but this pain was lingering. Are you alright, my Barakun? This is terrible. Shit. Ow, ow, ow. I was just giving... Shut the fuck up, bro. I was just giving him a little massage. My ass. My Barasan, aren't you over-exaggerating a bit? Maybe you didn't realize how tightly you were grasping him, but he's saying, ow. Boys have got to learn to... Shut the fuck up with that man up. I hate that line so much. I wanted to retort, but I couldn't think of anything witty. Can you lift your shoulders? Are they in pain? If you're really hurt, then you should have a proper checkup. Oishi, if this happens, you probably gonna get in trouble. Let's just go to the nurse's office. Coach lent me his shoulder and walked beside me. What an exaggeration, bro. I'd be the last person to do any sort of permanent damage. Yeah, this may not be permanent, but... Bro? Yeah, if his shoulders are bruised, this cop is toast. Exactly. Like, jeez, bro. Like, the problem isn't permanent. The fact is, like, if any damage at all happens, you're gonna be in trouble. Right? I am still an active police officer, you know. Bro, fallen... this is the A-cab Oishi. This is the A-cab iteration of Oishi. Fuck off. Come, I don't know what you needed to be here for, but if you're finished, then please leave. I'm going to complain about this directly to the chief, so please keep that in mind. Oh, that's a problem, ain't it? Fucking A-cab. Oishi-san waved his hand sarcastically, pivoted around, and headed to the car parked by the school gates. And without turning back around, he got in and started the engine. Damn it. Who the hell was he? Damn it. He's a detective named Kuraura Oishi. And a hooligan. Oh yeah, like, I know there are good cops out there. I just get... It's like the... You know, it's like, because there are enough bad cops out there, it's like, A-cab until proven otherwise, usually for me. And sometimes Oishi's a good guy. This iteration of him falls under the A-cab category. I don't know why his personality wants to... Or why he wants to change between chapters, but, oof. Man. Everyone in the village hates him. I can tell. Versus last chapter, where everybody seemed to, for the most part, kind of like him. Even his team. Meanwhile, in chapter 1, everyone thought he was a crazy old man. And now here he is, actually... Huh. It's hitting me. Oishi really is an interesting variable, I guess, with his changes in personality. It makes me wonder more about his role in this whole story, besides just the cop to make things happen. Anyway. Maibara-san, you should be careful, too. Kuraura Oishi. I'm not going to spoil anything, but it's interesting seeing how Oishi and the reactions to him change between chapters. Yeah, absolutely. It's like, I'm officially making note of it. Like, last chapter, I remember thinking it interesting that he could easily, like, you know, give orders to the men and they would listen, or say, hey, can you look into this for me? And they would do it. They would cover him. Meanwhile, in chapter 1, they were like, dude, it was like the case of, like, a detective looking into a story too much. And they're like, bro, you gotta let these cases go, man. Or it's like, they were more disappointed in him. It's like, the detective who can't let a case go to the... Sorry, I just bumped my microphone. To the point where it's like a detriment to his reputation in the office. And then the last one was like, he was a respectable guy. And now this one, he falls under A-cab. So... Of course, like, if he had, like, some ulterior motive to doing it, it was definitely a bad method. But, yeah, definitely... I'm curious to see where this is gonna go. Usually he's on the side of good. Right now, I am concerned. Just like I thought. My gut instinct wasn't wrong. He would be the one. The one to bring unhappiness, misfortune, something that would ruin our peace. Shit. I won't accept it. All these fun days can't possibly end just because some guy like him showed up. And I won't accept it. The coach seemed to be familiar with the school, so he brought me to the nurse's office without much trouble. The girls from my class came along as well, looking worried. Our teacher and the principal, having noticed the disturbance, came to see what was the matter. My Barakun,
What's wrong? Are you hurt? Well, there was this weird man in the schoolyard just now, and my Bara-san... Coach gently interrupted the girls trying to explain. I'm sorry. I thought it was Keiichi up until the last bit, and anyway. No. It looks like he just fell and twisted something. I think he's alright, but I wanted to make sure. If it's fine with you, I'll borrow the nurse's office for a bit. Please do, Dr. Irie. The principal gave him a deep bow. I didn't realize that was the principal. Anyway, it looked like Coach was acquainted with the adults at school. I mean, if you're gonna be a coach for one of the school sports teams, I would assume so. Anyway. He slid open the doors to the nurse's office, but there wasn't a nurse in there or anything. I'd figured. I'd never seen anyone but Chie-sensei and the principal working here. The coach didn't seem to mind the fact that there was no nurse and quickly made his way to the nurse's office. He instructed me to sit down and started washing his hands in the sink. So, doctor, like an actual medical doctor? Oh, I get it. He's the coach for the boys' baseball team. He must be pretty used to treating wounds with first aid. Could you show me where it was? Are you still in pain? No, it doesn't hurt at all anymore. I'm fine, really. I rolled up my shirt and showed him my shoulder. No bruise, not even nail marks. And yet it had hurt so much, I thought my shoulders would be crushed. Maybe he was squeezing a pressure point, still. Even the pain had disappeared without a trace. It hurt so much, but not so much as a bruise remained. It just means he's used to doing that. Used to it, huh? The next time you meet, don't provoke him. Nothing good will come of making him angry. If you go home with a uniformed policeman by your side, your family won't like that, will they? Well, you're right. Still, what happened? Why did you end up in a fight with him? He came up and said he needed something from Satoko. Huh? Satoko-chan. Coach's gaze lowered and his expression clouded a bit. Somehow, that gesture seemed to be saying Oishi was bound to come to Satoko, and did. And that was no laughing matter. Coach fell silent in thought. Quietly, he took a compress out of the first aid kit and put it on me. Does he still plan on clinging to Satoko-chan? He's a persistent man, I'll give him that. Like a snake. Coach mumbled to himself. Cling? Does that Oishi guy go to Satoko's place a lot? Coach didn't answer, but the lack of a denial served well enough. What on earth did the policeman, probably a detective or something, need from Satoko? What mistake had led a detective to cling to the sweetly smiling Satoko? My Bara-san? Oh, right. You just moved here, didn't you? Yes, I did, but... Have you heard anything... He wants to forget about it, and right as he's like, I'll give up on it, he's roped back in. Have you heard anything about Oyashiro-sama's curse and about Satoko-chan? Well, I knew a few things about it, certainly. Satoko's parents were dam proponents, and their accidental death was because of the curse. You mean that? Coach smiled thinly and dryly. So you know, he said, dropping his gaze. If I recalled correctly, there was an accident on a viewing platform at the public park she'd gone to with her family, and her parents died. And then, it was just big brother and little sister.
And then she was with Rika-chan, and, when they lost their parents, Satoko-chan and her brother, Satoshi-kun, were given to their uncle and his wife to care for them. Wait. I'm connecting dots from the tips, and I am concerned. Because there's a Hojo we haven't heard of before, who's still running around, who happens to have a dead, like, partner or spouse or something. Who died in a very wicked way, but... Oh, is that so? Their parents died in the accident, and Satoshi ran away, leaving only Satoko to start living with Rika-chan. I'd known that much, but this was the first time I heard they'd been brought to their uncle and aunt. Yeah, next to kin, makes sense. Their uncle was Satoko-chan's father's younger brother. Unfortunately, neither of the couple were people deserving of respect. The coach normally picked his words politely. Unless he was being a freak. So when he came out and said they didn't deserve respect, it really made me wonder what kind of people they were. As soon as Satoko-chan's parents came out in support of the dam, their uncle and aunt took on a lot of the shame in the village as well. They would never have welcomed in Satoko-chan and Satoshi-kun. I've heard that for the siblings, it was a very rough life. Bit by bit, Coach told me about the numerous agonies the Hojo siblings had suffered at their uncle's house. Oh god. As their guardians, their aunts and uncles sucked up everything belonging to their immediate family. Satoko and Satoshi were crammed into a small room, and their lives were laden with things that were miserable for both their bodies and minds. In the first place, since apparently their aunt and uncle weren't on good terms, there was no end to their fighting. And as if in revenge for that, whenever they saw Satoko or Satoshi's face, they would always find fault with them, scold them, yell at them, strike them, and take away meals as punishment. Jesus Christ! I can see why she lives with Rika! I still shudder to think about it. You've never known any Satoko but the energetic and healthy one now. So you probably couldn't imagine her face being so deathly pale, a girl always standing dazed in the shade of trees. I couldn't imagine it, and I didn't want to. That was how I honestly felt. But at the very least, Satoko wasn't like that anymore. She may have had a miserable life in the past, but it was different now. Something happened to change that life. Last year, on the night of the Watanagashi festival, their aunt died. She was beaten to death by a deviant with a baseball bat. Rumors spread of the curse having killed an enemy of the village on the night of the festival. This death wasn't a simple homicide either. They whispered that it was actually Oyashiro-sama's curse. A few days later, the deviant arrested for drug use confessed to further offenses and the incident was resolved. However, though it was resolved, no one knew whether the part about it being Oyashiro-sama's curse was true or not. Their uncle is part of Hinamizawa, after all. He apparently grew incredibly frightened of Oyashiro-sama's curse and went into hiding. From what I've heard, he's staying with an intimate lady friend somewhere in Okinomiya. And Satoko and Satoshi, were they released? Their aunt died and their uncle fled. There was nobody left to torment the siblings then, but as if picking up their torch, that man started showing up with alarming tenacity. That man? Then Coach lowered his voice just a bit, as if being aware of his surroundings. I mean, Oishi. Oishi. The guy from before. The events that just occurred came back to me. The hard-to-describe ominous sensation I'd felt from him came back to me. He's a little strange. The chain of incidents surrounding Oyashiro-sama's curse have all been solved, and yet he alone doesn't want to accept that. Accept it? The incidents were all solved, and a detective supposedly with the police department didn't accept that? People say that something bad will surely happen to those he gets close to. In Hinamizawa, they think Oishi is Oyashiro-sama's. Kei-chan! Theory seeds are being planted. I'll have to think about it later. I can't and hum for like another hour. Let's see. The door flew open with a rattle and Mion came rushing in. Rena and Rika-chan came running in a few steps behind her, and then Tomita-kun, Okamura-kun, and a few more of our classmates. Kei-chan? Did Oishi do something to you? Are you hurt? Calm down, Mion-san. He's not injured. I only gave him a compress just in case. Keiichi-kun, are you really okay? Okay? Everyone was saying stuff about how you were being strangled. It wasn't... I will say, that is an exaggeration. It wasn't being strangulated. Calm down, Rena. He just squeezed my shoulders really hard. See, there's not even a bruise. Managed to pop my wrist out, putting the sheet back on. God damn. I hope you can pop it back in without much trouble. God, just thinking about that, I bet it's an uncomfortable one. But oof. Already did, thankfully. Okay, good. Still, that's gotta suck. Jeez. What the heck were you all doing? We're friends, right? Why were you just standing around? Why didn't you help Kei-chan? We're sorry, President. Mion yelled at her classmates, baring her fangs. This happens often enough. I usually don't have many issues. Okay. Unfortunate, but also good. that there's no issues. Just unfortunate that it's often. Tomita-kun and the others hung their heads in silence. Quit it, Mion. Tomita-kun and the others weren't even there. Stop blaming them. Damn it! Oishi! With the same vibes as Dinkelberg. Mion kicked the floor with her heel a few times, her temper running hot. Our teacher, overhearing the commotion, arrived as well. Hey, come on, everyone. Only so many people can fit in this room. Everybody's standing shoulder to shoulder right now. Been a while since it's happened daily, though. Luck isn't great this week, it seems. Yeah, that sucks. Hopefully this upcoming week's luck will be much better. Hey, come on, everyone. Don't make so much noise in the nurse's office. It'd be funny if she barges in, like, come on, everyone, don't make so much noise. And she, like, makes the most noise out of everybody. President, take everyone and leave, please. Come on, everyone. Let's get going. Keiichi-kun is fine. You too, Micha. Hey, who's president here? Mion was letting her emotions get the best of her, so Rena stepped in instead and led everyone out of the nurse's office. The detective from Okinomiya Station, Kuraudo Oishi. It looked like the first impression I'd gotten from him hadn't been mistaken. Sotoko's absence had amplified the vague apprehensions I'd felt since yesterday. And Oishi's appearance basically sealed the deal. Can we go back to worrying about Sotoko being missing, by the way? Alright. I'll get going. I originally came here for Chie-sensei. Ah, so you had something to do here. Sorry for causing you trouble. Don't be so humble, he said, smiling easily. There was a side benefit to all this. I swear to God, if you say something creepy... Because I was worried. I was like, great, now the creep is going to be in the nurse's office with him, and he's probably going to have to take off his shirt to look at the shoulder. So if it goes in the creepy way, I'm... The only adult I'm trusting is Chie at this point. I'm not reading that! I'm not reading that! I'm not reading it! I knew it! Also, one of the positive side effects of dissociation, I can ignore the pain usually. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. You're being a goddamn creep. You're being a creep. You're being a creep. Bring out the wood... We need the wood chipper to come back. With the usual for Coach anyway parting words, he instead continued. Seriously, the child predator joke, dude. It's not funny. It's not fucking funny. It's not. It's not. Maybe in a different era this was considered funny, but to me this is not a cute character quirk. This is legitimately bad. Please excuse me. You weren't wounded badly, but please avoid putting pressure on your shoulders or anything along those lines. If you get a high fever or it starts to swell, contact me right away, okay? I don't think it'll happen, though. Oh, that's right, Coach. Before everyone came in, you were going to say something? About what people think Oishi is to Oyashiro-sama? As he was about to leave the nurse's office, Coach placed a hand on the door and stopped. Right. They think he's Oyashiro-sama's servant. The only reason I can put doubt to this claim is because of Chapter 1, when he seemed to be actively working against Oyashiro-sama. And same with Chapter 2. He was like, the curse is going to happen. Let's be ready for it, but also do our best to try to prevent it from happening. If it does, don't feel bad. We're going to do... Like, he's tried to fight Oyashiro-sama every step of the way up until this point, as far as we've seen. So I don't know if I believe that, but there being a connection with Oyashiro, I would not be surprised about, if that makes sense. But I don't know if servant, unless every chapter Oyashiro-sama has a different servant. If that's the case, then maybe this chapter he is the servant, and in the other chapters it's whoever was the main antagonist. So like Chapter 1, it was Rena. Chapter 2, it was one of the twins. So, for this chapter, I could believe it as a maybe. But for Chapter 1, because if we're talking like all throughout the series, I would say probably no. But if the theory of the servants of Oyashiro-sama being different every chapter is to be believed, then maybe for this chapter, he is the one. I don't know. We'll have to see. All right. If my internet could refrain from dying, that'd be lovely. Alas. Dying internet. RIP. I hate it. That's why I'll never change internet providers. Anyway. They're just bad-mouthing him, though. Oyashiro-sama's servant? You're like, a quick add-on, though. They're just bad-mouthing him. That's all. That's all. Meanwhile, Keiichi. Oh my god, he's Oyashiro-sama's servant. It's just a bad-mouth rumor. He's the servant. Because Keiichi just clings to everything. Do you know about the serial freak death incidents that occur in Hinamizawa every year on the night of the Watsunagashi Festival? Otherwise known as Oyashiro-sama's curse. What? Freak deaths? He was in the middle of leaving, and he's like, alright, hold on, let me close the door, let's do this again. What?
Now that I thought about it, I did seem to remember overhearing Mion or someone in class talking about it like a ghost story. On the festival day in June, one person would always die, and another person would be spirited away, but they seem to call it demoning away here. What a fine story that was. I figured they made it up to scare me, but it was true? I don't have any idea who first suggested this, but at some point, everyone started calling Oishi Oyashiro-sama's servant. Why? Because the rumors go that he decides the sacrifices for the curse every year. Whenever June came around, Oishi would start paying frequent visits to Hinamizawa. Because Oishi had been persistently questioning most of the dead or disappeared people. See, I was wondering if it's because he noticed the cases and then it was a matter of, okay, maybe I can look into this to try to prevent it from happening in the future, and it's just being misconstrued, but that's just me being hopeful that Oyashiro-sama isn't actually a fucking bastard in this chapter, though he probably is. Anyway, 4 years ago, it was known that the victim of the dismemberment, rumored to be the sacrifice, had been seeing Oishi numerous times leading up to the incident. Hold up. Yeah, that's history that I don't know if we can switch up. Unless past events can also be switched around, but I don't know, because our current time loop is very condensed to, like, shortly before the festival. It's never gone further back than that. So I don't know if events like Oishi's drive or personality, like maybe those can, or reputation, whatever, maybe those can switch up between chapters, but I don't know if like canon events like the dismemberment in any way can. Like that's a curious question. Now I need to jump into chapter 4. Interesting. If this is more lore about what actually happened though, that would be like more pieces to the puzzle. That'd be interesting. The sacrifices 3 years ago were Satoko's parents. Right before their accidental deaths, Oishi had apparently visited their home. It could also just be like an unfortunate coincidence, much like Absol, the Pokemon, being like a... They say it's like a bringer of bad luck, when in reality it might just be more like a warning sign, not necessarily the bringer or cause of it. But it has a bad reputation just because bad shit happens whenever it shows up. Anyway, the one who disappeared 2 years ago was Rika-chan's mother. And again, people knew that before she vanished, Oishi had been talking to her extremely frequently. The one who disappeared last year, Satoko's older brother, Satoshi. Satoshi, too, had apparently been approached by Oishi many times before he vanished. And then this year, this time, Oishi was trying to contact Satoko? This is a freaking joke. They're rumors, my Bar-san. There's just some rumors to that effect. I hadn't said that because of the rumors of Oishi being Oyashiro-sama's servant or is contacting someone foreshadowing who would be the sacrifice that year. It was because the ominous hatred I felt towards Oishi was becoming more substantiated, more real. Today, Satoko, she was absent today. Wait, really? That looks like news to Coach. I had thought he might have known why Satoko was absent today, but... Then I'll get going. You should go back to the others and put their minds at ease. You're right. I will. Coach left the nurse's office and headed towards the teacher's lounge. Could Oishi actually be tied to the deaths that happened? What do you mean? We already finished the chapter!
Okay. Okay. Mm. Okay, real quick, I'm gonna set up another break since it's the end of the chapter before even looking at tips. Because I'm gonna take that break to use a chance to, I'm gonna use the break as a chance to double check my work schedule. If it's not too bad, I will absolutely dive in for only one more chapter. Only one more. Because I do not want to stop here. I do not. I still got some time. I shouldn't. But I'm gonna. So real quick, before I do anything, let me just save. Alright. And then real quick, we are gonna go switch over to BRB, take a quick break to hydrate, save our work, stretch if we can, otherwise relax our, relax our shoulders and jaws and all that. But yeah, just let's go ahead, do what you need for your break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, and I will be, I gotta get back to this, but I gotta check my work schedule and make sure that I can actually do this. If it's like a 4 in the afternoon day, I can't. Alright, BRB. So, I do work, my shift does start at 5. There we go. At 5 in the afternoon, and again, I know I shouldn't. I told myself I'd probably stop a little after 2, before 3. I don't care. I need more. More Nyan. I'm not sure if I even have enough to get ultimate to 10 if I exchange everything. Yeah, that's the other concern. Alright. Yep, that is the resource management, I suppose. Oh, the ultimate in Honkai Star Rail. Okay. Let's look at the tips, and yeah, I'm gonna, I shouldn't, but I'm gonna do one more chapter, just because I can't, I don't want to sit on this, I want to keep going. There's no answer for Satoko. I didn't even see what the names of the tips were. What have you missed? Oishi is a cuck in this particular chapter. Oishi showed up and gripped the fuck out of Keiichi's shoulders after he sassed the fuck out of him, because he's looking for Satoko for some reason. And as established earlier, Satoko did not show up to school today yet for some reason. But yeah, Oishi's just being Oishi has fallen under the category of ACAB in this chapter so far. TLDR 1312. Weird creepy coach guy actually ended up being a solid bro and helping us out of there. So giving him credit for that. But yeah, anyway, yeah, things are getting nuts. Alright, let's see. Research notes on what? And Oishi's post memo. Alright, let's see. Let's check research notes. The Hojo family. Every year, Oyashiro-sama's curse claims 2 victims. This means that with 4 years in a row, there have been 8 now. But it's worthwhile to note half of them have been members of this family. I actually did not put that together, but I love it. I love it. I love that it's a safer way to say ACAB. I love it. I love it. I'm so saving that. Yeah, we're dealing with a 1312 here. But yeah, for some, and also, there have been, actually, I will say, one other point of note is that there's apparently a rumor that Oishi might be Oyashiro-sama's servant, because the people who are lost to the curse are always approached by Oishi in some way. Apparently, even the dismemberment case, the first case ever, Oishi was talking with the guy who became the victim before it happened. Like, frequently. Like, my suspension of disbelief was, okay, well, maybe he heard about the cases and then decided to, you know, go and see if he could prevent it. Then they were like, and with the first one, the dismemberment, I was like, oh, God, no. So, I still don't know if I fully believe it, but if there is merit to it, what my thought is, because he seems to be fighting against Oyashiro-sama's curse, at least in chapters 1 and 2, if he truly is Oyashiro-sama's servant in chapter 3, then my theory is that Oyashiro-sama's servant changes depending on the chapter or, I guess, timeline. It's like how in the first chapter it was Rena, in the second chapter it was one of the twins, and now it might be Oishi, if that is the case. It is really hard to say right now since Oishi just showed up, and again, it's just rumors. But it was an interesting thing to note. Oh, also we got confirmation that Satoko's aunt and uncle were absolute garbage and absolutely abused the fuck out of her and her brother. So maybe it's a good thing that the mom died or that the aunt died, but the uncle went missing. I don't know. I still think the uncle was the guy who was mentioned in the last tip. Anyway, back to this. Okay. But it's worthwhile to note that half of them have been members of this family, aka the Hojo family. Interesting. Note, the curse on the second year, a certain falling incident, involves the death of Hojo, a dam proponent, and the disappearance of his wife. She was pronounced dead the following year after being considered to have vanished under perilous circumstances. I thought they died at the same time. Or maybe her body wasn't recovered, so they marked her as missing, but they both fell. Anyway. The curse on the fourth year involved the death of the Hojo siblings' aunt, who was then their foster mother, and the disappearance of the elder brother. The Hojo family is a poor one, and it's hard to say Mr. Hojo's job went very well. Apparently, upon reemployment via family connections, there was a plan for them to return to the home of their mother's side of the family. For Mr. Hojo, the eviction due to the Hinamizawa Dam project and the payment of a large amount of compensation money was essentially a windfall. Right, for those who were in poverty and felt they had no way out, so they were going to... That's why they backed up the dam project, is because they felt they had no other place to turn. Mr. Hojo actively embraced the Ministry of Construction's negotiations from an early stage and was selected as representative of the dam proponents. It was rumored he had been bought out by the Ministry of Construction for doing so, but the truth is unknown. However, the dam's proponents were in the vastly outnumbered minority. In addition, as the Sonozaki family strengthened its own foundation and promised support against the dam, all of the proponents, save for Mr. Hojo, switched over to the anti-dam side. At this point, Hinamizawa was completely united against the dam, and Mr. Hojo was held up to ridicule as a stooge of the dam project's proponents. He was essentially used as a scapegoat for the anti-dam coalition. In the end, the dam project collapsed with Oyashiro-sama's curse and the dismemberment incident. Body wasn't found. The exact rulings changed between places, but typically after some period of time, a missing person is considered dead, especially if they disappeared in a way that implies death. Typically either 1 to 5 years. Yeah, okay, so that's probably what happened with the mom. Okay. In the end, the dam project collapsed with Oyashiro-sama's curse and the dismemberment incident. However, punishment towards the bitter enemies supporting the dam project continues to this day. There are not many left today who supported the dam project, nor who had a negative reputation at the time. If there were any candidates left for the curse, it's the husband of the housewife who was beaten to death last year. Yep, Teipei Hojo. And Mr. Hojo's daughter, Satoko Hojo. Yep, the only Hojos remaining. Strangely, these two are the only candidates left. Will this year's curse come down on the two of them? There was more than enough value in observing them both. Well, I mean, I wouldn't complain if her supposedly abusive uncle actually fell victim. I will say. Anyway, Oishi's post memo. All right, what you got? To Oishi-san. There was a call for you from Section 4's Chief Shigeharu. Apparently, the slaughtered corpse in the Ojikawa River is related to the S group as we thought. We're still verifying what happened behind the scenes, but apparently the deceased filled up dozens of self-created fictional bank accounts to their limits with money from the S group, reaching around 100 million yen. Wow. It appears there were 3 or 4 men with former S group connections involved in this. They've already disappeared along with millions of yen. The deceased was tortured on that point for information, and she was clearly slaughtered as an example to others. There are apparently some real wizards chasing down the people who disappeared. They're also spreading letters to related Yakuza groups not to harbor them. There's still no evidence that Teppei Hojo is one of those people. As far as Chief Shigeharu can tell, he hasn't been told anything. He was her pimp, but she didn't trust him at all, did she? Teppei Hojo has left the apartment in Okinomiya and has returned to his former residence in Hinamizawa. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. I think I know what happened to Satoko. Yep, definitely continuing on. I don't care if we go to 5 in the morning. We going. Satoko! I wholeheartedly wanted to protect her. It's weird that we're opening with this. I wanted more than anybody else what was best for her. These emotions born from kindness eventually became murderous intent. My pure white intentions stained in red and black. Yeah, more time. I'm not alone. And even as I understood that it meant the destruction of the day-to-day life I so wanted to protect. Where did I go wrong? Looking for the answer, the tragedy spreads ever wider. Oh no. Did y'all really not go to check on her? What do you mean today, too? Did all of you really not go to check on her after yesterday? Rika said she might be a little late, and then she never showed up, and y'all are... Unless this is a flashback and something related to the brother, but if this is a continuation... I'm going to be very upset in all of y'all. Is Hojo-san staying home today, too? Yep, continuation. I am disappointed in all of you. My disappointment is fathomless. Furude-san, do you know anything? The teacher's voice wasn't critical, but Rika-chan hung her head, unable to answer, and I felt really bad for her. Rika, why won't you say anything? Rika, please! I don't know, I was panicking. If I was even like, I don't know if fathomless is the right word. The point is, you cannot comprehend how deep my disappointment is in all of y'all. Listen, I'm an idiot. We've established this before, okay? I may be educated, but I ain't smart. We all know this. Anyway. Back to the serious note. Rika, please. Rika, please.
The teacher called Rika-chan up and they had an exchange in hushed tones at the days. At first, Rika-chan said that Satoko's fever had grown worse, but everyone in class knew it was a lie. Because every day, Rika-chan brought Satoko's bento with her.
AKA, she's expecting her to show up.
Satoko-chan, I wonder what happened.
Yeah, but then you were too busy, Rena, trying to be like, let's encourage the happy days. Let's just laugh and pretend Satoko is not... I can't believe you turned around and used the bit on me when I am busy in a mode of panic. Okay, but thank you for correcting me. I appreciate it. Anyway. Even if in my brain I knew I was wrong, it still flew out. Okay, that's why we do it live. This is what happens on live streams. Yeah, anyway. Rena, you were like, let's all laugh and be silly and not worry about the fate of our friends right now. I am also disappointed in you. I know you were just trying to lighten the mood, and that's sweet of you. When a friend is, for whatever reason, not showing up, and one friend expected her to be there by lunch, there is a problem. I cannot believe you all didn't go try to check on her. I was like, okay, after school, they're gonna go see what's up, right? Ugh. I accidentally dragged the edge of my Discord window, and now that's going to keep bothering me. Oh no. Sad Nipa. Not even a meep. Anyway. I wonder what happened. We could have found out if we went to go check on her after school. Don't ask me. I'm the one who wants to know most of all, which is why I didn't go check on her after school. I wish there was an option to just lock window size. Right? It was already the third day since... Third?! I cannot believe them. I can't. Third! Day number 3, and y'all didn't go check on her after day 1? Fuck it, disappointment is too much. Disappointment doesn't even begin to cover my feelings right now. I am, like, you know how there's that phrase, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed? No, I am disappointed and furious. This is like, y'all are ditching the girl who decided to, who was like, I wonder how Keiichi's cooking is going. And it's like, and like, she prevented Keiichi's house from burning down just because she was like, I have a hunch, I should go check on him. And y'all are just like, if anything happens to Satoko, it is on all of y'all. It is on all of y'all. Yeah, it's legitimate rage, especially after knowing the, like, abusive family member suddenly apparently showing up into town. Rika, for whatever reason, is too scared to say— I need to know why Rika's too scared to say anything. And why she keeps obviously lying. Because she keeps bringing— like, how terrifying is the uncle really? And if that's the case, why are y'all— if he's really that bad, why are y'all just— if my prediction is correct, the uncle came back and Satoko's forced to be with him now, then why what what fate are you leaving her to? Y'all are supposed to be her friends? Keiichi, you are her new temporary Nini. What the fuck are you doing? This is the work. There is no logic in not going to check on her. I see no logic. It's like, yeah, it's kind of weird that Rika doesn't know what's going on with Satoko. But we'll disregard it. She'll show up later, I guess. Why? 3 days. What? Why? What? I can't understand the logic. I cannot. I mean, unless, like, he threatened Rika's life, but even then, there's gotta be a way to, like, bro. Why? Like, even if Rika didn't say anything, it's a tiny-ass village. You could probably just notice there's something strange in, like, the behaviors of the villagers you pass by every single day. There's ways to figure it out if Satoko isn't staying with Rika anymore. There's ways for you to figure out what's going on. Probably just go to the grocery store, listen to, like, the old lady gossip or whatever. There's ways to figure out where Satoko is. Like, I don't know what to say. There's no logic in third day. There's no logic in third day. There's not. Y'all are they just threw her to the goddamn wolves and said, oh, she'll or they're leaving her with the wolves and are just like, yeah, she'll probably be fine. I am furious. If anything happened to her, it's all on y'all for not checking on her on day one. Rika, you better have a damn good reason for not saying shit. You better. It was already the 3rd day since Satoko's first absence. Oh yeah, I am raging. I am barking and not in the fun way. The 3rd day since Satoko's first absence. Ever since then, I haven't felt good. You probably haven't felt good since day 1. And yet all your friends told you, don't worry, be happy. Mostly Rena. You. Don't worry, be happy. You motherfucker. Again, I think it was sweet that you were trying to lighten the mood. This was not the time. It was not. It was not. Because now, by trying to live life happy, you have regrets. You'll probably have regrets because something's gonna happen to Satoko. And now you'll have regrets because you were too busy, like, trying to smile and erase regret. Nah. I think you gave good life advice. You executed it in the worst possible way, though. I cannot believe you. And I cannot believe you, Keiichi. Rika's the only one I could possibly potentially believe if she felt threatened into silence. Even then, I want to know exactly how threatened you were. Like, what the fuck? I've been sitting on that. I need to just continue, or I'll just keep finding reasons to be mad. Until just last Sunday, everything had been so much fun. I had reached out to Satoko like a real older brother. You sure are acting like one. And we spent that time quietly, but warm and comfortable. So why had it suddenly been flipped over? Maybe because you didn't go to check on her after the first date! The more I thought about it, the more I thought that the world had taken a turn for the worse ever since Oishi arrived. No. It was before Oishi arrived, because Satoko didn't disappear after Oishi arrived. It was before. Thinking on it now, maybe the strange apprehensions plaguing me the night before Oishi-san arrived had been a sign. Yeah, because you were like, I don't remember what happened in my dreams, but I had a feeling something bad happened to Satoko. Anyway. Kuraudo Oishi, Oyashiro-sama's servant. Dude, you're barking at the wrong tree. Shit, that's impossible. They can't decide Satoko will be the curse victim this year just because he showed up. Just what sort of slip-up had I committed to cause those fun times to end so suddenly? It's not on you. Literally, the only blame you have right now is not going to find her and check on her on day 1. We're on day 3. Yes, it was the day before Oishi appeared. Shion, Mion, and Rena had spoken of the curse surrounding Satoshi and his disappearance, and it was so sinister it gave me a bad premonition. Such a small thing was the slip-up that invited Oyashiro-sama's servant. To quote DBZ Abridged, every word you just spoke has made me violently angry. Literally. Literally me right now. And again, no, you're pointing your fingers at the wrong thing. You just had innocent curiosity, trying to get a look at the big picture and have full understanding of what happened. And then something weird happened that was not on you, okay? That's not on you. Genuinely, the main problem is that you did nothing. Day one. That's all I'm gonna say. It was absurd. It really is. That y'all didn't go check on her. I kept on groaning to myself that I would never accept it, ever. I obviously wasn't the only one suppressing my feelings. Mion and Rena were too. Everyone in class was doing it. And yet you're also busy suppressing feelings that you're refusing to go and take action. Rika-chan knew something about Satoko's situation, but she wouldn't tell us. Rika-chan still held a calm attitude, like a cat basking in the sun. She looks depressed, bro. But she was being unbelievably stubborn about this whole thing. Why? She didn't want to tell us, and that wouldn't change no matter how many times we asked her. Everyone understood that, so nobody questioned her. Okay, if she's not gonna tell you shit, again, go listen to the rumor mill, because you're in a small-ass village where everybody knows everybody. Go listen to the grapevine. I don't know. If Rika-chan won't talk, then we just... No! And she might not be talking because it's something not worth saying. She is upset! Openly upset! Rena, I'm gonna bash her head into the fucking wall. There was no persuasive power and reassurance given with an anxious face like that. You're just trying to tell yourself, aren't you? At least you weren't saying any words, so I can't be any more mad. Mion was being taciturn and just looked up at the sky with a somehow annoyed expression. Somehow? I couldn't tell if she was unhappy that Rika-chan wouldn't talk about it with her own friends, or if she was concerned over Satoko's well-being. ¿Por qué no los dos? Both, my friend. Both. And what about me? Yeah, what about you, bro? My anxiety was suffocating me day after day. It should have only been one day. If someone else were looking at me, then maybe I'd look annoyed, like Mion did. Tap, tap. Someone tapped my shoulder. What the fuck do you two want? It was Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun. Please light a fire under this boy's ass. I beg of you two. My Bara-san, do you have a minute? Did your ball get stuck again? You guys have to get it yourself this time. Don't rely on the older kids for everything. I didn't feel like going along with them, so I was a little unsympathetic with my response. We heard a little interesting rumor. See? Rumor mill. The rumor mill will be the solution. You two. Oh my god. I'm sorry I said what the fuck do you two want. I'm just pissed at the club right now. A rumor? Yeah. I just thought it might have something to do with that. A rumor. About Satoko. They hadn't said that, but it didn't seem unrelated. They didn't want to talk in the classroom, so they pulled me behind the school building, lending further credence to that thought. The back of the school was damp and humid like always. I don't care about how damp and humid it is. Tell me their words. Students didn't really come here because they wanted to. Okay, you were just saying that it's definitely private. But anyway, it might, however, have been the ideal location for trading rumors away from prying eyes. Yes, continue. Tomita-kun, Okamura-kun. These rumors, they're about why Satoko is absent, right? We don't know if it has something to do with it, though, or Maybe just say it! What on earth happened to Satoko? Is she sick? Or could she be, like, really sick? Or injured or something? No, actually. It's the opposite. I heard my grandma saying— See? The little old lady rumors! Always listen to the little old lady rumor mill. Especially in a tight-knit village like this. I heard my grandma saying that she came to buy tofu at her shop yesterday. Oh, Tomida's family runs a tofu shop. Oh, Tomida's family runs a tofu shop, added Okamura-kun. Okay, thank you. She went shopping. To buy some tofu? My voice sounds so stupefied, even I can tell. It was understandable. I was worried about what grave illness or injury she had, when the person herself had been out and about shopping for tofu. Dude, we know the sickness thing was a lie, because Rika prepared lunch for her every day. But I also know you're not the brightest bulb in the box, so... So how was she? Did she look okay? Was she wearing a mask like she was getting better, or was she using crutches, or did she have bandages on her? No, there wasn't really any signs of sickness or injuries on her, but I should have felt relieved that it wasn't an illness or an injury. But he said but. But my anxiety wasn't going away because of that but at the end. Because Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun's expressions weren't looking any better. She apparently came to buy one piece of soft tofu, but my grandma said it was strange. Strange? Why? What's wrong with buying soft tofu? Irritated by how roundabout they were being, I'm getting irritated about it too. I had to desperately fight that irritation from creeping into my voice. I'm not even evading it being in my voice. Well, Hojo and Furude live by themselves, and they don't have that much money, right? So they only ever buy the cheaper, firmer kind of tofu. They've never bought the soft stuff. It's the most expensive thing there. Soft or hard, they're both tofu, right? Bro, the kid literally spells it out for you. They normally cannot afford the expensive soft stuff. So why is she able to eat the expensive stuff? And also, the kid's spelling it out for you. Something's different about her living situation. She has more money than she did before. Maybe she just wanted to eat some great tofu or something. Our hero, everyone, truly a paragon of human intellect. Well, maybe, but I knew how transparent I sounded right then. This wasn't anything trivial. It was some kind of important clue. A clue that is being spelled out for me. It's like if someone asked me, when was the War of 1812? There's a clue somewhere within the question. My guy. Not the cheap firm tofu, but the expensive soft kind. Shopping not in the evening after school, but in the middle of the day. I couldn't figure out what those things meant. This is the most irritated I've ever been in your intelligence, Keiichi. Literally, the most irritated. As I thought hard about it, yeah, keep thinking, and Okamura-kun, please give him a boost. Okamura-kun took his turn to speak. Me next. This is just a rumor, but apparently he's back. He? Who? Who's back? Hojo's uncle. There you go. Let the dots be connected. Come on, brain cells in Keiichi's head. Do your thing. Satoko's uncle. Right, I think Coach told me about him. Their aunt and uncle had taken them in after Satoko and Satoshi lost their parents. After the accident. Hojo's uncle, they say he skipped town last year scared of Oyashiro-sama's curse. He's really scary and violent, like a gang member. Everything Coach told me came back in bits and pieces. Right, they were, let's see, what did he say? They lived in a small room. They They were beaten. Wait, all that abuse. Yeah, put the abuse, just skip ahead. Skip ahead. Keiichi, it was literally 3 days ago. It should have also only been 1 day ago. Right. The mean aunt and uncle who had tormented them all the time. Uh-huh. I think he said that after their aunt was beaten to death by the deviant, he ran away to his lover's house in Okinomiya in fear of the curse. Uh-huh. Why would she be staying home from school and shopping for soft tofu in the middle of the day just because... Just because her uncle came back. My guy. Please. Please. I'm right there. Same, Okamura, same. Just lower the eyes. Nothing but ellipsis. I have no words for you right now, buddy. If you can't put it together in the next few seconds, a slime mold would figure this out faster. Right. My underclassmen clammed up and looked downwards. Probably. They also sighed kind of exasperatedly. I wonder why. There must have been some big hint buried in there. It's so big, you're pretty much dude, it's I can't even think of a proper analogy right now. Other than it's so big, a Colossus from Shadow of the Colossus would look at it and go, damn, that's big. It's not even buried. It's a mountain of a hint. Even if I didn't understand, if I told Mio and Arena about it, maybe they'd know something. Yeah, maybe they'd be able to connect the dots. Oh, my bad, you two. You were nice enough to talk about it, and I started hammering you with questions. Oh, no, it's okay. We're just shocked that you're this fucking dumb. Now we know that she hasn't been in bed this whole time gravely ill. That's worth something, right? Yeah. But it means she's coming to school. She's not coming to school despite being perfectly healthy and not injured, so what the fuck? It means there might be a bigger concern. I'd rather she be sick. That might be true, but it still won't... It won't make the clouds over my mind fade away. My Bara-san, over there! Okamura-kun cried wildly, pointing over my shoulders behind me. Startled, I turned around, and way on the other side of the schoolyard, near the school gate, I saw a figure trudging forth. Oh my god. Oh my god. Her face. Oh my god. What happened to you? The light is out of your eyes. Your eyes have no focus. Whoa, oh my god. It's Hojo! I burst into a run faster than I could speak. So that, as quickly as possible, I could see with my own eyes that she was okay. She is not! That face is not okay. Satoko! Satoko seemed taken aback by me shouting and running over to her. Oh! My, what is it, Keiichi-san? You surprised me with all the yelling and running. Girl... Stupid, enough about me already. 3 days. What happened, Satoko? Keiichi, why did you let it take 3 days? You could have just... You could... The 3 days is the most infuriating thing to me. The 3 days. And the fact that he could not connect the dots with... She's out and about with more money than usual, and also her abusive uncle is back in town. And suddenly Rika also doesn't know what's going on. Bro. Seriously, though, the 3 days thing is the most infuriating part to me. I was so worried. Oh.
What a worrywart. It was only 3— ONLY?! You're such a worrywart, Keiichi-san.
It was 3 days. From listening to her, she seemed like the normal Satoko, but I could tell she was clearly acting strangely. Her smile was somehow forlorn, and her complexion was bad for some reason.
Hojo. Were you alright? Were you sick or something?
Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun both expressed their concerns.
Just what happened anyway?
3 days! Do you know how worried I was?
If you were so worried, why didn't you go try to figure out what was going on day 1?
Oh, I do so apologize. I was just giving the house a good cleaning.
Then why did Rika look so depressed?
We haven't used it for a rather long time, so everything was covered in
Oh. I haven't used it for a rather long time. She's talking about the other place. Her OG home. Huh?
Satoko, what are you talking about? Why would you have to stay home from school to clean the house?
Satoko didn't answer me. Instead, she passed by me and headed for the entrance.
Gosh. It is nearly about lunchtime, is it not? I am just starving.
It was certainly lunch break. I couldn't force her to stop after she told me she wanted lunch since she was so hungry. Well, whatever. Rika-chan's been bringing your lunch for 3 days now. It looked like you can eat it today. Let's just go to the classroom and put everyone's minds at ease. And hopefully get some answers.
You're right.
Right? Her way of speaking it isn't right. She's not right.
I suppose I may have caused everyone to worry. Oh ho ho. It sure is tough being popular.
I put a hand on Satoko's shoulder and we ran to the classroom together. Up close, I was able to verify that Satoko looked somehow weak. All this anxiety was supposed to go away when I saw her again. That's what I had thought. Does she usually use san for Keiichi? I'm pretty certain it was san, solely because I remember, like, when doing her voice normally, I go, Keiichi-san. That muscle memory tells me it's san. Just from that. Let's see. Oh, that's what I had thought. But now I actually started to have quite different fears. My violence rises. What the heck happened, Satoko? Everyone in the class, of course, reacted the same exact way I had. They all charged up at her.
We're worried about you. I'm glad to see you well. What were you doing for 3 days?
Our classmates showered her in questions.
I truly do apologize for causing a fuss. Oh.
As she cackled, she chowed down on the bento Rika-chan had made for her. Those in the teacher's lounge must have been informed of Satoko's arrival because our teacher sprinted into the classroom, her breathing ragged.
Hojo-san? Oh, Sensei. I'm sorry for worrying you these 3 days. Oh ho ho. As you can see, I'm fit as a fiddle.
No, you're not.
I was very worried about you.
And yet even the teacher didn't look into... I only run for curry, but I'll make an exception for a missing child. When you are done eating, come right to the teacher's lounge. I have a lot to talk to you about. I must be in for a good scolding for those 3 days I cut class. Satoko laughed sheepishly while she scratched her head, and the rest of the class burst out into laughter. The teacher was acting angry, but she breathed a sigh of relief at seeing Satoko healthy and smiling as she ate her lunch with the class surrounding her. What a relief, right, Rena? Yep, Rena knows something's up.
Uh-huh. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm glad she's okay.
I looked at Rena and knew. She had a sense that something about Satoko was off, too. I looked to see Mion detached from the clamor as well, with a somewhat grim expression. But Rika-chan, on the other hand, was smiling from ear to ear. She spread out the bento boxes one by one as Satoko finished them. Finally, Satoko was satisfied, and after enjoying a thorough conversation with her classmates, remembered that she'd been called to the teacher's lounge. It's such a pain, but I think she'll be angrier if I don't go.
I'll go with you.
Satoko rises from her seat, and Rika-chan runs over to her.
I do apologize, Keiji-san. I'll be right back after getting scolded.
Right. I mean, I could go with you, too. We're all comrades and getting scolded in the teacher's lounge ever since the curry incident, right?
That won't be necessary. Keiji should mind the place while we're away.
Rika-chan's words were gentle, but the firm rejection was clear in her eyes. The two of them exited into the hallway, walking shoulder to shoulder. After seeing them off, the class breathed a collective sigh of relief, broke apart, and went back to their usual lunch break banter. We, however, couldn't go back to how we usually were. Not I, not Mion, and of course, not Rena. They stared at the classroom exit Satoko and Rika-chan had left through, their expressions a little distant and grim. We're all friends. Isn't that right? I blurted out something strange, so Mion and Rena turned around with dubious expressions. I won't keep anything from my friends, so I'll tell you what I just heard a little while ago. I told them the stories I had heard from Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun earlier about the tofu shop and how Satoko's uncle had apparently come back. Maybe they can see the giant clue buried somewhere within it. All at once, without letting them speak. And that's all I know. So if either of you knows anything, please say so. I've said everything I can. I ended my sentence firmly and looked into Mia and Rena's eyes in turn. Girls, if neither of you can connect the fucking dots, I am going to freak out. Rena stared right back at me. Her eyes didn't falter. Without even opening her mouth, I could tell she wasn't hiding anything. And then our gazes turned to Mion. It's not like I was trying to keep it a secret or anything. Mion couldn't seem to endure our silent stares and began to talk timidly as if she was guilty of something. It's just, now that you've said something, Kei-chan, I guess I have to talk about... What did you know? You were the only... I mean, I had some angy at you, but you also didn't give me too much more to be angy about. Now am I about to be uber angy?
Mi-chan, you know something?
Well, I mean... Okay, but did you know the uncle was abusive? If you knew the uncle was abusive, then a majority of the blame is now thrown onto your shoulders. I knew from the first day that Satoko's uncle had come home. That he just randomly showed up in Hinamizawa last Sunday. Why didn't you tell us that? I'm sorry, but... Okay, I'm sorry, well not... My angry shout caused Mion to flinch away, look down, and hang her head uncomfortably. But why didn't you say... But also, why didn't Rika say anything? Rika would also know... How much power does this uncle hold for even Mion to be afraid of saying something?
Keiichi-kun, it's nothing.
Yes, it is! Unless you didn't know about the abuse, but if you did, then... But even then, you could just be like, well, I think her uncle just came to town, so maybe she's just hanging out with her uncle. Even just a casual assumption. It is something to get angry about, because then that would have alleviated so much fear if we didn't know about the abuse thing. Like, yes, it is something to be angry about. Or at the very least, disappointed.
You're scaring me, Chan.
That's your main concern right now? I just can't with y'all. I just can't with y'all. Oh, sorry I shouted at you. I lowered my head in apology. Mian accepted it, collected herself, and continued. According to her, her uncle's relationship with his lover, whom he'd been with in Okamiya, had collapsed. Without anywhere to go, he went back home to Hinamizawa. And on that Sunday, the day of the barbecue, it was when they went grocery shopping, isn't it? Her uncle ran into Satoko and brought her back to the house. Why did he bring her with him? Because he's a good-for-nothing parasite. He can't even cook by himself, much less do any cleaning. So essentially he kidnapped her, in a sense, and you still said nothing.
But that's... He brought Satoko-chan back to have her cook and clean?
I remembered that she said she'd been cleaning the house when I met her back at the school gate. A moment later, the pieces fell into place. They just now... At least they fell into place. At least they fell into place. Okay, I gotta take my little victories right now. The pieces fell into place into the jigsaw puzzle of unease. And as for what the puzzle depicted, when I saw it from afar, I could see the answer clearly. Satoko was locked up at home and tormented into doing the housework. That is probably literally kidnapping, presumably if she's been living with Rika, whoever is Rika's legal guardian is also Satoko's. You know what? Good question. Who is Rika's legal guardian? Someone has to be, right? Imagine Rika being her own legal guardian, and it's like, okay, just let your legal guardian sign on your report card slip or something, and she just signs it herself. But also, like, if you... Seriously, you knew about... But Mion, you know about the abuse? If you knew about the abuse, that genuinely, why would you... I'm more upset about your silence than Rika's. At this point, genuinely. I'm mad at all of y'all now. I was like... I mean, I was only partially upset at you because of because you also didn't do anything on day one. But if you knew anything about, like, the whole uncle situation, then... And then chose to say nothing until just now, just because Keiichi brought it up. Jesus Christ, what kind of friends are these? Those are the rumors. Again, even if they're just rumors, it's something to go off of. It's something, it's some sort of thread to follow, to look into, and y'all did nothing. If you knew that, why didn't you speak up? I nearly yelled that at Mion, but hastily stopped myself. No, I want to know why she didn't speak up either. I need to know.
Mi-chan, is that true?
I haven't seen it myself, so I don't know if it's true or not. It's concerning enough, I would look into it! Oh my god, this is the most infuriating chapter of this whole goddamn series so far! Mion looked down again and staring at the floor grew quiet.
Just like last year? Like when they lived with their mean uncle.
So you knew! You knew! And chose not to go look into this rumor yourself. What kind of man is this for everyone to be scared silent? Every word fills me with rage. Oh my lord.
Like when they lived with their mean uncle and his wife?
No. I don't want silence from you. I want you to explain why you said nothing.
But this uncle is completely helpless when it comes to housework, right? That's not... If Satoko's that important, then there wouldn't be any reason to torment her, would there?
Bro, this man is accused... This man got into fights with his fucking wife and left Satoko in a tiny-ass room with her brother. Like, what the fuck, bro? I think you're just huffing the most extreme levels of copium right now.
Keiichi-kun, I don't know what grounds you have for saying that.
Thank you, Rena.
But you shouldn't be so irresponsible.
Rena clearly and directly got mad at me. Rena, I'm also mad at you for not like, brushing aside everything and being like, don't worry, be happy. I'm so mad about that. I'm mad at all of y'all. Only one I'm not mad at is Satoko, because she can't hold the blame for being trapped in a situation like that. But also, you better snap at Mion after this, too, because you can't just tell Keiichi to not get mad, and then you get mad at him. Keiichi is quickly going from endearing dumbass to infuriating dumbass. Honestly, all of them are becoming infuriating in this chapter right now. I know it's like the horror plot thing, where people have to have a significant lapse in judgment for the horror to happen. Because if people followed a proper sense of logic, then a lot of horror movies would not happen. Or horror stories in general. But them basically neglecting their friend and just being like, just wait, it'll get better, is like the worst lapse in judgment I have seen in this entire goddamn story. My god. Rena clearly and directly got mad at me. You don't know much about this, so don't talk as though you do. Yes, that's clearly what she meant. Fine, then do you know something, Rena?
I don't know anything either. I didn't know her uncle had taken her to the house until hearing it just now from this bitch! But the situation is different from a year ago.
The situation is different. What does that mean? Yeah, like, don't sit here and look timid now.
Satoshi-kun isn't here. Satoshi really cared about his little sister. He always stuck up for her. He was her shield, so that she would be affected just a little less by their mean aunts and uncles fighting.
And this, honestly, Mion, you're just making your situation of not saying anything about, and saying, I mean, it was just a rumor. It's making it worse. The mean uncle and Satoko-chan are the only ones living there now.
Can't you imagine how stifling that must be, Keiichi-kun? He only even came back because he broke up with the woman he was staying with. Do you think a person who came back for such an unpleasant reason would be able to treat Satoko-chan kindly? Especially with the past history of abusing him? Mion, why didn't you say anything?
She was right. It wasn't easy for me to imagine Satoko not being tormented. Sorry.
Oh, no, I'm sorry too. Now's not the time for apologies. Anger is... I sounded like I was interrogating you, didn't I?
Now's not the time for a how. An awkward atmosphere floated among us. Listen, I may be mad, but pointing blame isn't gonna solve the situation whatsoever, okay? I may be mad, but I also know coulda, woulda, shoulda till we're blue in the face. It ain't gonna fix anything. Let's go fix something now that we have knowledge, okay? Let's go. The three of us remained silent and just stared at the floor, instead of once again doing anything helpful. Finally, we heard the principal's bell ringing. Yatsu, you are allowed to do more than kick this uncle's ass like he's a bang-boo. You're allowed to do way more than that. Finally, we heard the principal's bell ringing. The teacher came back with Satoko and Rika-chan at her side. All right. We're starting afternoon class. Class president, please. Would chip her feet first, right? All right, one sec. Sorry, just had to get an irritating itch. My apologies. Anyway, everybody stand up. Oh, I'm sorry. How rude of me. What was with Rika's face? I couldn't read anything from Satoko's vaguely sheepish expression. But given the clouded look Rika-chan was wearing behind her, it was tough to laugh off the disquieting story I'd heard from Mion. You can't laugh something like that off ever. I don't care if it's like, well, there's no proof, it's just a rumor. There's enough historical, circumstantial evidence to tell you that this is probably what's happening. Alright. First time in a while everyone's been here. Don't you start with club shit. Let's all have a roaring good time with the whole club. Now is not the time for club shit. I understand wanting to try to get back to normalcy. And if Satoko wants to do it, sure. We can do it to give her a break. But only if Satoko wants it. Otherwise, we gotta go kick an uncle's ass. Yeah, perfect. Indeed, in times like these, the best thing to do is obviously get rowdy and scheme against one another in a club activity. Where's Satoko? I need to know Satoko's opinion. Once again, the addition of the internal monologue here really makes you realize how astoundingly dense Keiichi is, right? That's just what I was waiting for. Hey, Satoko-chan, let's play! There was that game you liked, wasn't there? What was it again? It doesn't matter which. Tell me! Mion laughed happily, took a bunch of games out of the club locker, and lined them up on the desks. Y'all are just trying to hide your guilt about doing nothing. I think that was the first time Mion's ever let someone else decide on a game for her. I could tell she was being especially considerate to Satoko. Thinking that, whatever her circumstances, if we could just enjoy our time together as a group, that might be some comfort, some diversion. Satoko seemed to understand her feelings too, and smiled vaguely, though pleased. But her head slowly moved from side to side. I'm very grateful, but your feelings are enough. There are many things I need to do, so... Let's play Extreme Sports Ball. Winner is whoever helps the Dark God kill the uncle. We'll see. Even Rika-chan hung her head in remorse. Hey, whoa. Seriously? All the club members are here for once and we're not playing anything? Yeah, for once in 3 days, because none of y'all went to check on her on day one. Even though you seem to have the most information as to what may have happened to her, even if it was a rumor. I don't care. Ugh. Dissertation in the face of the enemy? What was the punishment game for it? What part of the club constitution was that in? Stop it, Mi-chan. We can't force her to play with us. Hey, this old man isn't trying to force her or anything. I just thought it would be more fun for sure if we did something exciting. Really, I'm happy you feel that way. Don't worry, next we meet, you'll see. I'll get you all caught in a gigantic trap. next we meet, as if... I don't like the implications of saying next we meet as if you're not going to be at school tomorrow. My instinct is saying, follow her ass home. Oh. Satoko, while insulting us, still said she couldn't participate in the club today and apologized. She quickly put her things into her bag and pattered out into the hallway, disappearing. Without Rika. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Satoko... Rika-chan stared lonesomely as her friend hurried home, unable to be a part of club activities. Silence filled the classroom. Both the cheerful voices of our classmates in the schoolyard and the voices of the cicadas sounded like they were coming from some faraway world. This is boring. The silence was broken by Mion's bitterness, and as she began putting the games on the desk back into the locker. New club game, Catch Child. We might want to rephrase that. More like Protect Child. Everyone just stared absently at Satoko's seat, now empty. Rika-chan, maybe you could tell us about it now? Rika. Rena made as gentle a smile. New club game. Eliminate abuser. Stalk child home so we can commit murder. New club game. Uncle Pinata. Okay, new club game. Arson. just burn it all down. Get Satoko out of there and then burn it all down. With Uncle inside. I love y'all. I love y'all with your club game ideas. Rena made as gentle a smile as she possibly could and spoke softly to Rika-chan. It's War Crime Wednesday! Even without hearing it from her, we pretty much knew the situation at this point. Yeah, just say, we know. Satoko's uncle had broken up with his lover and come back home to Hinamizawa. Okay, I'm also hoping that broken up does not mean murdered. I'd be very concerned if so, but I don't know. It's just a little ping that popped up in my brain that I feel like I need to say. Hopefully not, but I also wouldn't put it past him. He had taken Satoko back home and forced her to do all the household work. Because he's a lazy sack of shit who can't function on his own. All that had to be pretty rough on her. Thinking this was common knowledge to everyone, I skipped to the important part. So we're following her home, right? Is it really bad? I don't know, going back to live with her uncle with a history of abuse? Yeah, Keiichi, I think it would be. I think it is bad. Maybe Mion and Rena wanted to ask the same question. No, they probably already knew. Anyway, nobody spoke. We all just stared, waiting for Rika-chan's reply. Girl. Rika-chan still didn't answer us. Probably because is it really bad? It does not imply that you know. We were hoping for her to say no, but her silence was a bad enough sign. Last year, was it? It was like this when both her uncle and his wife were here, right? Yeah. At the time, they were mostly just being caught between their aunt and uncle fighting. One of the ways we helped out was with the club, by reducing her time at home as much as we could, but... He's making her do the chores now, so she can't stay at school either. Shit. Satoko's not a slave. Who do you think you are, ignoring your own inability to live properly and basically putting Satoko under house arrest? Yeah, that's right. You're getting angry at the right target now. Let's do... Cox gun, let's do this. I'm a teenager, but... When you think about it, isn't it really strange? We'd need a lot of circumstantial evidence, but isn't this abuse? Keiichi, I think you're a few pages behind everybody else. Can't we notify the police or something? Like, isn't this abuse? It is! Anyway.
You're right. If we had evidence she was being abused, I think we could tell the police. And we can't talk to the region's welfare people about this?
He's a few books behind.
Rena and I kept saying police, police, as though it were nothing, but Mion's response sounded like she thought we were a little naive.
It's easy for you to say that. Have you thought about the risks of actually getting proof?
What do you mean, risks?
I think it was 2 winters ago. Hold on! Yatsu's onto something here. I have a better plan. Spread rumors with the old ladies. I think it was 2 winters ago. And yeah, Oishi definitely seems like either a potential problem or solution for this. Let's see. We all know how they react to outsiders behaving poorly to residents. Exactly.
I think it was 2 winters ago. We reported it.
To the Child Consultation Center. Oh, hold on. My concerns are rising.
We told them there was abuse happening and to do something right away.
Huh? You did?
What happened?
A person came as soon as we called. She interviewed Satoko and Satoshi about what was going on. And then their uncle and his wife, too. I can understand asking Satoko and Satoshi, but wouldn't it be not so good to talk to the aunt and uncle? I think it's more corroborating stories, because kids could easily say their parents are abusing them when they're not. I don't know. Maybe that's just me wanting to make sure I get all sides of the story, just to make sure. And, like, I think you'd be able to tell if the aunt and uncle were lying, especially considering their living situation and the fact that they were very clearly underfed. So anyway. They said they'd base their judgment on what they heard from both sides. Exactly. Great of them, wasn't it?
So, what did they decide to do?
Wait and see. Oh, you mean like what y'all did? Like what y'all did? Oh, so Toko's not here. Maybe she'll come back. Let's wait and see. Y'all ain't any better. Y'all literally did the wait and see thing. Literally. Literally. What do you mean, wait and see?
The uncle really studied up on this stuff. By law, you can't call it abuse unless assault or child neglect has been established.
They poked and prodded Satoko and Satoshi a lot, but it never left any real marks on them. They were pretty much eating 3 meals a day and had beds. I thought they were being starved. And there weren't any recordings or something like that to prove they'd said or done anything to cause them psychological trauma. Because they were too poor to have anything, like not even a tape recorder. Come the fuck on. None of the villagers had ever actually seen them being violent either. No matter how mean you are, you wouldn't act so violent in front of other people. Nobody would.
Then, what happened?
The welfare officer apparently went to visit on the same day each week for a while. The aunt and uncle knew they were being watched, though, and didn't torment them in any way that would stand out. Of course, that wasn't the end of it.
You mean they ramped up how malicious they were being?
Mion sighed and nodded. Their aunt was really damn stubborn. She's one of the most spiteful people I've ever known. Apparently, she was doing some pretty disgusting things. Satoko was like a doll that did nothing but breathe by the end of it. So what? So what is the worst thought to have after this, buddy? From that conclusion, does that mean they never should have contacted child welfare in the first place?
understand? Without proof of abuse so clear anyone could see it, there's nothing we can do. In fact, it might even make the situation worse. We messed up pretty bad. But you tried to do the right thing at least. You tried to do something instead of wait and see. Which is what you did this time. And now it's happening again. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't, but go with the one that you won't regret, okay? And after hearing that even public organizations, the one thing they thought was dependable couldn't do anything, everyone hung their heads. Also, Mion, if that's your excuse for not saying anything, it's like, because it's like, well, if it's the uncle, what the fuck can we do? That's still a stupid reason to not say anything. In other words, until we have clear evidence of abuse, we shouldn't notify anyone? Well, I mean... basically, yeah. Alright, we'll take matters into our own hands. Let's get the baseball bat. Piñata time. Hold on. Oh, what is the yell's idea again? Uncle Piñata. Eliminate abuser. Stalk child home so we can commit murder. Yeah, there's a lot of options we have here. I considered Satoko's current situation. She's in hell. We need to get her out. Moving on. She was brought back to her house. It was a little difficult to call that abuse. Okay, she's forced to stay home from school. There's something there. She was being tormented and forced to do the chores. How was she being tormented? How she was being tormented would be the key, but without concrete evidence, it would be difficult to prove. If she had some kind of external injury, that would work. But as far as we could tell from today, she had nothing like that. Not that we could see, anyway. And being forced to do the chores. That was a bit weak, too. There had to be better evidence that she was without a doubt being abused. I know. Her uncle had ignored Satoko's existence for a whole year and went to live with his lover in town. Didn't that fall under one of the definitions of abuse that Mion had mentioned? Child neglect? Yeah, it's the perfect case of child neglect. What about that, Mi-chan?
If her uncle weren't here now, it could be recognized as child neglect. But he's living with her at the moment, isn't he? They were apart before, but if he said something like he had a change of heart and decided to live with her, then they might just wait and see again. Once we reported it, we would need to be absolutely sure they'd interpret it as abuse. Maybe we needed far more concrete evidence, lest we repeat last year's mistake. Well, it's sad. Sorry, that's Rena.
This means we need to sit quietly and wait for him to be violent towards Satoko-chan and leave a mark, don't we?
Or one of y'all could get a tape recorder and hide it somewhere in the house. I don't fucking know.
The only plan I could think of was, in the end, just watching and waiting.
It left me in shock when I realized that it would be the same policy as that of the officials who had made the situation worse. Oh, hey, I mean, all you did was wait and see before, so, like, you're just continuing that same... Ugh. Anyway, I can't just keep hammering on them. It's time to stop beating the dead horse. Alright, as Mion said, reporting it to a public agency would be a gamble. If we're going to pick a fight, it would have to be one we couldn't afford to lose. Or had no chance of losing, let's be real. If we were gambling, without enough money, without enough evidence, our defeat would be assured. If we took the time to amass enough money that we could be sure of victory, then that would mean pretending we didn't see Satoko's plight for a considerable amount of time. Then let her in on the loop and let her and be like, hey, we know what's going on. We want to help you. We just need time to get evidence. Just hang in there, okay? Like, don't look like a bunch of heartless bitches ignoring her. Sorry for bringing this up now, but how do y'all feel about arson? How is Rika-chan able to live by herself? Rika-chan had lost her parents, if I recalled correctly. From what I'd heard, she had no relatives either. She was forced to live on her own as a result, but her life was unfettered, free of restriction. If she could somehow grant that freedom to Satoko, too... I mean, Rika-chan, you're living without any parents, right? Sorry, that may have sounded a bit harsh. Don't kids with no guardians have to go to orphanages and stuff?
Kichi-kun,
Yeah, that was a bit... That was a bit of an insensitive way to phrase it, bro.
that's cruel.
I'm not saying it to be mean. I only asked because I thought maybe there would be a hint to saving Satoko. Rika-chan, sorry if I offended you. Rika-chan shook her head, not particularly disturbed.
Thanks for reminding me about my dead parents, though. Well, you see, it's because I'm considered the mayor's daughter.
Huh. Let me explain. The mayor, Old Man Kimiyoshi, he's not dead yet, is Rika-chan's guardian. Okay. He got official permission from the governor of the prefecture. Huh. So you're adopted? No, not adopted. You can be someone's guardian without being in the same family. Yeah, that's why it's a legal guardian.
Oh, I get it. Rika-chan lives by herself, but by law, she's considered to live with the mayor, right?
Yeah, basically. That's how Rika-chan avoids being sent to an orphanage. Actually, it would be Child and Family Services, not an orphanage.
I don't understand the hard things, but anyway, she's right.
Interesting you should say that, Mion. You can be someone's guardian even if they're in another family. Then, shouldn't we have the mayor or someone else become Satoko's guardian, if only on paper? Then she'd be in the same position as Rika-chan. And she could go back to her old life. Too bad it won't work. I mean, her uncle is supposedly her guardian. Wait a minute. You lost me there. What's a guardian exactly, anyway? Okay, hold on. Let me grab the dictionary and beat you over the head with it and then read it. In legal terms, a guardian and a parent weren't necessarily synonyms. So whoever was actually looking after her at home would be considered her guardian. Rika is her guardian. Then her uncle isn't her guardian. He left Satoko by herself for so long. But if he insists he's her guardian, then that's it. It's bullshit. It's been a few days since Satoko was taken back to her house because we sat on our asses and did nothing. Her uncle's been paying for her meals since then, right? He is I was gonna say no, but she did go buy expensive tofu. She had no money to do so otherwise. He is sort of looking after her, so he'd probably insist. And even though he abandoned her for a year, he'd already looked after her for the whole year before that. But the mayor doesn't have that kind of history.
So then, if both the mean uncle and the mayor requested guardianship at the same time, the uncle would make more sense?
No, but he'd have a better chance. The term guardian refers to the person actually caring for her, right? The uncle actually has a bed and food for her, but the mayor would just have his name. It wouldn't even be a contest. Then, shouldn't the mayor just start caring for her for real? It may be a bit late for that, bucko. He'd be her guardian in name and reality if he did. We just need to shelter Satoko. That might lead to her uncle being desperate to take her back, but will stubbornly refuse him. It won't be that easy. Satoko is a growing girl, you know? It's not like giving someone a cat. You're asking him to care for a real person. Also, I'm hoping everybody else's brain is going where mine is, considering a discussion in the first chapter we did today. Then, Coach, there we go! Literally as I say it! Listen, I don't trust the man, but right now he's gotta be better than abusive uncle, right? Right? I hope. I'm actually uncertain, but right now, it feels like the only glimmer of hope we have. After having an actual he's actually a good guy seen with him, I'm willing to trust him more. I still don't fully trust him, but I'd make a deal with him. Stop with the raunchy-ass child predator-esque jokes, and sure, I would back him up. Then Coach. What about Coach? Coach, I don't know, he's got a lot of money, right? He even said it himself. He said he's got a steady living, which is... My brain immediately went to, you shouldn't just give someone a cat either. Entirely true, though. Entirely true. I wouldn't trust Satoko's uncle with a cat either, so. And I don't know how the mayor would handle a cat, so who knows. All the more reason, it's like, if I don't know for sure, then no. Anyway. He even said it himself. Even if he's not her real father, Coach could become her guardian. He would be great at taking care of her. Stop that. Stop thinking of Satoko like a pet. All you're doing is talking about pushing her onto someone else. That's not the intent I got, but you need to think more seriously about how much responsibility it is to care for another human being. Did you ask him? Did you get an actual promise from him that he takes Satoko under his care? No, I didn't. But Coach would definitely say yes. Well, fine. Even considering the 0% probability of Coach saying it was okay, then what? It still wouldn't work. He couldn't become a guardian all by himself. Right. Ugh. That's right. Coach, didn't he say it himself? He was alone, so he couldn't do it. Shit, what the hell? All those anime about gruff men adopting a cute child figure, all the anime have lied to me. Why is being single such a disadvantage in this society? I don't know, man. I've been single all my life, and I agree, it sucks. Then, all you could do is marry into a wealthy family, couldn't you? Is there anyone that wealthy in Hinamizawa? I'm not sure. See? It's not simple. It's hard to adopt someone, and you can't go into it thinking you'll push Satoko onto someone else just for a little while. You're being naive, Kei-chan. Shit, damn it, and what the hell? Okay. 3 swears. Alright. Shit, damn it, what the hell? I'm desperately thinking of how to save Satoko, and all you're saying is no, no. Don't you care about Satoko at all? Are you even worried about our friends one bit? I was gonna say yes, but then I have to question why she kept everything quiet, but in actuality, I'm getting the vibes that she's saying this because she's thought about it and tried it before. It sounds like she's speaking from experience and is saying, don't go through the pain I did of trying these other routes or something. I don't know. But also, yeah, I still say, Mion, you should have said something. What do you have to say for yourself? I didn't mean that, but it just won't be that easy, and it's not that difficult a problem. I mean, it kind of is. I don't know what it's like in Japan for, like, childcare, but thinking about, like, how difficult it is to even do adoption in America, it's like, it actually is kind of difficult, friend. We just need to have some rich people look after Satoko for a while, that's all! Right, what about your family, Mion? You always brag about how great it is being one of the 3 families or whatever, don't you? From what you've said, you must live in a gigantic house. My house? No, that won't happen. My grandma would never allow it. Then, what about your relatives in Okinomiya? From what I heard, they're living in luxury themselves. There's plenty of shops your relatives manage in town, too. Your family are basically millionaires, aren't they? No, that won't work. Going to Okinomiya is even more out of the question. My father, he'd never let it happen, ever. Hey. Normally, you act like some high and mighty bigwig, and now you're being all spineless? Oh, God. What the hell? We're breaking down. The ship's going down, friends. The ship's going down. And not like romance ship, I mean like the friend ship. Are you just going to sit by and watch Satoko suffer? That's... No, I don't, but... Also, Sam, I've been single so long, I don't... Yeah, listen, I have crushes. I have no idea what to do once I get to the crush phase, and I'm like, okay, I have a crush. Now what? All I do is just I just clam. It's like, okay, don't say anything stupid to blow your chances, and then I just, it leads to me saying nothing. Ever. And that's why I've never dated. Anyway, that and the one time I was close to dating, I also happened, yes, introverted, but also the one time I happened to almost actually hook up with someone was also around the time I realized that I am gay. I thought I was pan literally up until a year ago. And it sucks. Almost happened, and then it was like, God damn it, I'm gay. I can't do this. Damn it. And I tried so hard, man. I tried, but nah. So no, I'm still struggling. Alright, that's... No, I don't... But, I mean, I want to help her as much as you. But that's a different story. How is it a different story? How could you be so cold-hearted? Your friend is in trouble. What are you if you don't rescue her? I mean, what are all of y'all for sitting around thinking, nah, she'll be fine? Well, I mean, Rika didn't think that, but she also didn't say anything for some reason. But y'all were like, okay, I guess we'll just wait for her to come back to class. Y'all literally did nothing. And now there's infighting. What are you if you don't rescue her? You're our president! Our club president! More than that, you're supposed to be an actual friend. Like, come on. Save her! Save her from this crisis! If you don't save her right now, you're not her friend. Okay, you're going a bit farther, buddy. You need to calm the fuck down. If you don't save her right now, you're not her friend. You're not even human. I don't know if you have any humanity left in you. Bro, shut. I hate that there's no closed quotation, so it's still going. Are you listening to me, Mion? My emotions all exploded out of me, and I didn't even give her a chance to say anything in response. I just wanted to make Mion agree with me, even if I had to force her. Well, you fucked up. You did the same strat as my aunt a while back. Like, you went for the fucking jugular ruthlessly and hoped it would work. I've never not been single. Gender stuff kind of keeps me from relationships. Hopefully be able to address that somewhat soon. Ah. Let's go, Team Single Pringles. No offense, Gan. But yeah, Keiji, you fucking up right now. If she did, Satoko's problems would be solved. Why don't you do so? Why are you... Like, she said her family can't do it. Like, she said her family can't do it, so why don't you do something, Keiji? Granted, I am also basically a hermit. Okay, but also same. If pushing her would solve the issue, then I'd push her as much as I needed to. Maybe... Imagine being able... Yeah, and I'm super happy for you, Gad, genuinely. I wasn't trying to, like, make a joke target out of you. Like, I'm genuinely happy for you. If pushing her would solve the issue... Yeah, Keiji, maybe you should try doing something. Like, take action, brah. Why aren't you saying anything anymore? Because you yelled at her and attacked her in her weak points and basically broke her down. To the point where she probably can't help even if she wanted to. You went too far, buddy. Why aren't you saying anything anymore? I'm asking you, asshole! Well, say something, Mion Sonozaki! Rena, slap her. Him, sorry. Rena, slap him. Yeah, Anzu's awesome. From what I haven't had too many interactions with her, but she seems freaking awesome from the few I've seen with her.
Me?
Mion, looking down with a grim face, began sobbing. Yeah, you basically said she's not human. When she herself probably already feels kind of helpless in this situation, and you said she was inhuman for feeling helpless. So, like, all of her counterpoints had some sort of, you know, they set foot and realized it sucks. It's a painful truth, but she was just speaking truth, and you just kind of attacked her for also feeling helpless. And probably also trying these avenues before. Her hands were clenched into trembling fists, and she rubbed her eyes to wipe away the tears. Was what I said actually that mean? Yes! Yes, it was. You literally said she isn't human. You dehumanized her. It's fucked up. This isn't the time to cry. We're in the gambling room now. Bro, shut the fuck up. Rena, knock him out. We're in the gambling room now, and we have to do something to save Satoko. Maybe you go find something to do yourself. I don't know. And as I thought that, Rena spoke, her voice cold and incredibly calm.
Keiichi-kun, if Mi-chan's family won't work, then what if we look for another wealthy family? I know someone in Hinamizawa who lives in a nice big house.
Who's that?
Oh, come on! You've got a splendid family and you're leaving it out of things? She's like, bro, use your fucking brain! Instead of attacking others for doing nothing, maybe you do something!
Thank you, Rena.
My family? My family is... Your friends, right?
Literally turning it right back on him.
Your friends, right? Save her, Keiichi-kun. Mi-chan is cold-hearted after all. Since you are so considerate towards friends, you should lead by example. Just the three of you are living in that huge house, right? Then you've probably got plenty of spare rooms. You should just give a few of the empty ones to Satoko-chan. And then her worries would all be over. What's this? We're done already? That was pretty quick. Okay, great. Congratulations on solving the problem. Then are we done for today? I'm going home. Hooray, hooray. Maybe I'll go treasure hunting. I haven't done that in a while. I was so worried about Satoko-chan until now that I didn't feel like going to play at all. I wonder what I'll find today. Oh. Say something, will you? Why am I the only one talking?
Oh, she got the angry face.
Say something, you bastard! Are you listening, Keiichi Maibara?
He deserved it. He deserved it. Thank you, Rena. Thank you. I know you kind of basically snapped and went scary mode, and, you really snapped, but, he deserved it. Thank you. Thank you. Even the cicadas seemed to cower in fear. Rena, her shoulders bobbing up and down, and me, who had forgotten to breathe. Mion, whose face had gone completely pale, and Rika-chan, who was keeping silent as if nothing had happened. She's masking. She's so masking. The murderous urges are earned this time. Absolutely. The atmosphere in the classroom grew tight and stiff, and it petrified us where we stood. Rattle. The sound of the chair as Rena sat back down after having stood up finally allowed everyone present to take a breath. Rena had shown me just how much I'd hurt Mion.
kinda scary.
After a few moments, Rika-chan cut into the frozen air.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Rika-chan. Mi-chan, I'm sorry to you too. I don't have to apologize to you, do I? I would apologize. I regret not... I don't regret a single word I just fucking said to you, bitch.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being so unreasonable.
Were you saying all that to me before? You said it while glaring at Mi-chan, so I totally thought you were talking to her.
Rena had such strength that you wouldn't have imagined it normal. See, it's a great example of, like, the nice, the usually, like, kind one hitting their fucking snapping point and going for blood. But it's blood that deserves to be spilled, and I love it. All I did was spout terrible things as a wave of violent fury passed over me. I couldn't contend with her. Neon, I'm sorry. I lost my cool. Come to think of it, I didn't understand what had gotten me that riled up. I thought of myself as Satoko's need. That's literally what got you riled up, is you see her as like a little sister and you're worried about her. So why the fuck... Rena has a good point, if you can. Anyway... I thought of myself as Satoko's Nini, so I only had good intentions. That I think about it a little harder than everyone else, and yet... It's okay. You were worrying with everything you had, but all I was saying was that nothing would work. So, I'm sorry. I did something wrong too. Mion rubbed away the tears at the corners of her eyes with her fists and apologized as well. We bowed our heads to each other and looked down, without glancing at the other. Someone, I don't know who, heaved a sigh. Satoko being tormented had been known about since last year. How had the tragedy back then saved Satoko? How had they brought it to an end? Right. In the end, nobody could do anything. All they could do was bear it patiently and wait for those agonizing days to end. That's right. The one who brought an end to those terrible days was some crazy drug addict nobody knew. On the night of Watanagashi last year, their mean aunt had been beaten to death. But it hadn't been done to save Satoko or Satoshi. Right. It really was just a coincidence. Anybody else think they know where this is going? Satoko's friends, who needed to do something for her most of all, could do nothing. The incident may have been a tragic one. But from Satoko's viewpoint, it was nothing less than a miracle. Yes, a miracle. A miracle one could only wait for. Is waiting all we can do? Not for evidence of abuse. Not for something that minor. Huh?
Wait, for what?
A miracle. No one made fun of me for using such a crazy word. We couldn't come up with any solution, so it was the only thing we could do. We're powerless. That one word Mion dropped was the finishing blow. It was hot. My body was sticky with sweat. The worst month, June. That's just the cut in on the chapter. Okay. Almost there. Almost done. I walked forward quite a ways, then turned right where the rice fields ended. I'd never come here before, so I had no idea where to go. I got lost several times, so I may have taken quite a long way around. Maybe I should have gone back home and gotten my bike first. It would have made everyone else worry if I'd asked them, so I asked one of our other classmates where Satoko's actual house was. That house was originally her family's, apparently, not their uncle and his wife's. Their house had been bigger, so they had taken it for themselves. Right here. Several houses all in a line. Over there. I was visiting Satoko's house, but didn't particularly intend to meet her there. I didn't mean to spy on the enemy, her mean uncle, either. Maybe I just wanted to be a little closer to her, as her Nini. Pretty words, but I didn't know if they were true. If what Tomita-kun and the others told me was right, it'd be this house? When I recognized it, my feet grew heavy. What did I come here for? I swear to God, if this goes where I think it's going. My motive for coming here was absurd. When Mion had said at the end that we were powerless, it made me sort of frustrated. I just wanted to do something, anything, other than waste the days away praying for a miracle. That's what made me come here. But that was all. Even if I were to witness her uncle actually tormenting Satoko, what could I do? Would I act like a comic book hero, punch the guy in the face, and take Satoko away with me? And then live together somewhere far away? That was ridiculous. I'm powerless. The cicadas' voices, raised in chorus, sounded like they were scoffing at me. As though they were saying that if I couldn't do anything and wouldn't do anything, then I should go back home. I heard a car approaching, so I got out of its way. But the car stopped right behind me, its horn honking shortly, once. Annoyed, hadn't I gotten out of their way, I looked behind me, and a familiar face was looking at me out of the driver's seat window. I was gonna say, it's either Coach or Oishi. Coach. Hello, my bar-san. How unexpected to meet you all the way out here. Do you live nearby? Me being here wasn't normal. Just as I considered somehow giving him the slip, I noticed Satoko sitting in the passenger seat. Satoko? Oh, honey. That face, oh, honey. That one just breaks my heart. She looks soulless. Satoko got out of the car and began unloading a lot of groceries from the trunk. I happened to run into Coach on my way back from shopping. He said he'd bring me home, so I accepted his offer. She wouldn't have been able to carry all those groceries on her bike. As Coach spoke, he pulled Satoko's bike out from the back seat where they'd put it. Oh, I almost thought Coach was her uncle. Thank God he's not. Though I am still concerned about him. He's at least not the uncle. The grocery bags were big, and there were 4 of them. They all seemed to be packed full and very heavy. Those bags. Seven Smart? Hey, isn't that a little far to go by bicycle? I looked at the bags and saw that they were filled to the brim with sake bottles, snacks you'd eat with sake, and boxes of cigarettes. Their weight was one thing, but their contents were nothing less than luxury items. How could she even get cigarettes if she's underage, unless there's, like, no restriction on, like... I don't know.
I made it thanks to Coach. He helped me out. It was a little difficult going up those hills.
So Toko gave Yeah, that's part of my concern. It's like, wait, they really don't card anybody in other places? Oh, no. Oh, dearie. Anyway, so Toko gave Coach a smile filled with gratitude. It is a random Japanese village in the 80s. Yeah, fair enough, whatever. I'm just picturing, though, like someone, 10 years old, just, buying a box of cigarettes and then actually smoking it and being like, no, don't do that to yourself, child. Gosh. Anyway. So Toko gave Coach a smile filled with gratitude, but it was incredibly awkward and even heart-rending. So Toko, these groceries aren't for dinner tonight, are they?
Of course not. I do not drink sake, and I hate snacks.
Of course, I don't smoke, either. He made Satoko go to a distant store by herself on her bike. So she could buy dumb shit like this? And what was the uncle doing right now, anyway? He must have been working up a good sweat at this very moment if he needed to send Satoko out by herself, right? If not, then how much had Satoko suffered for no reason? I hadn't intended to voice my feelings. But they may have made it to my face. As we all know, my face is the opposite of a poker face. You ever see JoJo's Bizarre Adventure with Kishibe? I believe it's Kishibe. Where he could just, use his stands and, read people's histories by turning their face into a book. Yeah, that's literally me. That's just me, but without the stands. Coach might have noticed because he clapped me on the shoulder. Just then, one of the house windows clattered open, and the face of a vulgar man. Heaven's Door! Yes! That one! Rohan Kishibe with Heaven's Door. Yes, that one. Yeah, Rohan Kishibe and Heaven's Door. Yes. That's what I feel like Keiichi's face has to be like. It just... It opens up and it's like, these are my literal thoughts right now. And they're like... Man, you truly have the opposite of a poker face, don't you? I can literally read everything. Just then, one of the house windows clattered open, in the face of a vulgar man, the very sight of which made me immediately avert my eyes, emerged from within it. All these pages are blank! What do you mean you have no thought? What the fuck? just Rohan being, absolutely stunned if he tried it on Keiichi and be like, the fuck you mean you have nothing here? Is your head that empty? What the fuck? There were no self-introductions necessary. My gut told me that this was the uncle in question. The first thing out of his mouth should have been words of gratitude for Satoko. Satoko, you left the heat for the sake on when you left, you half-wit.
I'm sorry, but you told me to go right away.
Shut up. You've gone and ruined it. And it was the good stuff, too. What'll you do about it?
I'm sorry.
Honey. Anybody got a tape recorder? Anybody got a tape recorder on them? Right now. I know it's the 80s. We can't capture this with a phone. But maybe someone has a tape recorder. Satoko miserably apologized over and over, bowing again and again. Or a gun, that works too. Absolutely, yes. The most powerful spell known to man. Gun. She could be perfectly described as a small animal. I had no idea what was happening. Power word 9mm. Satoko finished shopping for all this heavy stuff that wasn't even for dinner. She only managed to come back because she ran into Coach and he drove her home. If she hadn't been found by him, she'd surely still be by herself, panting and moaning, pedaling her bicycle up that steep hill. What was with those words? Those horrible, sleazy words that he said to Satoko? In what country's dictionary did it tell him to say such things to a young girl who just finished shopping? My anger, of course, wouldn't reach him. The uncle displayed no interest in me, instead shouting at Coach. Oh, if it isn't Dr. Irie. Behold my stand, M2. Hello, hello. Why don't you come on inside too? We're in the last round, so you can get in right away. 100 yen per 1,000 points and anything goes. Really, you're gambling all your money away? No. I'll pass, thank you. I just ran into Satoko-chan and gave her a lift is all. I'll be leaving now. Oh, nah, come play around. You've got a lot of money, eh? I'm not gonna laugh. I didn't even understand what her uncle and Coach were talking about. But I knew one thing for sure. None of what he'd said had been to thank Satoko in any way. Satoko, could you bring us the damn snacks? And start getting those beers chilled, too. Go get us some cold ones from the fridge. Te-chan, you're so harsh on her. She looks so sad. You should take better care of her. This is how I gotta treat her. She's been like this since she was with my bro. Spoil her and she ain't gonna listen to a damn thing you say. Shit. Whatever, it's your draw, Te-chan. Tsubaki-chan declared Richi too. Sorry. What, you and Richi again, Tsubaki? It looked like it wasn't just her uncle. Some of his friends were over. One of his friends is saying, you should try to teach her right, and he's like, nah, and then he just doesn't fight any further than that. Really? Anyway, what were they doing? Flinging rude words left and right, making Satoko go shopping for your beer? What were they doing? My uncle's friends came from town, and they're playing mahjong. He told me to prepare dinner for them as well. With what? Dinner groceries? You have nothing! What the hell? Mahjong? He called his friends over for mahjong? They were too busy playing, so they sent Satoko to buy them a crapload of booze from a faraway store. And the first thing he said to her was how she left the gas on? What the hell? What does that guy think he's doing? Who could get lost in some dumb game of mahjong and send Satoko to buy all this stuff? Even though Coach was listening, he pretended he wasn't. There was a line of heavy-looking shopping bags lined up on the ground next to the trunk. My Bara-san, you help too, please. You're a boy. You get to carry this heavy one. Coach, you're gonna let this slide? This is completely... Coach pretended he hadn't heard that violent outburst either. When I thought about it later, his reaction might have been the best thing he could do in that situation. I'll carry 2 of them myself. Come on. Help us carry them. Please. The bags were packed to the brim with bottles of sake and bar snacks. They were so heavy. And so filthy. So unfair. They weren't just heavy in terms of weight. It made me feel mortified. Nothing could have been heavier than that.
Keiichi-san, there's no need to push yourself. I'll carry it.
Satoko mistook my biting back the humiliation as grimacing under the weight and offered to help. Stupid. Don't underestimate me. Satoko had never looked down on my physical strength in the slightest.
Coach, I'm sorry for you too. It must be heavy.
No, not at all, answered Coach, smiling vaguely, coolly. But I, and I alone, knew. Coach was an adult, so he just knew how to keep his feelings from showing. There was even more anger than I was feeling, burning deep in his eyes. Well, it is heavy. Shit. Shit! It wasn't very far to the doorstep of Satoko's house, but the bag squeezed my palms and started leaving red marks. Fury welled up in me, and the back of my throat stung. But even if it all came gushing out, it wouldn't solve anything. So, just tightly gritting my teeth was as much as I could do.
Really, thank you so much. Both of you. You really helped me here.
After we carried them to the back door, Satoko said that was enough. Occasionally, we'd hear the repulsive laughing of her uncle and his friends from within, and my insides would seethe. I knew they weren't ridiculing us. And that was why it made me so mad. They'd made Satoko shop for all this heavy, selfish stuff, then ignored her and laughed amongst themselves as they pleased. It was deeply aggravating. Of course, Coach had to have felt the same way. But if he accidentally let his feelings slip onto his face, he'd only cause Satoko more worry. He knew all that, and spoke coolly, as if to say he didn't care. Not at all. I'm happy I could be a bit of help for you. If there's anything else I can help with, please tell me.
Yes, I really am happy you feel that way.
That he feels that way. Those words were sad. Satoko herself was sad and resigned that we could only help her so much. But she was right. No matter how much Coach or I want to help Satoko, this was as much as we could do. I felt absolutely ashamed at not having the power to help her any more than this. Burning, boiling emotions were bubbling up within me and rising into my throat. Trembling all over, I almost started to cry from my fury. Me too. If there's anything I can do, I'll help you whenever you need. So, hang in there. I wanted to at least give her those trite words saying that I'd help her whenever she wanted.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm happy just that you came all the way here when you didn't need to.
Satoko seemed to have guessed.
what I was doing in a place like this, when my house was in the opposite direction from the school. Alright. You should get going. They're drunk right now, so there's no telling what they'll get mad at you for. She felt guilty getting us involved after we'd helped her. Because she wanted to be the only one to suffer this misfortune. That's how it looked. And it hurt. I handed my supermarket bag over to Satoko. And then I noticed on the back of Satoko's hand there was something that looked like a bruise. Hey, Satoko? What the heck is that bruise? I knew as much as anyone else how transparent that sounded. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. I started because I'm like, oh my god, hold on. A ray of hope. It sucks to see, but a ray of hope, because that may not be something she can hide. That's the evidence. They have the evidence. They have the evidence. I didn't need to hear it from Satoko to know how this bruise came to be. I just slipped on the stairs and hit it a little. Please, pay it no mind. You're lying. Coach nudged me in the back. And then he put his index finger to his mouth to chide me for being so loud. Really, thank you so much. Until tomorrow. I hope we can see each other at school. That's not what I'm talking about. I asked you how you got that bruise on your hand. The evening glow finally got to a point where I could see the other concealed oval-shaped bruises and traces of swelling. But also, yes, please stop yelling. The window is still open. On her neck? On her neck? And her legs? And other places, too. I fell down the stairs. If you fell down the stairs and hit your neck on the stair, I'm pretty sure you would not be walking right now. The very moment my violent, rampaging emotions were about to burst their way out of my throat, I found my mouth being tightly clamped down on. It's gotta be Coach. Coach was pressing down on my mouth from behind, wrapping around me tightly with his hands. See, normally I'd say don't touch the child, but right now, no, this is a smart tactic. Because of that, I couldn't say anything. But I could only groan. Which I did. That was all I could do. I needed to expel all the magma sitting deep within me. Because otherwise, I'd surely explode into a million pieces that very moment. So I groaned. I groaned from my mouth, from my whole body, while heat fell in drops from my eyes. I groaned and groaned. I groaned to the point of exhaustion. I can't replicate that because my throat's feeling a little sore. And it's like, I gotta hang in there for the last of this. I'm not gonna do the groaning, unfortunately. I wrung absolutely everything out of myself. Even having lost my voice, I was still wringing it all out. I understand how you feel. I really do, my bar-son. Please, please just endure it for now. Please, I'm asking you, my bar-son. Endure it for now? And then what, huh? What would happen to her, to Satoko? Her body and mind were wounded, and she was being made to suffer like this. Can you not even let me howl in vain at it? Is that it, Coach? Are we this powerless? So powerless that we can't even fucking scream from the bottom of our hearts?
The voices of the Higurashi made me calm down. Yeah, it's like the Higurashi are screaming for you, man. I didn't know how long it had been. Satoko abruptly gave a slight bow.
Thank you very much, Keiichi-san.
Satoko.
You looked a lot like my real Nini just now.
Oh god. Here come the tears.
My real Nini may not be here anymore, but I have another Nini named Keiichi-san.
Yeah, you got it. I'm your Nini. And when you're in pain, I'll help you no matter what. Your Nini will rescue you for sure. Satoshi Hojo, you fucking idiots. If not now, then when? Satoko, she's never been in more pain in her life. If her Nini doesn't save her now, then when will he? Why did you run away? Why did you abandon her? Why did you leave Satoko behind? You don't have any right to call yourself Satoko's Nini. I won't run away.
Huh?
I definitely won't run away. I won't run away and abandon you like Satoshi did. No way. I will not abandon you. Slip. Tears trickled down from Satoko's eyes. And then she narrowed her eyes into a smile.
Goodbye, Nini.
Satoko took her right hand and awkwardly waved to me.
I'll be alright. My Nini now helped me so much. So I'll be okay. I'll do my best until tomorrow. I'll be okay. So, for today, this is goodbye.
There was no way that I could say, bye, see you tomorrow. And then, from inside the house came a throaty, disgusting voice. Satoko, could you bring us the snacks already? Shut the fuck up, you disgusting waste of sperm.
Okay, Nini. Get going already. I'll be fine now. Hurry.
Let's go, my bar-san. Staying any longer than this would be a bother to Satoko-chan.
Coach, Nini's house is a little far away. I'm sorry to ask you this, but could you take him home?
Yes, I'll do that. Coach grabbed me by my collar, and with strength I couldn't have imagined having, started dragging me away. And I, unable to oppose him, started getting farther away from Satoko. She waved her hand to us, expression still dark, and disappeared through the back door. Coach got into the car first, then turned around on the narrow path and brought the passenger side door around for me. I know how you feel so well, it hurts. No. I think I understand it even more than you. But right now, just for now, please endure it. She understood exactly how you feel, so please endure it. If you don't, I know already. I'm sorry. Thank you for before. I meekly got into the passenger seat. The car accelerated quietly, and Satoko's house grew farther and farther away in the rearview mirror. We made a wide turn, and then I couldn't see her house anymore. Is your house that far away? It's in the other direction from the school, isn't it? I didn't bother to reply. I would have been hard-pressed to give him an answer as to why I was at Satoko's house. Coach didn't say anything more, either. Well, then how the frick is he gonna know where to take you, man? What, is he just gonna drive randomly down the roads until you're like, right here's good? Oh boy. Sorry, excuse me. I had to finally wipe those tears away. It was getting to me. God damn, like, sibling shit, man. Even if they're not real siblings, it's like, it's still getting to me, man. Sibling bonds! Coach didn't say anything more either. For a while, the two of us were silent. The only sounds from the gravel spraying over the road as we drove. I remembered how Rena said things were different than last year. At the time, she had Satoshi with her. Satoshi protected Satoko, so that less of the sparks fell onto her. But now, Satoshi isn't here. Yes, that's the unfortunate truth. Coach seemed to understand what I really meant when I said that. It's a terribly sad, cruel story. But there's a limit to our resolve, our efforts, and our assistance. It sounded like an excuse, but he was right. Even if Coach and I wanted to be people Satoko could depend on, that was all. It ended at the front door. No matter how much I shouted that I would be her Nini, no matter how much I shouted that I wouldn't abandon her, no matter how much Satoko called me Nini, I couldn't do any more than that. Where on earth could Satoshi have gone? Right, Satoshi was another story. Her actual brother, Satoshi, he was in a position to protect her far, far better than we ever could. That was the cold, sad truth of the massive gulf between Satoshi and us. I wonder what he's been doing lately. Satoshi left home. I didn't know why. Maybe it was because of Oyashiro-sama's curse, or he disappeared, or something. In any case, he wasn't beside Satoko now. At the time Satoko needed him to protect her most, he wasn't here. Why isn't he here? Satoko needs him now more than ever. A lot of people talk about Oyashiro-sama's curse, but the only thing I can say is that he ran away. One of my friends said that one day he just never came back. He ran away without even leaving so much as a note for his sister? Satoshi-kun had been doing part-time jobs a lot. At the time, Satoko-chan really wanted this huge stuffed animal. It ended up costing a lot, so he was doing all sorts of part-time jobs in order to afford it. He felt so strongly about it. Everyone was whispering about how he at least wanted to get his sister a nice birthday present, since she was being made to live such a pitiful life with her uncle and his wife. In the end, he didn't use his savings for a birthday present for Satoko. Satoshi-kun disappeared, and the police looked long and hard. They found out that Satoshi-kun had withdrawn all his savings himself on the day he left. What if it's just a bad coincidence? What if he just happened to disappear when he was getting her the stuffed animal? Ugh. After checking all over, they began to think that maybe he'd used his savings to go to Tokyo. Tokyo? For what? Again, all I can say was that he ran away. He saved up all that money so he could run away? He was that selfish? But how could he just leave Satoko behind? Yeah, it does sound out of character considering we heard that he would protect her. Like, he was such a good big brother to her. Why? It doesn't make sense for him to ditch her. That's why I think there's gotta be more to it. He was either taken, like, demoned away by someone, or something else. I don't know. But I genuinely don't believe he intentionally left her behind. There's no way. And if he did, well, then we'll punch him in the face. Repeatedly. Maybe kick him a few times, too. I'll tape a picture of a Bang Boo on him somewhere and send Yatsu after him. No, he didn't seem to be the sacrifice. I think his, fuck, what was it? I want to say his aunt was the sacrifice, and then he disappeared. Because there's always two. There's the there's the one who sacrificed, and then the one who disappears. And right now, I believe it's like, maybe he was the avatar. It really is just a big mystery. Let's see. If he was going to run away anyway, he should have brought Satoko with him. Even now, Coach was still calm. He wasn't trying to pour any oil on the fire of my anger at all. He just waited until my anger naturally subsided. After listening to gravel being crushed under the wheels for a little while, Coach spoke abruptly. Please understand. Satoko-chan, left behind, arrived at the same conclusion. I'm a burden on my brother, and that's why he abandoned me. That cannot be true. It can't. He didn't take her with him when he left. How terrible must Satoko have felt, being betrayed by the brother she loved so much. But Satoko-chan was a very strong person. Of course, she had the support of close friends, too, but that was how she regained her smile. I recalled how Satoko had spoken of Satoshi so brightly when I was eating dinner with her and Rika-chan a few days ago. At the time, I didn't think any more of it than how pleasant their sibling love had been. But now that I did think about it, I realized it was like she was peering into the distance from atop a pile of tragic perseverance. She said Satoshi-kun will come back for sure. And that when he did, she wanted him to see how she was no longer a burden. Satoko isn't a burden. She's way better at day-to-day living than me, and she could do pretty much anything. Well, I mean, except identify which is broccoli and which is cauliflower, but besides that... I mean, she might fall behind Rena or Rika-chan in certain aspects, but she's way more of an adult than most people. That's the result of her having worked so hard since she didn't know when Satoshi would come home. Her efforts are so painful. While she lived with Rika-chan, well, Rika-chan taught her how to handle everything flawlessly. Also that she could welcome back Satoshi at any time. So that she could show him she wasn't ashamed. So, when is Satoshi going to come back? I genuinely don't think he is. If I had to give an opinion, I don't think I think he might have been, like, He's probably dead. That would be my guess. As the reader, if I had to take a guess. I asked Coach, but knew he wouldn't be able to answer. I mean, how could anybody, really? In any case, Satoshi ran away. He left Satoko and ran away from Hinamizawa. Someone said that when you leave Hinamizawa and run away, Oyashiro-sama's curse gets you, right? Then that made sense. Satoshi running away and his disappearance, that would obviously mean people thought it was the curse, right? And they could smile as though it were his own fault, as though he got what he deserved. Hey, Oyashiro-sama, whoever you are. Satoshi didn't vanish because he ran away. You demoned him away with your curse, didn't you? If that's not what happens, then I won't forgive you. When did Satoshi run away? The night of the Watanagashi festival last year, when their aunt was killed by that deviant. It was a few days after that. On Satoko's birthday? That is why I'm more convinced he did not run away. That cements it in my mind. He did not run away. He did not. If it was on Satoko's birthday and he was saving up for a big stuffed animal for her, and on the day he disappeared, he withdrew all his savings, something happened to him after he withdrew the savings to try to get the stuffed animal. That's gotta be it. But that also makes it all the more tragic. Still, like, there is no way he would purposely pick his little sister's birthday to be like, see ya, and just fuck off. There's no way. So, hearing that he disappeared on her birthday, that just tells me that cements it in my brain. He did not run away. Something happened to him. On Satoko's birthday? Okay, that actually made me jump. I wasn't expecting a bang. I slammed my hands on the dashboard in front of me with all my might. Satoshi, of all the days he could have chosen to run away, he totally didn't. I am convinced. Their aunt just died a few days before, didn't she? All your days of suffering were about to end, weren't they? You were just about to start thinking about a new life, weren't you? It's wrong to be happy about someone dying, but for Satoko and her brother, her birthday had come at a critical turning point. Their mean uncle had fled town, and the siblings would be left alone. They should have been able to be happy about that. On Satoko's birthday. Satoko was probably waiting for her brother to return the whole time. Waiting for her brother to return when he never did. Waiting with bated breath for her brother to return, her hopes and dreams of a new life to come growing ever larger. But no matter how long she waited, he didn't come back. He didn't even contact her. Satoko, trembling in anticipation of a great present. Just when would she have to face the cold, terrible truth? Satoshi, you fucking idiot. I could feel my blood rising to my head in my anger at Satoshi. Whatever. I'm not gonna reiterate my point that I don't think I don't think Satoshi did anything. I think something happened to him. Anyway, I was frustrated. I was aggravated. I couldn't forgive him. Satoko still respected and adored her brother, which also speaks highly as to, like, how good a person he was, which further cements in my brain he did not run away. And yet he so heartlessly betrayed her. I can't convince you otherwise. You're a pre-written narrative, but nah. Such a person wouldn't just come back now when he was most needed. Yes, no one would protect her. Not even her real brother, Satoshi. So when she started to see you as her Nini. I was happy. Huh? I pray for Satoko-chan's happiness as well. But I have a position in society and a job to do every day. I have little time that I can devote to Satoko-chan. But you're different. You go to school with her, and you're closer to her and Satoshi-kun in age. I know you think you can only do so much. But you're in a position where you can give Satoko-chan a hand much better than I can. So, I want you to help her enough for the both of us. That's what I wish for. But that's... Coach, you could... Of course, with my job skills, there are plenty of things only I can help her with. But in the same way, there are things only you can do for her. What I want to say is, we should both perform in every way we can. Was that a little too complicated? Coach added that, but I shook my head in response. When I heard him say he had job skills, it reminded me that he was an adult, in a different position from all of us. Maybe I should ask him about it. Oh, Coach, do you know a lot about laws? No, I know even less than the average person. Why? I thought back to when I argued with Mion and the others about Satoko. Our children's argument had only left us with the conclusion that we had to wait and see, but what would an adult think? What was it? The child welfare law? As an emergency measure to secure the safety of a juvenile, they can force him or her, or them, to separate from the parents. They can do that? So then, we could rescue Satoko from her uncle right away. Satoko-chan might not want that. Unless the person being abused wants shelter anyway. It doesn't go that far. Satoko doesn't want it? Why? Coach didn't answer me. I didn't know why he didn't. It was clear as day that Satoko's uncle was being violent and treating her like a slave. So then, why? I clamped down on my frenzied emotions and waited intently for Coach to answer. But he never did. It wasn't like he was pretending he hadn't heard me. If I had to say, it was more like he wanted to explain, but couldn't put it into the right words. Satoko-chan probably thinks of this abuse as a trial. A trial? This isn't some weird religion we're talking about. You might know this, but Satoshi-kun always looked out for Satoko-chan. She always relied on him. Almost as though she was utterly dependent on him. I'd known for a while that Satoshi had always protected Satoko from their aunt and uncle. But that was his duty as an older brother, not something to worry about. I think that may have traumatized her. Maybe she figured that depending so heavily on her brother had made him hate her. And for Satoko, the current situation was a retelling of the story of a little over a year ago. But this time, Satoshi wasn't here. She wants to overcome this trial by herself, without relying on anyone else. And that if she doesn't grow strong, then Satoshi-kun will never return. She thinks something like that now. Or so I believe. Now that he mentioned it, Satoko had never said a word about how hard it had been before. I figured she was being threatened not to talk about it, but I talked with everyone and we were wondering if we should report it to the Child Consultation Center. I have heard that a social worker was visiting Satoko-chan last year. Yes. In the end, they decided to wait and see, and we thought maybe that made her get tormented even more. That was... Apparently, Satoko-chan reported it herself. And as a result, the abuse worsened, but was kept just out of sight. She was under even more torment, and the burden on Satoshi-kun for protecting her rose considerably. Good Satoko. She wouldn't be thinking it's her own fault for reporting it, would she? Oh, honey. Coach nodded quietly. Satoko-chan would probably either hate it if you suggested reporting the abuse or feign courage and say you didn't need to. And even if you reported it in secret, she'd probably insist to the social worker that she wasn't being abused. Satoko always acts tough and doesn't readily admit defeat, so I could imagine that easily. And the Child Consultation Center has enormous authority in these matters. They can take emergency measures without needing any permission from a court or the concerned child. If the abuse was known to the public, they could forcibly shelter her even if she denied it. For Satoko-chan, that would probably mean losing. This isn't about winning or losing. It's real life. Satoko, she's... Back on topic. After they placed her under their protection, she would be sent to a child care institution or the like. She would basically be living there. So it would mean moving away. And with the change in residence would come a change in schools, too. Damn it! That change in schools. It has to be done. If that's what it will take for her to be safe. But she wouldn't want that. You all are her safe space. Satoko-chan understands all those things. All the more reason for her not to want it. Why? Because Satoko-chan's reason for living is to wait at that house for Satoshi-kun to return. She was a husk, an empty shell, after being abandoned by her brother. How did she find her reason to live? Try looking at it from Satoko-chan's point of view, rather than your own. I felt like he was trying to confuse me with that hard-to-understand roundabout way of talking so unique to adults. The point was that I couldn't do anything about Satoko wanting to stay in that house. And that I should watch until she gives in. That's not what you should be taking away from this, buddy, but also I suppose I may be biased as an adult, hearing these adult words. In the end, no matter what I said, Coach himself was saying to wait and see. I don't understand. What? If I feel that Satoko is really in danger, I will report it without asking anyone's opinion. She might not be happy with the result, and she might hate me for it, but I believe that will ultimately be what brings Satoko happiness. Coach turned to me and gazed fixedly into my eyes. It was written all over his face. He was shocked at what such a young kid had said. Why would you go that far? Coach, no, rather, normal adults might not have understood. So I taught him the creed and the values that I believed in. Satoko is my friend, and I am Satoko's Nini. Isn't that enough of a reason? I stared at him with a will strong and unbreakable as steel as his eyes betrayed a tiny bit of unrest. No. Of course that's enough. We were silent for a little while, until finally, Coach said, only that. Didn't we make a promise? I'm sorry, what? That we weren't going to ever let Satoko cry. We made a vow on that day of the barbecue party. I didn't think about it hard at all, but Coach and I still made a promise. That we wouldn't ever let Satoko cry. Coach gave a dry grin of regret, immediately apologizing for not remembering. I did not expect it to come back. I know I said when it happens, it's gonna come back and bite us in the ass somehow. I did not expect it to bite Irie in the ass. One way or another, when he grins like that, it made me think that his enthusiasm for saving Satoko was a tiny bit smaller than mine. He lightly hit the brakes, making a skidding noise, and my whole body suddenly fell forward. Could that be your house there? Oh, right. Maibara-san would live at the Maibara residence, wouldn't he? Before I knew it, we were almost to my house. This feels like, time-wise, it would be the end of the chapter. It is case file 31. Only one tip. Alright. I will say... met someone's relative. And of course, the picture was a bottle of sake. I want to commit murder. And I'm willing to bet Keiichi wants to as well. Alright, so let's look at the last tip, and then I gotta wrap it up, because I still gotta get a shower before bed. I'm a child of the mountain. Take me to Enma-san. Let's see. Okay, a few new tips. Case 31. December 1st, 1981. Lucky duck, I can't sleep till tomorrow. Time zones. Alright, let's see. Blank Prefecture Juvenile Welfare Division Report. Do not view. Do not duplicate. I am viewing. I am perceiving. Case 31, November 20th. Satoko Hojo, blank years old. It's 8 p.m. for you. Good for you. It's 5:30 for me. But hang in there, buddy. Push through. You got this. Writing it all down as a duplication. Satoko Hojo, blank years old. Residence, blank Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone. 1. Consultation circumstances. Anonymous telephone SOS of child abuse. Can't sleep till 6 a.m., but then I won't, and I'm gonna try to get focused in game. Ah, boy. You should try to get some rest, friend. But also, like, you do you. But I also hope you do get some rest at some point. Anonymous telephone SOS of child abuse. 2. Abuse situation. Anonymous claims that a female child is suffering physical abuse by adoptive parents, her guardians. 3. Family structure. Circle marks abusers. Adoptive father. Circle. Adoptive mother. Circle. Older brother. Child in question. Note, in June 1980, the child's parents died in an accident, and she was given to her uncle on her father's side, her father's younger brother. Well, I wish I had a whole day free tomorrow, but unfortunately, work schedules did not align, so I was not given my promised 2 days off. Well, actually, I don't know if it was a I don't know how well they could enforce that. I think it was supposed to be a kind gesture, and then realizing schedule conflicts wouldn't make it work. So instead, I close tomorrow. Great. Child's Consultation Center's response. On the day of the anonymous telephone consultation, the center called the child's school and asked of her situation. The next day, the welfare officer on duty visited the child's home and heard what they had to say. Both adoptive parents agreed to the center's coaching. Contacted anti-abuse network in the city. As part of this suggested coaching, a district welfare officer in the area began visiting for coaching at fixed intervals. The scrawled note below is stapled to the report. Related information from former official Mr. W. Mr. W. What would the W stand for? I don't know if I can remember anybody with a W. Maybe I'm just having a blank mind moment again, but yeah, let me see. Refer to 1977 document D2-3, number 44. Ask Chief Investigator F from the city's education consultation offices. He is well informed about it. Investigator F. There were a lot of codes in that. Anyway. Save. We made it to the end of chapter 6! Porcelain doll sounds great. I appreciate you throwing the raid target at me, because that makes my life super easy. Yeah, we gotta wrap it up. I gotta get a shot. I am feeling so eepy, but I feel like this was a much better note to end on versus the last chapter, so only slight regrets.